fighting Freak Knuckles, and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gon' let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkin in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. I'm just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkin in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Spooky up in here, it's crazy in here. We still gon' keep it going, I'm Knuckles. Nobody scares me. Whoever wanted, bring it. I don't care, we can do this. Then come step up to the plate and meet your match. It ain't no thing.
Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. about a man named Alec Gunter. Tricking this girl and I straight up Alex Hunter. Hold a crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing a football called this dude Alec Hunter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating, so Alec go confront her. Thinking about stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
Good evening, boys, girls, and NBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. If you're here in the stage on Discord, hello to you as well. Let me get you popped out here. And let's hope that my OBS is nice to me today. Okay, we're good. Sometimes the OBS will try to jump from webcam to my React cam, which is this, for those who are watching the stream. And I don't know why it does that, but I don't like it. It interrupts my flow. I've been real big on living with the flow lately, by which I mean like the past day or so. I've been listening to a lot of Alan Watts. If you guys don't listen to Alan Watts, I highly recommend it, or haven't listened to him. But find here. Let me just pull up the. Since I brought him up, let me pull him up real quick. The channel that he's actually speaking in instead of some AI generated garbage. You just never know anymore. Because I got tricked, I got duped. The first time I listened to Alan Watts, it was AI generated bullcrap. Thankfully, it was still his own words, but my ears were infested with robotic bullshit. And you can tell because like AI still likes to mess up some words. Like cosmos, it says cosmos instead of cosmos. And in fairness, Alan Watts does kind of say cosmos as well, but you could tell it was like different. Anyway, I'm linking him. It's so good. Like seriously, if you've never listened to Alan Watts, he will change your life. He's like my Jordan Peterson. Okay. Cavetown? Perhaps. Okay, so I do not want to leave our guest waiting any longer. I told them 4 p.m. and it is now 4:15. So I must pull them in. Let me set up my OBS thing here real quick. Miguel, are you ready to come up? Right there or something. Okay. I'll pull you up in just a sec here. Let me... Okay, I think our volume's fine. I think this is fine. Okay, let's begin.
Hello.
Oh goodness, that's loud. Hello,
Oh,
hello.
sorry.
No, that's okay. It's hard to tell sometimes if it's on my end or yours. Discord is pretty flexible as far as like audio settings go. Here, let me turn it down to like 75 for everybody because I've been turning everybody down for some reason. Okay, I think we should be good now. Okay.
All right. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. As always, everybody, if on stream, if it's too loud or the audio's not equal, let me know. If you're on Discord, you'll have to fuck with that yourself. Anyway, welcome, Miguel. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing just fine, thank you. So Miguel,
I just got back from a big Christmas trip with my family, so I'm. Yeah.
That sounds fun. Where'd you
I'm
go?
a bit tired. Oh, I went up to Seattle. I have a whole bunch of family in Bainbridge and in Seattle. We played some Monopoly, and I kicked everybody's ass except my aunt's, because she's the queen of Monopoly, apparently.
The game of capitalism, indeed. Very nice.
It is funny how that works. People have to like change the rules for it to be fair at all, much like in real life.
Yeah. You gotta level out the playing field a little bit.
Do you know about like the story of how Monopoly was made?
A little bit. It was like the name Monopoly was given to it by somebody else, but it was initially constructed by a woman who was actually critiquing capitalism and made the game purposefully unfair. And then some
there's a second half.
Yeah, some asshole decided to pick it up. And sorry, I'm getting a friend request. Sure. And then some asshole decided to pick it up and like rebrand it and make it their own, and then like he like marketed it.
Well, she sold the rights to Hasbro, I think, with
Oh,
the
okay.
understanding that they would spread her message. She subscribed to this one economist and his tax system. I don't remember all the details, but she willingly sold the rights to, I believe it was Hasbro, with the understanding that they would help spread the political message by spreading the game. And so there was a second half of the game called Prosperity, where basically everybody would get tired of playing Monopoly with its terrible rules and move on to Prosperity and see how much better that system is. And it would encourage them to try to seek that in real life. But unfortunately, they only ever sold the Monopoly half.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Capitalism doing what it does best, folks. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Miguel, what are we really here to talk about? You said you wanted to bring up something about Christianity because of a debate that I had with somebody else.
Yeah, so I saw a debate that you had about 3 weeks ago. It's under the video debate. Should you be a Christian? I have it pulled up on my little Safari page.
Okay.
And I watched it. And no disrespect to the guy, I found his perspective historically lacking. Like he thought Yahweh was like the Arabic name for God, and I, as a nerd for Christian history and theology, that just kind of irked me. So I wanted to try to correct the record a little bit.
Sure. So what specific part of the record would you like to correct?
There's a lot. Just to begin with, just because 'tis the season at all, this wasn't brought up in the debate at all. But there was a common misconception that Christmas is a pagan holiday.
Okay.
That it was like a Christian conversion of like Saturnalia or Yuletide or all those pagan festivals. But actually, well, the reason it's celebrated on December 25th to begin with goes back to a tradition that Jesus was conceived on the same day that he died on the cross, which was either March 25th or April 6th. And
Conceived
so
on the same day?
like on the same calendar day.
I guess you would know that since like God literally came to Mother Mary and like paused that. So I guess you would know that.
Well,
technically. Like,
it's
by
more
means
of a
of the
tradition.
story. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So the tradition is okay. Got it.
So with the idea that he was conceived on the same day of the calendar that he died on the cross, March 25th or April 6th, depending on who you asked at the time. You extrapolate that out 9 months, you gather December 25th or January 6th, both of which have been days that Christmas has been celebrated. December 25th just got more and more popular with time. And then with stuff
sense.
like Christmas trees and whatnot, that actually goes back to the Middle Ages. Christmas trees, their oldest known version was evergreen trees used in paradise plays that were performed during the Christmas season. Basically, it was a representation of the story of Adam and Eve, and they would put red fruit on the evergreen tree to represent the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. And that's why we put red ornaments in evergreen trees. And then around the time of the Protestant Reformation, Martin Luther
And that's why we
started
can't eat
putting
the
candles
ornaments.
in trees.
That's why we can't eat the ornaments.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think
Yeah.
about that. That's true.
Yeah. If you eat it, you'll probably not have a good time.
Yeah, your
you're-
mouth will be all red from all the glass. It's like eating the cotton candy in the walls.
Yeah, your dad might even kick you out of the house.
That's true.
Yeah.
But Martin Luther, around the time of the Protestant Reformation, he they started putting candles in the tree, and that was around the time people started bringing the trees into their homes, and that's kind of the earliest instance of like the modern Christmas tree.
Okay, pretty cool. I didn't know
Yeah.
that. All right.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to think that it comes from a pagan tradition, but it's actually much more recent than that.
Interesting. But paganism is like pretty early, as you said. Like it's earlier than like Christian traditions. So surely there was some influence.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Saturnalia, which predates Christmas by quite a bit, already had a tradition of gift giving. It was a celebration of the god Saturn, who is equivalent to the Greek god Cronus, god of time or
Mm-hmm.
titan of time, technically.
Mm-hmm.
And it involved a lot of role reversal. Slaves would be over their masters, and even be encouraged to berate them and sometimes treat them poorly. And they would eat at the table with their masters. But sometimes slave masters wouldn't allow that kind of festiveness. And much like Christmas
You
today,
don't
it
say.
often spread way more into earlier weeks than it was supposed to. Much like with Christmas today, we make jokes about Christmas in July. People made jokes about Saturnalia in September.
Okay.
So there is definitely some overlap, but most of the traditions that we associate with Christmas, aside from really like the gift giving and Santa Claus, are recent traditions. Santa Claus being actually a combination of the pagan tradition. I don't want to say pagan; it's too broad. The
Non-Abrahamic.
Norse tradition of the night hunt or the wild hunt, excuse me, where Odin would basically like fly around on a sleigh hunting stuff, and Odin was also known to appear to people through a chimney, and that got combined with stories of the generosity and the reverse burglarism of one Saint Nicholas, and
Interesting.
that got kind of combined with the English idea of Father Christmas into what we now call Santa Claus.
Right. So when people say that like Christmas is actually a pagan holiday, and then other people say, well, no, it's not. It's purely Christian. They're both missing the mark because it's
They're
both.
both missing the mark. Yeah, I would say it is more a Christian tradition than a pagan tradition, mainly because of the idea, the root
Are you
ideas
sure?
of like Christ's birth, coming from, oh well, he was conceived on the same day he had died on the calendar, that turning into, oh well, then he was probably born in December or January, and then
Sure.
that kind of being extrapolated. So the basis, I would say, is very Christian, even if some of the traditions, such as gift giving and the idea of a jolly old man coming in and doing reverse burglary. Well, the reverse burglary is Christian, but the flying sleigh thing is pagan. It's all a
Well,
mix.
I
It's
would
all a
argue.
mix. Syncretism is natural.
I would argue there's two different Christmases that get intermingled into one. But if you really break it down, there's two of them. One is this, like basically the birth of Jesus Christ in the Christian faith. That's one.
Yeah.
All right, and you have the tradition and the, if you want to call it mythos, legend, whatever, surrounding that, right? Or history, if you are Christian. Christians do believe that Jesus Christ existed as, the Son of God and whatever. So whatever you want to call it, that's one Christmas. You celebrate the coming of Jesus Christ for the first time into the world. The other Christmas, though, is something that non-Christians can just as easily celebrate as Christians can. Okay? Because
That's true.
this other Christmas is the tree. It's the gifts. It's Santa Claus. It's snow and reindeer and holly, boughs of holly along the deck or the halls. Decking
Kind of the
halls.
secular traditions that come from the religious concepts.
Yes. I would argue there's even a third one, and that one is the corporate Christmas, and that's my least favorite. But
That's my least favorite too.
Yeah, I don't count it because it's more of a perversion than anything. So
Yeah, and
there's two
everybody
different-
seems to acknowledge that's kind of intrusive.
Yeah, so there's two different Christmases, and so when people say, well, Christmas is a pagan holiday, they're wrong. And when people say, well, people are taking the Christ out of Christmas, they're wrong. Like, it's both.
When I was a child, my mother told me that I was watching one of those Sesame Street Christmas specials, and she told me that the X in Xmas was censoring Christ because people don't want to say Christ in Christmas, but it's actually a Christogram, which is an abbreviation of the name of Jesus Christ because it's the Greek letter chi, not the Latin letter X.
I have literally never seen the X being used in Christmas, except
Really?
except for in like Tom and Jerry, like that's it.
I imagine it's just easier to animate in that case.
I mean, it's also just like, I don't know, like Christmas cross. I don't know, like you get the idea. Everyone knows what Xmas means. It's just I don't really see it used that much, but I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like it's less common these days. I want to say it was more common in the '90s and earlier, before probably before there was all this war on Christmas BS. Probably.
Ugh. Why is there always a war? Like literally, I'm sorry, the Christians took the concept of Christmas, one of the most sacred and peaceful and tranquil and loving holidays on the planet, and turned it into a fucking war. Why would they do such a thing?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
Like,
I mean,
are they,
I don't
like,
even. I have a hard time saying it's the Christians because that's kind of like saying, in my eyes, it's kind of like saying it's the Muslims who took their government and made it all radical Sharia or whatever. Not that it's to the same degree,
the
but I
loudest
see
and most obnoxious Christians.
that's true. I don't want to like no true Scotsman kind of a thing. I just feel that religious traditions are so broad culturally that it's really really hard to just like say it's the Christians or it's the Muslims or whatever, you know, or it's the atheists.
Sorry.
But maybe I'm just being a little nitpicky.
Well, I mean, you get what I mean. Right.
No,
So,
I understand. I understand.
I'm not saying all Christians. I'm saying it is largely. I mean, it stemmed from Christianity. You must recognize that, right?
Yeah,
Like it has
yeah.
its roots. Like this
persecution
war on
complex and
Christmas
all that.
thing, right? This war, and that's another thing is, and maybe this is a nice segue, the Christian victim complex, right? I think a big problem, since like we're talking, if you want to go down this route, unless you want to like switch topics, I know
Sure,
that you
sure.
came here talking to me, but I think that in Christianity, as a former Catholic myself, there, and especially in Catholicism, there is this huge emphasis on being a victim, right? Jesus Christ was a victim. He was the underdog in his story. He was beaten nearly to death before being hung on the cross and dying, right? And
Yeah.
so there's like this martyrdom that happens from that. Like Jesus was the first martyr, basically. And from that grew a religion of martyrdom, where how do you become a saint? Usually it's from some heroic act that, or some, you know, if you're like some peaceful monk or something traveling and just, you know, telling tales of Jesus Christ or whatever. And then some big bad guy decides, well, I don't like that very much. And they come and kill you in the most gruesome way possible. Like that's what a saint is in Christianity, in my view. And so, and in a lot of people's view. And so like, they all want that for themselves. They're like, well, we need to be victims somehow. And frankly, today it's just, you know, it's not as glamorous to be like, you can't be as glamorous a victim as you used to be able to, you know what I mean? So you have to like make shit up.
Well, I gotta think about this because there's a lot of angles to that. I mean, with sainthood, at least the way I think this is partially an American thing, because so there's no, you're right in a lot of regards, but there is this this trend, right, of martyrdom. The original definition of the term martyr actually means witness, right? You're a witness to the glory of God in kind of being this this victim kind of on his behalf. I remember, watching VeggieTales as a kid, King
Same here.
Nebuchadnezzar, the guys in the furnace, right?
Was
And
that
and the whole
the chocolate bunny one, right?
no, it was the one where they were all. Was it?
Yeah,
I can't
because what
remember.
happened was
I remember that they were like in a furnace.
yeah. So what happened? Yeah, and then there was a glowing light, and that was like a
Yeah.
fourth. And I don't know, boss. I think there's a fourth guy down there, and four guys down there, and one of them looks really shiny. It was the
You do a
chocolate
good
bunny.
impression.
Thank you. I love Mr. Lunt.
You're right.
Well, Mr. Lunt,
Yeah, he was
how
my
are they
favorite too.
doing in the furnace? I don't know, boss.
Yeah. And then they like sing a whole song about standing up for what you believe in.
And all's forgiven,
No,
even though
that
Mr.
is
Lunt
the
literally
thing.
tried to incinerate them.
And I've had this thought for a long time that one of the
Or not,
worst
Mr.
things to
Pickle,
ever
whatever.
happen to Christianity was for it to become a state religion. Because the moment it becomes like a state religion, you have this religion that's built on martyrdom. And like out of like the first like 40 popes, like over half of them were martyred by the Roman state. Yeah, you have all of this bloodshed in the name of religious freedom, and then it becomes the only religion that's allowed to exist. And then you have all these people that are like taught you gotta follow the example of the saints, and I like that concept at least in theory. You look at the actions of the saints, and excuse me, there's a lot of really inspiring stuff, especially 'tis the season. Saint Nicholas and his very very secretive charity where there was no glory in it for himself, except for of course when he got caught by one of the people he was helping out. Um, there are things to learn from that, but but especially in America with all this great awakenings that all these great awakenings that seem to happen every other decade. Um, people feel a need to practically like make history repeat itself. They need to be the most extreme martyrs. It's not enough for it to be, I don't know.
They have to be the most impressive.
Protect-
Everybody wants to be the center of attention. You have to be the loudest, most visceral proponent of Jesus Christ that you can. And in order to do that, people have to be against you. In order to be a good Christian in some people's eyes, there must be an other. And the other must be in charge, and they must be coming down on you. Because that's what sainthood is.
I mean, yeah, this takes me back to a saint that's very important to me. My family is from El Salvador. We came to America in the midst of the Civil War. And there's a saint, Saint Oscar Romero, and he used his position as an archbishop to push against the state of El Salvador, which was, basically killing anybody on the slight chance that they might be a communist.
Good Lord.
Yeah, and there was like a mass. So I'm actually Pipil, which is one of the indigenous nations in El Salvador, and they like especially targeted us, right? For being Pipil, because we've basically been a thorn in the side of like every single government that's been there, all the way back to the Spanish conquest. And and Oscar Romero, he wasn't very combative. He didn't try to make himself the center of attention. He was a saint, and what he did was he used his position to push against the military dictatorship that was in power. And when he was martyred, it was actually in the middle of mass. He was shot dead in the middle of mass to make a point.
Yep.
And so I think, I mean, when you see all these modern American so-called martyrs, you never hear them talk about the saints and what inspires them. they just talk about, what do they talk about? Frankly, I don't feel like they ever have a point,
Being
like
persecuted.
any of these saints do.
Being persecuted. That is all they talk about. Other saints, like the true saints, talked about anything but their own persecution. They never said, "Oh my God, woe is me! You're taking the Christ out of Christmas. You're putting mosques up next to the churches. You're destroying Christianity." No real saint ever did that. What they did was they lived their life the best that they possibly could, following in the word of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, who came to the earth to cleanse it of its sins and open the gates of heaven. And all they're trying to do is invite as many other people as they possibly can into the pearly gates to live with God for eternity. And that's not a bad thing, mind you. It's not. It just depends on how you do it. Okay? But they did that. And they did great work, many of them, just like you mentioned. Oscar Romero, you said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, great work, okay? And he was shot dead because of his values, and that's what martyred him, okay? That's what made him a saint, is that he lived according to those values, improved the world, and then was killed for it. Hello, ma'am. And then was killed for it. And that's what it means to be a saint. Not, woe is me, oh my God, the brown people, the Muslims are coming in to take away my pure white Christianity and sully it. And sully it. And they're going to kill me. You're not a saint. You're a bitch. You're a little bitch.
No, you're absolutely right. These people bring shame to, frankly, they bring shame to the very people they claim to draw inspiration from, or the types of people that they claim to be like.
Yeah, it's sad. You know, because it's because they have no purpose. Okay?
No, I agree 100%.
They have no purpose. Because if your entire purpose is to be persecuted, what the fuck are you doing? Anything that you do and everything that you do is going to be because you want to be persecuted just like Jesus Christ and the saints were. And that's not how to live your life. Because all you're going to do is instigate. You're just going to instigate all the time. And people will hate you. And then it will be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, I think one of the points that is worth making is that not all saints were martyred. Saint Nicholas, for example, he actually died of old age, surrounded by friends and family. There are plenty of saints.
Yeah, a lot of them were. I would say disproportionate numbers.
If you're martyred, it definitely weighs in favor of getting canonized. But there are plenty of saints who simply lived good lives.
Well, that's good.
I wonder what those conversations are like in heaven. Like in Coco, it's like, oh, you died eating a chorizo.
Oh no! What a way to go. If I die choking on a piece of food, just write a big L on my tombstone, please. This man choked on an L, an entire L.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, and also there is transitioning a little bit.
Yeah, transitioning. Go on.
There was another thing in your debate with the other guy that I wanted to bring up. The subject of Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
Because Abraham is a very heavy subject for a lot of people.
Well, right, go on. You start because you brought it up. Go on.
Yeah. So I wanna first bring in the context that I myself am not Jewish, but this is a perspective I have adopted in talking to Jewish friends and neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
So, a common Jewish perspective on Abraham that I've learned is that Abraham actually failed when he nearly killed his son. That it was actually a test of morality more than a test of faith.
Well, there was no wrong
because
answer.
Something.
Right.
There is. I suppose there wasn't a wrong answer in that way, because, well, something Jews do very, very commonly because I think the context of the Old Testament, especially being Jewish scripture, I think the way Jews have traditionally interpreted that scripture is very important. Is that it is something to be debated over. That there is always another interpretation that can be taken from it. Nothing is to be taken purely literally. Everything is you know, and debate is something that they see as very, very healthy and necessary. And it's actually why they don't tend to split off into different sects nearly as much as, for example, Protestant Christians.
Mhm.
Because this is one of the biggest flaws with like the Catholic Church, for instance, I think, is they will have like a debate. They'll open like an ecumenical council and they'll have a debate and then they'll decide on what's proper canon or orthodoxy or whatever. Whereas with Jews, as far as I understand, the conversation's kind of always open. And so
Mhm.
with stories like Abraham, if you ask a Jew, typically, at least in my experience, they'll say that Abraham failed that test. Or if you ask them about the Garden of Eden, they'll say that's about coping with exile, not about original sin.
So so I look at this in two ways. There are two different interpretations that you can take. One's the literal, okay? And this is the one that especially atheists like to get caught up on, and I do too. And this is the interpretation that God is a guy, right? He's a guy.
Yeah.
And he sits there in his little cloud throne, throws lightning bolts down once in a while, maybe a flood here and there, just for funsies, just because he likes to fuck with us. And then one time he decided to fuck with Abraham and say, "Hey, buddy, kill your son, or I forsake you. I forsake you unless you kill your son." And then like, it's one of the. You ever watch Smiling Friends?
I've seen bits and pieces.
You ever seen the part where they're in an alien ship, and they're being forced into an impossible decision, where it's like, "Oh, we'll take you home, but first you got to destroy this planet, and if you don't, you're never going home again," or something like that, right? And like the
Right
planet
now,
is
but I get the picture.
yeah. So the planet is supposedly filled with people, and they do it. They like, oh yeah, they said they'll trap them inside of a swirling vortex of horror or something, and like they'll be in hell for eternity. Like basically, it's the Abraham situation, right? It's the same thing in Smiling Friends. And so what the aliens did was they had them blow up this planet, and then they started laughing because nobody was on the planet. It was a dead planet. And they started laughing because they're like, "Oh my God, you guys are insane, bro. There was nobody on that planet, and this thing is not..." Like, it's really funny. It's really funny. And if you look at the Bible in that context, it's also kind of fucking funny. Because this guy who's in charge of everything, who created everything, and just fucks with all his toys, right? It just is fucking with Abraham. He's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, bro. Slow your roll there, buddy. You're insane for that one, bro. Boy, I wasn't really gonna make you do it, man. That's fucked up. You're fucked up for that one. But you know what? You're a good sport, so I'll let you go." Like
I mean,
that's
if
how.
you look at it from that literal perspective, God is constantly picking up after Abraham. Like I remember, because I often find myself coming back to Genesis, always, because it's such a fascinating start to it all.
Mhm.
Abraham is constantly like when he was in, yeah, Job too. I remember in Egypt, Abraham uh he was in Egypt and he thought that they would like take his wife or something because his wife is too pretty. So he's like, "Okay, listen, wife of mine, Sarah, I think you've got to like pretend to be my sister because technically you're like my half sister, so it's fine. Uh, and we're gonna lie to the Pharaoh and say, and then the Pharaoh tries to sleep with her because he thinks that she's just his sister, and because again, Abraham thought that the Pharaoh would like kill him to get to the wife otherwise. And the
Mhm.
Pharaoh was like, "Why would you do this to me? I am now cursed by God because I tried to like mess with you because you've got like his protection or whatever." And so the Pharaoh like speaks to God in his dream, and the Pharaoh's like, "Dude, Abraham told me that was his sister. I didn't know. And then God's just like, shit, you're right. Okay, you're good.
Yeah, what you say fuck me for, man?
He's like constantly picking up after Abraham.
Yeah, okay. And he's like, okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna fuck with him.
Yeah. So
Just this once.
At least in my view, I see Abraham mostly as like a literary device to kind of explain how all the countries got there, because he's the father of many nations, and except for Egypt, because that was like the big one that was already like hyper established. It's like how the God of our people is like the God of all these other that caused all these other nations to exist. I think one of the problems with sorry, did you want to say something?
No, you're good. Go on. It's all good.
Okay, so one of the issues I find with the way atheists often talk about the Christian God is, well, I guess it makes sense with the Christian God, but it is a little Christocentric, where this idea that God always has to act in a rationally kind of human sense of morality. It is a very Christocentric thing, because you look at all these pagan deities, right? For example, let's say the Greek pantheon, and there is this and like Ares, for instance. The Greeks generally did not like Ares, because Ares was the god of all the terrible things that happen in war. But that's a part of war. Gods often come to represent, in the minds of the people that worship them, kind of both like the domain they rule over and the domain they rule over, and God. I think it's so the Christian God, the farthest we can go back, as far as I'm aware, is the Canaanite pantheon. You have two gods, Yahweh and El. El being the high god of the Canaanite pantheon.
El from Death Note? That El?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh my God.
It's crazy. You know all that Christian imagery
I
in
knew
the
it.
Death Note actually predates Christianity. Yeah.
I knew it.
So El, it's actually why so many Hebrew names end with El. Mikael, Gabriel. That El, that suffix El means God. Israel, for instance, ending with El, it effectively means God rules.
Okay.
And because El, in being like the high Canaanite god, he was like so great that his name is also the term that we use to refer to those other gods. And Yahweh was more of a small local deity that didn't have that much importance, and they get kind of fused together over time. But El and Yahweh both fundamentally are storm gods. So when you think of storms and how they act and how they seem kind of irrational and sometimes rather suddenly cruel, but then sometimes they clear away and there are clear skies and there is a calm
they're
breeze.
fine when they're gone. They're fine when they're not here. Trust me, bro.
But without them, we would not have nearly as much food as we do. I mean, think about how often we pray. People have prayed for rain and for good harvests, and how often flooding has resulted in bounties. When the context of God kind of being representative of storms comes into account, I think a lot of these stories make more sense.
Well, I think that Christians and atheists both miss the mark on this, because the other way to interpret, just to go back to this, the Abraham story, the more, I think, meaningful interpretation, less literal, is that God is a force of nature. He is nature, right? God is simply the flow of time and space, right? That's what God is. And so if the flow of time and space, for some reason, presents you with a choice, and your choice is between your sun or basically everything else that exists, right? Your people, your way of life, everything. That's the choice that Abraham was presented with. And when you put it into that context, that makes it a little more difficult, doesn't it? You know, like Abraham was presented an impossible truly, truly impossible choice with no correct answer, but he had to make one. He had to either forsake his son or forsake everything else. Everything. And
Yeah, because he
you
would
know,
have many other children. He would his descendants would number the nations, and he would, and in his eyes, he would be robbing his other children of that future.
so that's a very difficult calculation, an impossible one, and that's why there was no right answer. And so that's why another way that this could have gone is that if you're interpreting this honestly, is that Abraham could have said, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't forsake my son like that. He's my son. He's my flesh and blood. I love him to the ends of this earth, and I can't do it. And that would have also been a correct answer. And in my view, God would have just as easily said, I get it. I understand. And nothing would have happened. Because once again, all nature was doing in that instance, right? The reality of the situation is such that a man's presented an impossible decision, and it's just a test of which way he leans. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think I could have worded it better myself. Thank you. Yeah, that's 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that atheists and Christians both miss the mark when they talk about God.
Yeah.
Because they both miss the mark in the same way, which is very funny. If you think about it, because they both say that God is all powerful, all knowing, all loving, right? All good would be all good is the bottom line. They both argue in terms of God being all good. But God is everything. God created everything. God created the bad with the good. So God's not just all
He is
good.
the wolves that eat the deer, and he is the dogs that bring you comfort.
So God's not just all good. God's also all bad. He's both. He's the yin and the yang, because you can't have one without the other. If you're all yin, you don't even know what yang looks like. So you can't have just good. You have to have a good and some kind of other factor that we call bad. Otherwise, how would you even know what good is? You would just be existing as you are, and it'd be fine, but like you have no idea how fine it actually is because you just exist.
This is something I think earlier Christians, I think, were better at understanding, like first to third century Christians, because, well, they actually often use the term. They actually didn't refer to themselves as Christian. They often refer to themselves as slaves to God. This can be seen in books like The Shepherd of Hermas, which actually almost made it into the New Testament but didn't. But God, I do still think of God as all good. I want to make this clear. I am a Christian. I am talking about like a more historically accurate version of these ideas, but only because I think that in ignoring the history, you betray both the faith and the history.
Okay.
And I lost my thought. Oh,
God
right, all good. Right. Yeah, so I think despite the seeming cruelty of it, there is good to be seen in all that happens. You know, the vultures tear apart at the corpse of the deer, but there is good in it. You know, there is life moves on, life continues, and in that there is beauty. I think of when it comes to God being good, it is just it's not a human kind of good. It's not a moral kind of good. It's a good in it's kind of an amoral concept, I suppose, but it's like there is beauty in all of those, even the cruelest aspects of nature. That's the way I think of it anyway.
So when you say good, God is all good, wouldn't it just be easier to say God is all? Why include good?
Yeah, I think so.
I think that confuses people. You just say God is all. And when people talk about God's plan, right? I'm actually a bit of a proponent of that. I think that I don't think of a plan per se. I think that I don't know if I mean, how are you a science person? Do you believe in the Big Bang? You know, like we pretty much have conclusive evidence that the Big Bang happened in some form or another.
Yeah, we've got
Right.
pretty we've got pretty conclusive evidence of all of that.
So what was the Big Bang? Do you know? Like we don't really know, but like, do you know the concept?
Yeah, it was like everything was tightly packed in like a single space, and all that energy just kind of exploded out, and then everything spread everywhere, and then over time everything just kind of like started coalescing into planets and stars and whatnot.
Think about it. Don't think about it in such a concrete way. I'm going to challenge you a little bit on that. It's a singularity. Okay? That's what it was. There was a singularity, meaning that all that ever is, was, or could be was there in an infinitely large and small point somewhere that I mean, somewhere, nowhere and everywhere all at once. Okay? It's not something that the human brain is really capable of conceiving, right? And we don't know what kicked off the Big Bang. We don't know if anything kicked off the Big Bang. We don't know if the concept of time existed before the Big Bang happened, okay? My best guess is that it's a cycle. The universe expands, collapses back into a singularity, and the moment that it's back into a singularity, bang, right? Big Bang, there it goes. That's what
I think the same thing.
Now, that being said, if everyone, so all of us as well are part of that singularity, right? Like, everything that exists comes from the singularity, okay? From nothing and everything all at once. And what that means is not only that you and I are, I mean, obviously we're related because we're both humans, but we're also related to the rocks and the trees and galaxies far, far away, you know, Star Wars, right? Like, we're related to all of that. All of that stuff, if you want to call it stuff, we're all part of this big symphonic dance, right? And another aspect of this is when you go down, so like, you look at me, you see my face, right? You see my face, my shoulders, my green shirt that I'm wearing, and there's a pattern, and your brain registers that pattern, right? You're following? Yeah. What were to happen if you were to take a microscope and you go, let's see what this guy's made of, right? Let's see what the pattern is made of. And just pretend I'm in front of you, not on the screen. So it's not pixels, you'd be looking at cells, right? And so
I'd be looking at like the individual fibers and whatnot.
And you would zoom in, and at first it'd be blurry. This is all Alan Watts, by the way. I'm stealing all this from Alan Watts. You'd zoom in, and at first this picture would be blurry, right? And all you see is some weird wiggles and squiggles and whatever, and seemingly random movement patterns. But then you refine your focus, and you see cells. Now there's a pattern, right? And then what you can do is you can go in even closer, and you can look inside the cell, and what do you see at first? It's all blurry. But then you refine the focus. Now you see organelles, and you go into the and you keep going and going and going till you get to the molecule, the atom, the electrons, protons, neutrons, and then quarks. But the point is, it's not stuff. None of that is stuff, okay? There's no bottom of that well. It just goes and goes and goes. And so, if there's no bottom of that well, does it even really exist as stuff? I don't think it does. So, what are we?
Is that not stuff, technically? Are those not objects that exist?
Well, there's nothing there, so how can you call it stuff? There's nothing there.
Are you talking about like the spaces between like the quarks and whatnot?
No. If you go in, every time you get to a new level, there's another level below it. It's infinite. So if there's no bottom, how can you say there's stuff there? There's no bottom up to this. There's no, like you go far enough, there's nothing. Nothing. I'm nothing. You're nothing. We're all nothing. So then what are we? We're a process. We're a pattern. Everything's a pattern. And so from the very...
Oh, I think I see what you're getting at.
Yeah. And so from the very onset of the universe, it was always a pattern that was going to take place kind of this way. And I'm not a predeterminist, mind you. I think that part of this pattern is that we can kind of manipulate it in our own way. Okay? I do believe in free will.
Yeah.
But the free will also is part of the pattern. So it's really difficult to wrap your head around, but at the same time that you're in control, you're really not in control, because every time you think you're in control, that's just the pattern, right? So what I'm trying to get at is God's plan is more, I think of it more as like the universal blueprint, if you will. Like the universe is, it simply is. It is it's
the momentum.
It's like a
that
song.
pushes
It's like a
it
song.
forward.
The universe is like a song. We're filled with wiggling, swiggling, ups and downs, ins and outs, forward, backward.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Yes, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, if you want to use the word stuff. But I don't think
Ding dong
it's stuff.
doodad.
We're all waves. We're all waves. So like, this is a good segue into like my own personal philosophy on this. I'm not a Christian, mind you, but I think that you could reach this point in Christianity by understanding when you say God is all good, what you're not saying that God is a really good guy with great intentions and he just wants to help you out and he'll give you that loan if you just ask and pray hard enough. No. God is the process through which anything exists at all. And the only way that we can exist as we do is through this process that both gives and takes. There's a give and a take. And without the take, there is no give. That's what people mean when they say
like
God
this
is all
idea.
good. Yeah.
I never really thought of it that way. That's pretty neat.
Thanks. I stole it from Alan Watts. He doesn't really like. I don't know if he was Christian or not, but he does talk about God quite a bit. So,
I mean, there are plenty of religions that aren't Christianity that talk about philosophies of God. I mean, right before Christianity really kicked off, there was a trend of I think it was Hermeticism, and they talked about like a singular God concept, despite being within a polytheistic context.
Say that one more time.
It all gets really wacky.
Say that one more time. Sorry. What gets wacky?
Oh yeah, Hermeticism. Hermeticists in their texts often talked about a singular God concept, despite existing within a polytheistic society. Like they weren't Christian; they predate Christianity.
But all of those
they
separate
had
gods were kind of caught. It's like the Holy Trinity, but not quite that, sort of, right? Like three gods in one, multiple gods and part of the whole God, right?
Well, no, I think they were talking. I think they were talking about God as more of an abstract thing. There was a lot of Greek philosophy which came to influence a lot of early Christian thinkers. There was a lot of kind of like ideas of like worlds of forms and worlds of matter and kind of these like hypothetical ideals. It wasn't so literal as all the gods are of one mass. Although
Well,
I guess
no,
you could
it's-
technically say it all stemmed from chaos if you're talking.
Well, all the gods form a system which creates kind of a super god.
As far as from what I've read, that's not quite what they were talking about. But I guess you.
Like ants form.
I don't
a
think that's what they
superorganism.
meant, but I think you could derive that from it.
Would it be that ants forming a superorganism? Like it's not like they're one big ant. It's just that
We're kind of reaching a wall where I can't really speak on that because Hermeticism
Sure.
isn't really my wheelhouse.
That's fine.
I don't know that much
would
about
be,
it. I need to read more on it.
That would be interesting to look into, though.
Yeah, that's
So,
definitely on my little bucket list after I read through the Quran.
okay. Yeah,
Um,
there's a lot of stuff that I want to look into. I think Buddhism is a big thing that I want to look into because that's what Alan Watts was studying, I believe. And somebody mentioned Taoism or Taoism. He was real into that as well. A lot. He's basically,
yeah.
his goal was like, he was this guy from the West, wanted to go to the East, and he kind of puts it in this weird East-West context. But he's not wrong. None of it's wrong. So like, you know, he's got kind of this old-timey drawl, and so he still uses like, you know, I don't want to say it, the word, the Negro word, and all that good stuff. But guy was smart as a fucking whip.
Oh. Mm.
So. So like where was I going with this? I don't even remember. I don't know.
You were bringing up Alan Watts and Buddhism.
Yeah. I want to study Buddhism. I want to study all the religions at some point. Another thing that I kind of wanted to look at my job, my client's mom was talking to me about like these TikTok, what are they? TikTok mediums. You know what I mean? Like people who will like do readings on you. And there are some honest ones. Well, no, there's some, like when I say honest, what I mean is like people who truly believe they're in touch with the divine and they can channel past, like people from your past. And in a way, they kind of are, if you really think about it. Because are they literally...
I'm skeptical, but I'm willing to believe that there can be something like that.
Just bear with me. Are they...
Okay.
If you buy into the theory, right? You're Christian, right? You buy into the theory that we're all connected in some way. And I'm a believer of that because of the singularity. We are all connected, right? So humans are... We're constructs that are so closely connected, and I talk about this concept sometime, that I actually, through my language, am unlocking pathways in your brain as we speak. I'm like a remote control to you. Does that make sense?
That is pretty true. This conversation has opened up some different ways of thinking for me.
Yes, and you do the same to me. You can unlock different pathways. Yeah, well, that's how this works. That's the process. That's what humanity is. And so... What these mediums are doing, if they're being honest, like if they're just trying to make a quick buck from you, then whatever. But if they're being honest,
Ching.
What they're doing is when they say they're reading you, they're not wrong. They are reading you. They are looking at your face. They're looking at what you wear. They're looking at the ways you behave. Maybe you twiddle your fingers. You're nervous. You know, maybe you have maybe you have a deep voice. Maybe you have a lighter voice. Maybe you speak with more ums and uhs. And so, and every time that you open your mouth and say something, you are revealing little bits and pieces about yourself and feeding that information directly into that other person's brain. All of their senses are being used right now to pick up any scraps of information that they can on you. And if they can get scraps of information on you, what are you if not a product of your environment? And who was part of that environment? People from your past. So they are channeling those people. They are channeling those people. They are directly channeling those parts of those people that influenced you and throwing it back in your face. And they're saying...
It's like a kind of an abstraction of all that history.
Yes. Well, not an abstraction. The abstraction is you. You are the abstraction. They're taking that abstraction and channeling just the parts of the people that had influence over you in some capacity. They are channeling that person.
That's an interesting concept.
And so what they're trying to do, and they have a strong belief, I know at least one of them doesn't believe in concepts like heaven and hell. It's more like their spirit kind of pervades reality. And I also kind of have that thought as well. But the important part is, it's I hate using this word, but they're kind of like their residue on you, right? It's like how scientists would like grade certain minerals, right? Based on like their radioactivity. It's their residue on you, and they're using that and building a construct of this person, which may not be perfect, in their own brain, to then speak to you in a manner which they might. And they're very good at it.
Mhm.
So, I used to think that it was all hocus pocus, but I don't think that anymore. I think that what they are doing, I think it's a bit of a magic trick. You know, they're not literally talking to dead spirits. It's not like this guy, it's not like your great-grandfather is like literally telling that person, tell my great-grandson he's like a good whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I would hesitate to believe that, like, somebody could get anything from somebody that, like, from your way distant past that you didn't even know. I hesitate to, like, if somebody tried to get a reading from my grandfather that I never even knew, I'd be like, you're full of shit. There's no way. But if it's like my grandma, who I did know, and who did know me and had an influence on me, yeah, I'd buy that.
Well, I guess hypothetically using that logic, you could argue that even that grandpa that you didn't know, they could kind of pull from that, because there are even more abstract ways that that person did influence you,
Technically,
through
yes.
through your parents,
Yes.
and through your material circumstances.
Technically speaking, yes. Correct. But it would be very
It
tricky.
would just be a little more hocus pocus seeming.
Well, not even seeming, it just would be by default. Like, you literally, like, you're talking about the residue of the residue of the residue at that point. Like, you're really squeezing this baby for all it's worth. And at that point, I just don't know that you can really grasp, like, anything about, like, at some point down the line, you just lose the picture. You can't see that far back. Nobody can.
Mm.
So,
And although,
in a
Which was-
spiritual
yeah,
sense, I should say, a spiritual sense.
yeah, because I was gonna make the comparison to archaeology, and despite all the fact that, yeah, basically we do have actually a lot more evidence than you would expect of early humans, but yeah, and like bone pits and whatever, but yeah, but even just from like the little dents in their teeth, you can get a very, very clear picture of how they worked as a society, because, you know, societal organization
Yes.
tends to change diets quite a bit. So I imagine you could pull a similar trick there.
Yes, and again, like, that's what they're doing. I don't think that we've reached a point where you could look at me, like, if you live with me for like a year, you know, like, if let's say my wife were like some kind of spirit medium, right? She would have a better read on me than basically anybody else in my life, barring maybe my parents. But even then, I'd say, well, she knows me now as I am, like, more than my parents do, because I live with her. So if she were a spirit medium, I would guess that it would, like, she would be able to go farther back than anybody else possibly could, because of how well she knows me, and kind of dissect the influences that made this me right now. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
she may be able to pinpoint certain events in my life and then say, okay, well, this event was influenced by your parents, and then your parents did it because of an event that happened to them in the past, and that event is spawned from their parents, which, you know, and it goes back and back. But again, it's like zooming in with a microscope, right? Like, you're using your raw intellect to ascertain what that person might have been like, and then channel that. And that would take like a superhuman, you know what I mean? Like, it really would not work that well.
Yeah, because we're effectively talking about like a one-man process versus like with like my archaeology
Yeah.
comparison
Like-
from earlier, a whole team.
Like, in theory, you could do it, but not just with your own intellect, like, not spiritually. You would have to start taking, like you said, like, teeth extractions, and, you know, like build a picture of this person's actual life with physical, the physical world.
And that's typically what therapists are for.
Well, I mean, yeah, and as a type of therapist myself, you know, that's what we do. We help you build a picture of your own life so that you understand yourself better.
Oh, you're a therapist. That's cool.
Well, I'm getting my psychiatric nurse practitioner license. I'll have it next year.
Oh yeah, I
Hopefully-
forgot that
hopefully-
you're a
yeah,
nurse.
hopefully by the fall, I'm hoping. I start back clinicals in January, so it'll be fun. It'll be fun. I'm more excited about it now. I've had a bit of a spiritual awakening since my last clinical, so I like talking to people more. I like dissecting people's brains more and like helping them work through their problems and such. I hesitate to say working through their problems. It's more just helping them understand the picture better, and then they work through the problems. Because my job isn't to give you the answers. My job is to give you the picture so that you can ascertain the answers for yourself. I can't do that for you.
Yeah, man, that's cool. You're doing great work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah,
I am reading the chat.
and while I'm complimenting you, I also want to
Just
say I
keep
just
going.
appreciate you being just like such a nice guy. I've never done anything like this before, like a public debate or anything or conversation like this. So I was really anxious coming on. So I really appreciate you just being such a nice guy.
Yeah, of course. I'm just here, just talking. I tried to. Another thing is like, since we're on the topic of Christianity, and Christianity talks about we are all one in the body of Christ, right? I actually
Yeah.
really like that idea. I think that is a positive thing that we can pull from Christianity. One of the most positive. And so when we talk about, humanity as like all brothers and sisters and others, I very much ascribe to that. Like you are, I mean, I don't know what gender identity you are, but what are your pronouns?
Yeah, I don't think of myself as really having a gender.
Okay, so non-binary, so another then. So you're my sibling then. We're
Yeah.
all siblings. We're all siblings, or
I
mothers,
generally
fathers,
use
others.
mask pronouns, but like I don't know, gender in my head just doesn't really matter that much. Just kind of falls to the wayside.
Well,
Um,
yeah. I mean, if you want to get into it, like, I'm a gender abolitionist, but only by law. I think that aspects of gender are pretty cool. I mean, I clearly present as masculine. I like presenting as masculine. I don't know if that'll
yeah,
ever go
I
away,
present as
but-
pretty masculine myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I've often used scripture in a transpositive way in that way because I recall it's written in the Gospels that there is no separation between man and woman, master and slave in Christ Jesus. So there's a really really easy gender and class abolitionist argument to be made just based on that.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is why I want a baseless, classless society. Even Alan Watts, if you listen to him enough, I'm sure that guy is an ANCOM, like, or was. I don't think he's still alive, but I'm sure that he was an ANCOM because he said before, when you look around, the best forms of governance were ones where it was kind of a structured anarchy, a loosely structured anarchy. And what is that if not a baseless, a classless society, right?
Egalitarian might be an easier word.
Sure, yeah, that works. I think that people will just figure it out. I think that people need to learn to live with the flow, if you will. Go with the flow.
I don't know how true that is because people ultimately like specializing and categorizing.
But
There
that's
needs to
part
be
of the
kind of,
flow. But that's part of the flow.
Yeah, but
all
that's
still
also how we
exists.
got to all of these. That's also how we ended up developing things like slavery and the idea that women should stay in the home and a lot of these terrible ideas. And there are some good things to come from it too. I don't. We wouldn't have agriculture if it weren't for that. And I don't know about you, but I don't feel like going back to foraging for food. But I do feel like
Mm-hmm.
you can't just leave everybody to figure it out. You need some kind of like philosophy, kind of like almost like reverse structure to kind of hold everything out from collapsing back into what we have now or earlier.
But you can't
Because
see. This is where the
ultimately-
paradox comes in. It's a paradox because what you're talking about is forcing peace. You're forcing it.
No, I'm talking about like a kind of like an educated philosophy kind of a thing.
You want to force people into harmony.
Elaborate.
Okay, so what I said was people will figure it out. Okay, now I don't mean that, like, how do I want to word this? That doesn't mean there aren't going to be rules. There will be. Okay, but that's part of the figuring it out process. What are the rules? And why do we have them? Okay, it'll be less that people need to go back and check the rules, and more that people will just intuitively understand them and abide by them most of the time. And if they don't, other people will hold them to account and correct the behavior. That's what I mean by going with the
Intuition
flow.
is developed. Well, then why hasn't that worked out already?
Because people don't trust each other. People don't trust in the good nature of their other.
But if you go back, say, to some of the early civilizations, there's plenty of evidence that they did trust each other quite a bit. Maybe not other groups of people, but at least within their own tribe, their own chiefdom,
Exactly.
or their
Not
own
other
city.
groups of people. No, you just said it. Not other groups of people. So they didn't.
Yeah. So how would you make sure that when they're figuring it out, they don't develop that distrust?
You make everybody understand from birth that we are all to be trusted. We are all humans. And if there are people that we can't trust, the default is trust. Let's say it this way. The default is trust. Okay? They're trusting in the good of other people. Because even when somebody does something purely selfish, purely for their own desire, because they felt like it, it's not as though they don't have a justification for doing it. You need a justification when you do something bad. You don't need a justification when you do something good. Very rarely do
Plenty of
people ask you
will
to
ad
explain
hoc their
yourself.
justifications.
People will what?
People will often ad hoc their justifications.
You're right. So what?
Frankly, I don't know how well this idea of like intuitively tribalism, somebody mentioned this in the chat. Tribalism is a part of human nature. You know, we divide ourselves into groups and subgroups, and from that we derive distrust. It's actually one of the reasons I really like sports, because I think it kind of pushes that in a more productive direction.
There are two things part of human nature, and I don't think tribalism, like two things that feed into tribalism. Let's say three. Three things that feed into tribalism that are part of human nature, but I don't think tribalism is itself part of human nature. So here's what it is. One is categorization, as you said. Humans like to put things in little boxes where they kind of look the same, right? It's like OCD. We all got a little OCD. The second thing is competition. We love competition, okay? And so if we categorize us versus them, like in a sports game, right? The competition is between the us versus the them. And how do we know what the difference between us and them if we're all humans? Well, we wear different colored clothes, right? And so green team, maybe that's red team. And so if I see somebody with a red shirt, that's the other. And that's the person that I'm trying to defeat in this competition. So far, we're good. Like, none of this is a problem. The real problem comes in with the third thing, and that's anxiety. Anxiety. Because what is anxiety? Do you know?
Oh, you're asking me. I thought that was rhetorical. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Anxiety.
I know it sounded rhetorical. That's why I said, do you know? I'm just curious if you what your understanding of it is.
I guess I would define it as I would define anxiety as that kind of general feeling of distrust in a situation. Yeah, I'm being a bit broad here, but with something as general as anxiety.
No, this is good. Distrust in a situation. Why? Where does that come from? What's the purpose?
Well, I think that well,
It's
you
okay if you
don't
don't know.
always know the intentions of another. No, I am
And
actually having a bit of trouble here. You actually are challenging me quite a bit, and I appreciate
but
that.
keep going. You don't know the intentions of another person. Therefore, you're anxious around them because they might.
Well, you often jump to the worst conclusions.
There you go. They might hurt you. Right? It is a fear for your life and well-being. That's what anxiety ultimately is. It's a fear for your life and well-being. It's your amygdala protecting you.
Yep.
That's what anxiety is. It's your amygdala protecting you. It's the bubble that your amygdala puts around your personality and around your actions and oftentimes when you feel as though you are in a life or death situation. Okay? And as primal humans, it was extraordinarily useful. Our amygdalas were throbbing because all the time we were in danger. Our amygdala was very useful back then because if we didn't have it, we wouldn't be here. We'd all be 6 feet under. Deeper
Yeah,
by
like
now,
dodo
but-
birds. They
Yes.
didn't have dodo birds. They didn't have predators for so long that they actually lost the ability to feel fear, and so they were all hunted
Right.
down.
And so their amygdalas didn't fire. Now, their amygdalas fired for some things, just not for predators. So they all died out. And that would have been us too, not because we had predators, but because, you know, we needed to eat. We needed to protect ourselves from natural disasters. Dodo birds still had amygdalas. They just didn't have anxiety when it came to predators. So our amygdalas are very useful, okay? It protects us from life or death situations. But unfortunately, in this current day and age, we don't really have life or death situations anymore, but the amygdala is still there. It's still trying to protect us, right?
Well, we
And
do
so-
quite often.
Mhm.
I mean, it's not as common as it used to be for certain.
We don't have we
Um,
don't have a tiger popping up in front of us. Let's put it that way.
That's true. I would say
Yeah.
most of our threats these days are other humans.
Exactly. And so, our amygdala is trying to protect us from other humans, and that's what anxiety is. You think that other people are out to hurt you. Okay? And you're not always wrong, because there are plenty of people who are out to hurt you, but why are they out to hurt you?
Well, in most cases, it's
Not to eat you. They're
you
not trying
have. It's often you have stuff and they don't. I think in most cases,
Okay, so you have stuff and they don't, and they want your stuff. Why? What makes it so
because they
important that they have your stuff such to the extent that they might even kill you for it?
oftentimes because their lack of stuff will result in them dying.
It's self-preservation.
Yeah,
It's their amygdala.
I mean,
It's their
yeah, that
amygdala.
basic. It's why cities with high wealth disparities often have the most violent crime. It's not just a lot of people think violent crime is correlated with poverty, but it's actually wealth disparities. If you have a bunch of poor people all in the same place, there's not a lot to steal really. Whereas if you have a lot of wealthier people and a lot of poorer people, there is a lot to take.
Yes. So do you or do you not agree with the fundamental idea that currently on this earth, there are enough resources for everybody who exists?
And then some.
And then some. So you do agree. You agree with flying colors.
Yeah.
Okay. So then what's the problem?
Oh, I just think I think that tribalism and anxiety is just very natural to humans, and I think
See, we just went over why
to get
tribalism
that-
is not natural. Anxiety is, right?
okay, you're right. Tribalism begot from anxiety. Okay, yeah,
And anxiety
But,
is begot
that-
from protecting oneself from harm, right?
yeah. So
Okay.
I think well, I think the problem is really in my mind. One, you're gonna need a more egalitarian civilization to begin with, and two,
Mhm.
I think you're going to need a good education system to make people more self-critical of those thoughts and behaviors.
Where does an egalitarian society start? Fundamentally.
Mm. I don't know.
The individual. Every time.
The individual.
It starts with me as a person. It starts with you as a person. You are the focal point. You, every single person, every individual is a potential focal point for an egalitarian society. Always. And so the larger you can grow that radius of people who are themselves egalitarian, eventually it just spreads out until finally, you know, everybody's egalitarian. Everybody trusts each other, and implicitly, everybody understands that the other person is trying to do good things, and to the extent that they do bad things, it's for self-preservation. So as long as nobody's a threat to anybody else, nobody should be hurting anybody else. Not really, right?
Well, fundamentally, there will always be people who try to predate on others anyway.
Why? What drives them?
Power. I think in most cases,
Power.
I'm thinking of people like sexual assailants, for instance.
Sure. What drives a sexual assailant? You said power, right?
Yeah.
Okay, power. So what causes that person to sexually assault somebody for power? What's the like, where does that stem from? You know, because they're a product of their environment, right? So they must feel a lack of power in their own life, and that's why they feel they need to conquer somebody else, right?
Hmm.
And specifically, it's probably a lack of sexual power in their own life, if I had to guess.
I'm wondering if we even have. I don't think we've ever had a properly gender egalitarian society to even really control for that thought. Now that I'm thinking about it, and when I mean control for that thought, I mean like I don't think there are any good societies right now where that dynamic that, at least right now, you're suggesting causes sexual assailants to exist.
It's a generality, but
Yeah.
it works in most cases. If and the logics, okay. And as a therapist myself, right, a type of therapist, if I were to sit down with somebody who sexually assaulted somebody else and treat them as a human, which I'm supposed to do, that's my job, okay, and
Yeah.
simply treat them with kindness and with respect, and ask them, what drove you to this behavior? What do you think their response would be? Like, if they're honest.
I guess I haven't really thought about it.
Think about it now.
Yeah. What would their response be?
Can you ever put yourself, can you put yourself in their mind? What would drive you to do that?
Frankly, I'm having a bit of difficulty with that.
I can
I
tell you what would
guess.
drive me to do that.
Okay.
I'm forced. There's nothing else that would cause. I'm forced. I'm forced either bodily, or they're going to kill a loved one of mine. I'm being forced. And if I'm being forced, what does that entail? A lack of control. I don't have control over my own life. I am being forced to take advantage of somebody else. Right?
I suppose, but that's not. I don't know about how many cases there are like that. I suppose I am speaking in anecdotes at this point, but I don't know how common that kind of situation is.
You're thinking too literally. You're thinking too literally. Think about the concept of feeling as though you are being forced. Right? Because that's the closest that, and you agree that you might be forced into such a situation as well if certain powers that be force you into it, right?
Yeah, I guess that would
you
be
might just
possible.
have to. You might just have to because your bodily integrity is being threatened or a loved one is being threatened. There are situations that would force you to do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I think that any reasonable person would agree with that. And so, if we're empathizing here with this sexual assaulter, and we're trying to understand what caused them to do that, well, it makes sense that it's an act of power over another person, because this person feels like they're being forced into taking power over somebody else's life. Why? Why are they feeling like they're forced to do that? It's not fundamentally
because they
that they
literally
want
are
to
in
hurt
this case,
people.
right?
It's very rarely fundamentally that they want to just hurt another person. Very, very few people actually want that.
But
Right.
you do acknowledge that yeah, although rare, that does happen.
It's true psychopathy, true antisocialness is like 1 in a bajillion.
I know it's
For
one
the-
in a bajillion.
Yes.
I'm glad you're confirming that.
Yes. Some people's brains are just too spicy. I get it. But that's
Sometimes
that's
I've
an
had,
exception among exceptions.
Yeah, I've had conversations with other leftists in the past, and sometimes they will like refuse to acknowledge that that can happen.
Sure, but back to the main point. What would cause that person to force themselves onto another person? And we talked about like because they're feeling forced to, but why does this person feel forced to? What do you think?
I guess now that I'm thinking about it, the power dynamic that exists, they want power in a system that prioritizes sexual dominance over women.
There you go.
And it is often women. There are, and sometimes it is, well, in the case of pedophiles, like for example Epstein, it is often also younger boys and girls, but it is fundamentally about expressing, I think, that power. Yeah, it's an expression of that power. It's not just the power itself. It is externalizing, hey, I have the power to do this thing.
Yes, I don't have much power in my life, but here's and where do the overwhelming majority? Okay, thank you. Where do the overwhelming majority of where does the overwhelming majority of sexual violence take place? Like against who? It's against somebody that person knows, right?
It's usually, I think, in the home and in the church.
Yes, somebody that person knows and is intimately involved with, right? There are some
Yeah.
exceptions, but for the most part, that's the pattern. So,
Yeah.
because they know that person best, and the better that you know a person, the better you can empathize with a person, the more power you can take over them. Okay? The better you understand something, the more power you have over it, right? And so it's just a matter of how you use that power. Okay? And so they're not even registering this consciously. Subconsciously, this is all taking place like in a very reptilian part of the brain, right? Like they're recognizing the lack of power in so various other aspects of their lives. And so that's the yin, and the yang is that power has to be reclaimed somewhere else. It cannot just sit in a vacuum forever. And so what do?
Yeah.
They go and exert that power over somebody that they know because they can. And then maybe that person, let's say it's a child, God forbid, but it does happen. Let's say that
Yeah.
person grows up and they feel a lack of control in their own life now because of what happened to them as a child. And so what they learn from that experience is, if I want to feel powerful, I have to go take advantage of a child. And so that person grew up and became a child predator. And so the cycle continues.
Yeah, they try to reclaim power by taking it from somebody else, and it just becomes a cycle.
Yes. And so, ultimately, what this comes back to, because we were initially talking about the fundamental good of humanity, right?
Yeah.
That even exists in sexual predators. They're not trying to hurt people, not fundamental. They might know, obviously they know they're doing it, but they have an excuse. I like asking people this question. Let's say that I put a button in front of you, and this button would kill one random person. Would you press it?
No.
No. Do you think 99% of people would press it?
No.
No. What do you think would make a person press it?
I can think of any number of things. literal physical force. If you don't press it, it'll kill somebody that you care about. Which in that case, it becomes like, oh, I'm killing one person I don't know to save one
Let's
person
say
I
that
do
it's
know.
let's say that it's a
Um,
person you don't know.
But would you press it to kill
Person you
one
don't know.
person if it saves one person you don't know?
You will no. There's no. See, here's and that's very good that you put that in there. What did you just say? Say it one more time.
You would kill somebody that you don't know to save somebody else that you don't know.
See, your brain put in that last bit to save somebody, right? There has to be a
Yeah.
reason for the kill. And
Like the trolley problem a little bit.
99.9%, yes, 99.9% of people are wired like that. There has to be a reason for that. Now, what if I put the button in front of you and I say, okay, a random person that you don't know is going to have the best day of their life tomorrow? Would you press it?
Absolutely.
Do you think 99.9% of people would press it?
Yeah, people like making other people happy, I think.
And you don't need a reason, do you?
No, not in a lot of cases.
There you go. I just proved to you the fundamental goodness of humanity.
Well, I already believe in the fundamental goodness of humanity. I guess we just kind of reaffirmed it.
But my point is you haven't imbibed that yet. You haven't truly let that take over your psyche yet.
I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right. I didn't recognize that myself. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So this all goes back to what I was saying about people will just figure it out. They just will. Because once you recognize that there's a cat, that every single person, the cat treats, the cat got into the fucking treats. She's good. But once you recognize that every single person, like with very, very, very few exceptions, okay? Fundamentally, every single person has that goodness inside of them and is trying to express it. Always. They're always trying to express it with everything that they do. Okay? If you recognize that, your life changes. Okay? And not only does your life change, but you understand why this can work. It can. It just takes a lot of people believing this same fundamental principle.
I guess I've been approaching this. I didn't realize this, but I think I've almost been approaching this from like an anarcho-primitivist perspective, where I'm assuming that like we're going back to square one when we're fixing all this, instead of like, no, this is like a mass introspective process.
Yeah, it's not about like resetting progress, like scientific progress or otherwise. It's not about that. We can have logic and reason and rules and, you know, whatever else that we need to prosper, and we very much need that. That's part of the flow of reality, you know? So I'm not saying to reset that. What I'm saying is progress, okay? Humanity right now is in its infancy because we don't get this yet. We don't get it. We still fundamentally don't trust each other. We're like little babies flailing around, not sure, like we're cold and we're hungry and we don't, like, there are other babies punching us in the face and we think that baby's a bad person, so now we go and punch that baby in the face, and, you know, we're all reaching for the same food and not understanding any concept of object permanence because there's a gigantic pile of food, and yet here you are kicking people in the teeth trying to grab a scrap. What are you doing? There's enough there for everybody. That's humans.
Like all of those cup trends.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Because all you see is a pile of food. You have no concept of how big or small it is. You just see a pile of food, and so you're punching people out of the way to go get it when there's enough for everybody.
Yeah.
And that's humanity right now. And it's not just food. It's a lot of things. It's much more complicated. But fundamentally, that's what we're talking about. And that's why I think humanity's in its infancy. And if people would just understand that there's enough food, there are enough resources for all of us. And you know, there are finite resources on the earth. Make no mistake. But the whole point, though, then, is once you run out on earth, you should be progressed enough as a society to have found another place where you can get it. And that only happens if we all work together. We need the collective neurological capacity of the entirety of humanity to make sure that we get to the next level before the shit runs out.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yes. We are all like my last point here. Think of it like ants, in terms of ants, right? So ants are a superorganism. Do you understand that concept?
Yeah.
Yeah, because one ant is insignificant, basically. It is. It's, you know, it's its own thing. It's got a three-part body structure. It's got its own internal organs.
Single.
Yeah. But the ant is just one part of a very complex network of ants. And they all just kind of act on instinct and know what to do in order to make this biological machine that they call the colony, that we call the colony, not them, they don't have a concept of that, that we call the colony, function properly. Every ant has its place, and if an ant falls out of line, sometimes it just gets eaten. You know, like okay, well, you're not doing the shit you're supposed to do. What you're going to do now is be food for me.
Yeah.
You know, and so like they just kind of fundamentally know what they're doing, and when one ant doesn't, it has consequences. So, and the consequences directly benefit, like it's the second place medal, right? It's like, okay, well, you're not doing your primary job, now you're just going to feed me. You're not feeding me literally, now you're going to you're not feeding me by bringing me food, now you are the food. That's what I'm trying to say. So,
yeah, you were giving me snacks, now you are the snack.
now you are the snack. You're not giving me snacks anymore. Now you are the snack. This is how you benefit us. Because otherwise, the ant would fuck off and die anyway. So if you think about it, it's kind of a mercy. So the point is, though, if they can do that and have an impact on the environment to the extent and even greater than animals hundreds and thousands of times their size, right? Imagine what humanity could do with that kind of network. And I'm not saying a hive mind. I'm not saying you have one queen at the center of it giving all the orders.
No,
I'm
you're just saying cooperation.
We take our own individual neural networks and simply combine it with everybody else's. We all become one part of this enormous spiraling complex of neural networks to form one gigantic neural network that we can all pull from whenever and wherever we need to, and pull the best of it for whatever we're doing in that moment. And in terms of science, that would mean you get all of the best shit from the smartest minds as it pertains to chemistry, biology, rocket science, space science, astrophysics, whatever. Like, you get all the best shit from that, and you get all those people working together on a project that will get us to the next step. But that can only happen if we all trust each other.
That's true.
So that's why I think that's where humanity needs to head. It has to. And I think that we're at a better point right now in history than ever before to make that happen. So that's my project.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
I know we got a long way off from Christianity, but I do think it ties back.
No,
neatly because,
I think this is great.
We are all one in the body of Christ, right? Let's start acting like it. Start acting like it.
Yeah, I agree. I've gotten flack before among other Christians for saying no nation but the kingdom of God. But that is something I very, very firmly believe, that we should all be of one nation, the kingdom of God, and in that we are all brothers and sisters and siblings of all kinds under Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm just gonna preface this because I did see in the chat earlier, people like bracing for the like Christian having bad takes on queer rights. Nah, dude. Trans rights, gay rights, free Palestine, yada yada.
Awesome. I agree with all of those things.
Yeah.
Okay, well, is there anything else you want to add before I let you go? Because I do have to hop off of here and get going to a debate. As it happens, I'll be debating anarcho-communism versus an anarcho-capitalist.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Hmm.
Good luck with that.
Okay.
No, I don't really have a whole lot else to say other than I don't know. I hope people take away from this, at least from the bits about Christianity, a bit more of a historically informed perspective. That's my hope. And
Yeah,
at least when
and
it came to our discussion on humanity broadly, I hope everybody gets a little more hopium generally.
yeah, and just to throw you a bone, like the atheists in my audience, just let up a little bit. Like Christians really are trying. You know, not all of them. I know that a lot of them have victim complexes and whatever, but like turning your nose up at the religion as a whole instead of actually looking at the good things that we can take from it is a little silly in my opinion. There are plenty of good things we can take from Christianity. So,
I mean, I was one of those people for a time.
so was I.
Yeah. Um, I mean, uh, I was raised non-denominational Protestant. I'm a converted Catholic now. Um, and but yeah, but what caused me to explore uh, uh, Catholicism to begin with and the different philosophies within was really that connection to my ancestral homeland, El Salvador, Cuscatlan, and trying to learn more about that culture because I live in the Pacific Northwest, pretty far away from El Salvador. So I figured one of the best ways to at least get a taste of that culture would be to go to a Catholic church. And there's a lot of Latinos in Catholic churches, I learned.
Awesome. That's great.
Yeah.
The more you can learn, the better.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's always something more to learn. I think that's a, I don't know.
Good way of
I
looking
don't
at
have
it.
many more thoughts.
No, you're great.
This has been a great conversation.
No, I had a lot of fun. Thanks so much for coming on and chatting it up with me. I know it's not a debate, but hopefully the people who are here, who are looking for the blood sports, got something out of it. So,
No, I'm really glad. Like I said earlier, I was a bit anxious to come on. Never done anything like this before, and this was really pleasant. Thank you.
well, you did fantastic. I'm sure everybody had a good time.
Yeah. Well,
All
I'm
right.
gonna actually hop off then. Good luck on your next debate. I'll probably be in the chat as a fresh pupusa
All right.
because
Sounds
I
great.
do have an account in your chat.
Awesome. Sounds good. I'll be
Yeah.
reading it. I just don't always respond because obviously I'm talking to somebody else. So, but yeah, thanks so much for coming
No, I
on.
totally get it.
Had a lot of fun and have a great night. Okay.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Later.
Peace.
Okay. Brilliant. Very nice conversation. Very nice lad. I had my Reddit atheist days. As I got older, I started to become a lot more understanding and tried to find the common ground. Yeah, I'm like, after my manic episode, I kind of stumbled upon humanism as opposed to atheism. I think they're fundamentally different. Atheism is more about the belief that not only is there no God, but I've also picked up like its modern iteration is like spirituality is all hocus pocus bullshit, and I just don't agree with that. I don't think that I ever really have like agreed with that. Like I've always thought that like there's some kind of spiritual element out there in the universe of some kind, but like because the alternative is what? Like we're just a fluke of the universe. I don't buy that. You can't get consciousness from non-conscious entities. There is some form of consciousness in all matter and in all energy. Like there has to be. It's the only way we're us. The universe itself is a living, breathing organism, just like we are. We're just a lower level of it. Just like the cells in our bodies are lower levels of us. Imagine if a cell in your body could think and breathe and whatever, and it was like, there's no Alec Gunter. What do you mean there's an Alec Gunter? I disagree. That'd be very silly, wouldn't it? Yeah, atheism is hardcore nihilism. Okay, I do have to go to the bathroom real quick and grab a drink, and then I'll pull Mason here because I know that we're about to start a debate. So I'll let Mace. Hello, Mace. I'll let you take the stage if you want to, like, mess around and introduce yourself or whatever, and I will be right back.
Of course, yeah. Hello, everybody. Obviously, the Platinum Politics audience knows who I am. Alex audience probably kind of does, at least. Aurelius is here. Hello, Aurelius. Hello, Aurelius. Can you hear me? You are muted, by the way. So, let me pull up Alex chat so I can talk to them if they're talking. See what those guys are doing. The right is eating itself, and it's funny to watch. I mean, yeah, you'd expect the main goal would be to like have as much cohesion as possible, but having some audio issues, that is fine. That is fine. Invite to speak.
Hello.
Aurelius? Hello, yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just had all of my audio issues occur at once, so I had to read.
You're good because we're here, except Alec. He's taking a piss break. We're live. Well, here, we'll be live on Platinum Politics as well now.
Awesome.
All right. So we're live. Alec is live.
Cool.
And he's back. Oh, I spoke too soon. So you're actually debating Alec's chair today. That's the goal.
Oh, okay. I get you.
Somewhat of a litmus test to see if you're worthy of debate.
We all got to start somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Really, I'm expecting a good debate.
Yeah, I think he's
Yeah,
rather
it should
curious, so
yeah.
I think it'll be good. Fingers crossed.
Everybody's rolling in. The chair has many skills. That is true. That is true. Top tier debate rhetoric from the chair. Welcome back, Alec.
Hello, I'm back.
All right. Aurelius was gonna debate your chair, but you came back, so I guess you'll just take the spot. So, everybody, welcome to Platinum Politics Debate Night. It's been a busy debate day. we got this one, and then we got one more after it. Yeah, so this debate is an ANCAP, which is Aurelius, and an anarcho-communist who is Ali Gunter. So yeah, I've never actually watched like a straight up just ANCAP ANCOM debate, so I'm really curious to see how those two ideas actually do clash, and
Certainly
maybe
not a
I'll learn
calm
something
one.
too.
I think we could keep a
we'll
level
see
head.
how it goes. We'll see
No,
how it
I've
goes.
talked
So,
to Aurelius before. I think this will be nice and calm and just a discussion.
right, yeah. So, uh, just since I guess capitalism is more prevalent, we'll give Aurelius the first chance to speak about like what is anarcho-capitalism, why do you believe it, why is it better than your understanding of anarcho-communism, and then we'll give it to Alec, and then we'll open the floor. So your 5-minute timer, Aurelius, starts now.
Wonderful. Hello, everybody. My name is Aurelius Argenti. I'm a student of libertarianism who has undertaken the goal of creating a unified theory of metaphysics, which seems to imply existential, aesthetic, and moral realism. I run a YouTube channel, Foundational Philosophy, where I'll be posting about that as I complete my work. The proposition that I will hold to in this debate is that natural law anarchism specifically, for which I am an advocate, is better for society than anarcho or democratic communism. I will say, when I say better, I mean so ethically, economically, and practically. In regards to ethics, I must speak about the standard that defines what a crime is and justifies the use of violence to resist it, law. The state is an organization that claims the monopoly on law creation, legal arbitration, and law enforcement over society. These monopolies are illegitimate, and the state is a protection racket that has assured society that is a necessary evil, and without them, there would be no order. And while I do agree that they are an evil, they are unnecessary. The non-aggression principle is the foundation of libertarian natural law, and properly defined, it is an objective, ethical, legal code that can be derived without the need of the state, even a democratic people's council, undermining the state's monopoly on law creation. Regarding economics, I suggest that the vast majority of economic theory can be deduced from this one proposition, which, if it holds, entails most of the conclusions of the Austrian School of Economics. Man acts. That is to say, there exists humans with agency, the capacity to implement resources as means towards ends or goals. Because of this, voluntary exchanges, those that involve the consent of all owners of resources involved in the exchange, even wage labor agreements, are mutually beneficial. That the value of goods are personal, not derivative from the labor it took to constitute them. As such, when taken with the ethics, I am for the abolition of intellectual property, limited liability, corporate personhood, mandated W-2 and 1099 labor contracts, minimum wage, taxation, which incentivizes market centralization and monopolization, indefinitely binding contracts, forced arbitration, subsidies, licenses, Department of War defense contracts, public property, aggressive wars of choice, and every other initiative and institution of the state. Lastly, regarding practicality, I advocate for what I have started to call libertarian colonialism. Upon private land, I wish to build and see built completely private towns, where the town developer maintains ownership of the major roads, sells plots of land off of it to be developed similarly into smaller roads and buildings. The goal is to maximize disassociation with the state, and in service of that goal, the town center should be dedicated to the agora, the unregulated market where people may procure the goods and services that they need: hardware, groceries, security, medicine, electricity, and currencies. The town developer is neither a king, feudal lord, or township executive. He rules not over the people nor the land that he has sold to them. He may enforce his rules he may not enforce his rules with anything more than trespass, though if trespass is resisted, that may escalate to lethal force. Neither may the town developer, or any other road owner for that matter, trespass a person from traveling to their own property. At most, he may require that they do so without the use of any other vehicle, such as a car, through the use of road use permits. That covers the basics, so I will say that the system can be implemented today, here in some counties in America, right now. While the town would still be under the parasitic protection racket of the state, its necessary infrastructure would be wholly independent. I realize I've covered a lot of ground and would like to clarify that I don't hold it against Alec if we don't address all or even most of these topics as to not Gish Gallop. I'm most interested in ethics, as I consider that to be the primary contention and the root of most of our disagreements. I consider Alec to be curious, which is the highest virtue of humanity, so I expect this to be an interesting conversation. With that, I cede my time.
All right. That was a very well worded opening statement. That was really good.
Thank you.
Very quick. I was really trying to listen to that. Alec, your 5-minute timer starts now.
Yeah, so I agree. I think that it will be a very interesting conversation. I remember talking with Aurelius Argenti, Aurelius in the past about our worldviews, and I think that Aurelius also has a very beautiful mind. And I do think, though, that Aurelius is a bit convoluted. I think that this is too much. Aurelius, I respect you immensely. I think that you've put a lot of thought into your system. I think that you put a little bit too much thought and not enough chill. Just chill. I think that the money part, the refusal, the absolute clinging to this number, this dollar sign, this euro, whatever, is ridiculous. It's silly. You don't need it. It's just an S with 2 lines through it, and like that, it can just be gone. Okay? We don't need money. We never did. And I hope through the course of this discussion, I'm able to get that point across. I'll try to get it across right now as best I can. People live in a house. Usually, when you live in a house, you live with other people in that house. Unless you live alone, which is, it's fine if you do. But most people live with other people, or at least have at some point. You grew up in a house with other people at the very least. And in this house, you can live. Not everybody does this. I know that some monetary exchange takes place in some households, but most people have done something in their house that, in fact, everybody's done something in their house that did not require a monetary exchange. You don't go to the bathroom and knock on the door where somebody then answers in a suit and tie and says, "That'll be $2.50, please, to take your shit." That doesn't happen. You can go take a shit. You can just do it, flush it, and it'll go to the sewer system and nobody pays a dime. You just do that. You just go to the kitchen. You just grab food from the kitchen and make it, and then you eat it. You do not pay a dime during that process, okay? Somebody supplied the food there, and you went to grab it, okay? Now, imagine that the society were like that. And we're going to start small, but I want to work since I only have 5 minutes, the society can be just like a house, okay? If you can imagine it happening in a house, you can imagine it happening in 2 houses, okay? In 2 houses that can just bounce things back and forth between each other without any monetary exchange at all. Maybe they have a shared lawnmower, for instance. You don't need 2 lawnmowers between 2 houses. That's ridiculous. Just have one. You can just share it. And then, like, when I'm using the lawnmower, you don't desperately need it that badly right now. I guarantee you the grass will not grow 5 feet in the next 2 seconds, okay? You can trim your lawn when I'm done with the lawnmower. And I think that person would also agree. Okay, and even just from a resource standpoint, this makes so much more sense. Like, why would you not just share the thing instead of each having your own? That's pointless. Then you have to manage 2 of them as well. You have to figure out where to put them. You have to put resources into fixing both. Like, that's silly. Just have one. And then when that one busts, you can go get another one, and you both take care of it. Point is, 2 houses can accomplish this, and if 2 can do it, then 3 can do it. You can throw a 3rd one in the mix. And then how about 5? And then how about 10? And then how about an entire neighborhood just doing this with no monetary exchange whatsoever? There's a community pool, perhaps. You have a grill out every summer. Somebody brings the patties. They cook them. They don't expect money for that. Does your uncle expect money from everybody when he cooks at the grill? I don't think so. Okay? So all this is, my worldview, all right, Ancampolis, what would even the name of that be? There's Ancapistan, Ancamistan, fine. Ancamistan's fine. I was trying to go for something a little more unique, but Ancamistan's fine. It's just one gigantic neighborhood where you're always having a grill out party. That's my vision for society.
Oh, I was about to say 30 seconds, but I guess you're done. Okay. Both very good opening statements. I'm gonna open the floor, and you guys can start discussing.
So you seem mostly interested in the economics. Would that be true?
It would be my lack of interest, but yes. Like I listen. I'll admit openly, I'm not an economy guy. I'm not a money guy. I don't know stonks. Okay, I don't do that. But I also don't feel the need to like. Maybe I should understand it a little better just so I can argue better. But at the same time, like I don't feel the need to have that in a society. I don't think it's. I think it's pointless. Humanity can exist without an economy. That's just something we made up.
So say that we had worldwide Incamistan, the sort of like species consciousness where everyone's living in a great big house together. I want to take a higher order good that we all know.
Ancomia.
Think
I like
about
Ancomia. No, that sounds like diarrhea. Never mind. Never mind. I'll
Think
come
about
up with
like a
something.
higher order good that we all know, like a pencil, a number 2 pencil. You have the entire world to try to produce the pencils at the quantity demanded at the lowest cost of resources. So not money, but just like fewest man hours, fewest like raw materials and everything like
The
that.
most efficient.
Yeah. How do you do that? How do you know that you're being efficient?
You keep records. What do you mean?
And like compare them to each other. So like say just sourcing the wood. What is the wood that you should use for a number 2 pencil?
I wouldn't have the slightest idea. I mean,
Right.
we can figure that out, and then, if we really want to try to juice as much efficiency out of it as possible, we can have people look into this. Certainly, we can say, okay, we need some researchers studying like the wood that lasts the longest in a lead pencil, please. And then if the society feels that's a worthwhile endeavor, then we throw money at it. Or not money. It wouldn't be money because there's no money in my society. You'd say you
Resources.
basically. Well, see, my brain is so poisoned by capitalism that I literally just shot my own argument in the dick. But what you would do though is you would basically just have the community as a democracy, and maybe you have people who represent you to do this, right?
Whoa! I thought we were talking about anarchism, not democracy.
You can have democracy in an anarchic society.
We'll put
That's
a
not
pin in that
government.
and come back to it.
No. I want to do this now because that's important.
Okay.
Democracy is a core component of this strategy. You can have democracy in a household. Do you call that governance?
Well, if you think about I'm an etymology guy more than like a dictionary guy. Democracy means rule by the people. That is a form of rule to where the majority has say.
You can call it that if you want, but if the majority rules, I mean, what better system do you have than that? The guy with the most money?
No, natural law anarchism. No man is a ruler of any other man. You
Okay.
are entitled to rule over your own resources, your private property, which you have the exclusive right to use, and you may exclude others from using your private property, but you also have the right to include others' uses of that private property if you would so like.
When you say a right, what do you mean?
Exclusive permissibility. So there's
As
3
enforced by who?
Enforcing of property rights would be a service, and you could either acquire a service for yourself, you may contact an associate, or you can contract a specialist, just like any other good or service.
Okay, so I have to take money out of my paycheck to buy a service to protect my shit.
Or you could acquire it
And
for
my rights.
yourself, or you could contact an
Acquire
associate,
it myself.
whichever.
So how do I go about
Yeah.
acquiring it myself? I need money. Like, I need to go to work. I don't have time for that.
Well, you could sharpen a stick that you pick off the ground.
And do what with it?
It wouldn't be the
might I
most
ask?
effective
And do
means.
what with it?
Make sure that no one else steals your other sticks.
What if Johnny down the street has a longer stick than me?
So then you labor either in nature or in voluntary
It's
transactions
too
with other
late.
people.
It's too late. He
Too
came
late.
over with his long stick and stole everything. I did exactly what you said. I got a stick out of my backyard. I sharpened it. Johnny down the street had a longer stick and he stabbed me and took all my shit. Thankfully, I lived, but now I have no shit. Johnny took it.
My point in bringing up the like 3 different means, acquiring it for yourself, contacting an associate, or contracting a specialist, is at any level you can acquire these at any like level of resources
Oh.
or social connections that you have.
So you're saying then with enough money, Johnny doesn't even need a stick. He can just get an army.
I mean, that's
And they can come
what
take my shit.
happens.
And they can come take my
This
shit.
is descriptive of every system, because even if you're
Not
talking
mine.
about within a
no money
democracy
in
or
mine.
within a state, no, I'm not talking about money, but to acquire any
are.
service, you're still acquiring it for yourself, contacting an associate, or contracting a specialist. In your case, it's mostly about contacting associates. Who would stop a robber from attacking your house? It would be the associates that are in your house that would stop them.
Yes, I communicate them and employ them to stop people from entering my house for free, which I guess would make them my slaves in that instance.
What?
They don't do it for money. Like you said, this happens in my system too, where like the what did you say, the comrades or whatever in my house, the associates in my house would help me stop a person from entering my house or even just my room. Like let's say that it's a neighborhood, or let's say a neighborhood.
Say it's assaulting you.
It's assault. What's assaulting me?
Say like the crime that you're trying to stop them from committing is
Oh,
assaulting
gotcha.
you.
Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
I'm being assaulted. I'm being assaulted, and then the other people in my house come over, grab the guy, and restrain him, right?
Yeah, they got the black pepper with them.
Okay, and how much do I pay them for such a service?
Whatever you agree to with them.
Okay, what if I can't pay them?
Within your system, I'm talking within your system, contacting associates would be like bartering in social reputation. It's
Or
hey,
crying help,
like you,
help. That's
Yeah.
contacting them too.
well, that would be another social reputation thing. If you're the boy who cried wolf, they're likely not gonna respond to the cries for
I'm
help.
not the boy who cried wolf.
Um,
I'm being attacked. What do you mean? I'm crying help.
I'm saying it still applies to social reputation.
Yeah, I'm sure there might be a few boys who cried wolf, and we'll deal with that when we come to it. But for right now, I'm being attacked. I'm not a boy who cried wolf, and I'm calling for help. I don't need to pay anybody for that.
Yeah, I'm saying contacting an associate, there's no resource exchange. Only
It's-
contracting
yes.
specialists is there a resource exchange.
Well, that's what I'm saying is there's no money needed in this equation. If I cry for help, somebody will simply come to help.
What if you need a specialist? What if you need more resources, more manpower than associates that you have?
Then I ask for more help. This person's already trying
And
to
if
help
there
me. They
aren't
might as
the
well call
associate-
like the local violence bureau or whatever and be like, "Hey, listen, we got a situation. Bring the man catchers. Like we need
And if-
like trained individuals on this."
And if there are insufficient associates who will volunteer for the incentive of being helpful, what then?
We have a council meeting. We say, "Hey guys, there's a lot of violence going on right now and we don't have enough people helping us to stop it." Okay? Now all we're asking for is a few people to step forward and put forward some of their time to helping others and stopping this violence. Is there anybody here? Like, I'm sure that you guys don't want violence to happen to you, so like it could be you next. You don't know.
And regarding this council meeting, there's a definition of economics, which is the study of the allocation of scarce resources with alternative uses. You get what I mean by that?
So you're
So,
saying
like,
that
say
this
we
violence only occurs in the first place because there's a scarcity of resources?
Well, scarcity is inherent to the universe.
No, it's not.
Say like one resource
not.
cannot
There's no
occupy
reason
the
to
same
believe that.
space as another.
There is zero reason to believe that.
What I mean by scarcity is there is physical exclusion. One resource cannot occupy the same space as another. You cannot put a pear in the same place that
Can
you
it
put an
not?
apple. Yes.
Can it not? I mix apple juice with my orange juice sometimes. I would say
They
that
still
they're
displace each other.
occupying No, but they're occupying the same cup. They're occupying the same space. What do you mean?
They still displace each other. Like the atoms aren't like in the exact same position. They slide
The
past
electrons
each
might
other.
be. The electrons might be, right?
The electrons are in like a quantum like superposition.
Oh,
like
that's
in the
that's an
soup
exception.
because it's a liquid.
That's other stuff
Yeah.
that we're not talking about right now, even though that's integral to the atom, right?
But think about like
Hold
say
on.
you're in.
Hold on.
Okay,
Let's
I'm
get
trying
this
to.
down. Yes, they can occupy the same exact space at the same exact time. Even the electrons.
I'm saying they can't.
You're saying they can, right?
I'm saying they can't. So
Dude,
when you
no, but
fill up
why?
a
But
glass
you're
with
wrong.
orange
But
juice,
you're wrong.
when you fill up a glass with orange juice, say like
Yes.
by a cup, then it takes the volume of a cup. When you add a cup of apple juice to that, the total volume that is now in the cup is 2 cups. It doesn't increase
And
in
now
density.
they both occupy the same cup, right?
They're the same
They're
cup,
in
but
the
they aren't the
same
same
pla-
space.
Okay, how do I separate them?
Like they've mixed together. But I'm talking
Are you
about
telling?
volume
Wait, they've
exists.
mixed.
I'm saying that
The
volume
only
is a
way you
physical
can mix is if you're in
quality
the
of the
same
universe.
spot.
Not the same. Like not the exact same.
Okay,
They're sliding
let's
past
just
each
okay.
other.
Let's say it's orange juice then. Orange juice can be in the same spot as other orange juice, right?
I'm not. I wouldn't say the same. No.
No, why? So things can't even be in the same places themselves then. So what's the point of this conversation?
What do you mean themselves?
You can't
What do
be
you
in the
mean
same place
themselves?
as you
just
because
referenced
you
2 different
are
things.
no. But if orange juice can't even be in the same place as orange juice, then why are we having this discussion?
Because okay,
What's the point?
when you're saying orange juice, can orange juice be in the same place as orange juice? Say you pour a cup of orange juice in.
Uh-huh.
That is orange juice A, the stuff that's already in the cup. Then you have orange juice B in your other hand, and those atoms, all
In
of
a cup, I
those
presume.
molecules of sugar and everything else like that, you pour it in, they cannot occupy the same space. Like exactly. If you were to have spatial coordinates for every single molecule, none would overlap.
So no molecule can occupy the same space as another molecule.
Yeah.
And therefore no atom can
There's
occupy
repulsive
the same space as
forces.
another atom, right?
Yeah, they're repulsive forces.
Okay.
When you
Except
get
the
down to the
atoms
quantum,
bond. The atoms bond, they mix. So what 2 atoms together are not 2 different atoms, they're a molecule. OH.
yeah,
right?
they can form relations with each other.
HOH, 3 molecules, hydrogen and oxygen. They're not hydrogen and oxygen anymore. You can't zoom into the hydrogen and say, well, this behaves like hydrogen. No, it doesn't. You need, in order to have water, you need 3 parts of the whole, okay? And, like, so what am I trying to say here? What I'm trying to say is, the way that you describe things being in the same place as like it's impossible for like any one thing to be in the same place as itself, because when you break it down far enough, nothing's in the same place as anything else, and therefore nothing's anywhere.
I have a specific ontology when it comes to and it gets very esoteric.
Okay, yeah, I know, because you're thinking about this in the wrong terms.
I wouldn't
Everything
think this
is
would be
everywhere and nowhere all at once.
Say that
That's the reality.
you were in the Garden of Eden, everything was just a hand's grasp away. There would still be scarcity
sure?
over standing room. Yes. Like just mythical area, everything is a hand's grasp away. There would still be scarcity over standing room. You could not occupy the same standing room as somebody else. No one can stand within you.
Okay,
If
now
you put a
imagine
brick
Eden
down, you
is
can't put a
infinite.
brick in that brick.
Now imagine Eden is infinite. Do we
Say
have
an
the same
infinite
problem?
plane going off in all directions.
Yes.
Because
Do we-
there's still volumes within that space. 2 volumes cannot occupy
There's
the same
volumes
space.
within infinity? Can you go into
Yeah.
detail for that? With that, so what do you mean by that? How do you fill up infinity?
No. You don't
do I
need
know
to
when
fill up
infinity's half
infinity.
full?
You can. There are only. Do you say holes?
How do I know when infinity is half full? Like
I'm
what
not.
will
I'm
tell
not
me that?
suggesting that.
What do you mean? You just said there's volumes
not
within
suggesting that.
infinity.
I'm.
So infinity's
more
filling
so
up,
like,
right? Infinity
say-
is filling up. It has to be.
Yes, but it can't get like half full. There aren't these like
So
measures,
okay,
and
so then
there's
it
also
sounds
no
like
real
problem
infinity
solved.
within
If we
reality.
have an infinite plane for people to stand on, then no matter how many people spawn, there will always be a place for them to stand, right?
They can still come into conflicts over standing room, however, because
Well,
they have
why
different
ever would
volumes.
they? There's more room over there.
I'm just saying they can. I'm not saying that they
can, but-
must.
okay, but they have to have a reason for doing it, right? They don't just do it.
Sure, yeah, like they would need
Okay,
the
so
ends
then-
of I want to stand here, you want to
Okay.
stand here. We're now in a conflict.
But why? What's so special about that spot? Why do I want it?
That would be a question to ask him, and I think we're getting pretty
but,
nicely
but
into
the
ethics
point
because
is, no, you're pre-concluding already that people will just conflict with each other, just spontaneously. They just fight. That's
oh, no.
human nature. They just start fighting, right? For some reason.
that's more so like this was just talking about their scarcity exists. Like that's getting to why people fight is like a later thing.
Okay,
but scarcity exists
but my point is, if it's infinity, then it's not scarcity, right? So if I can convince you that there are infinite resources, there should be no scarcity and no reason to fight, right?
I wouldn't could you repeat that for me?
If I can convince you that there are infinite resources, then there should be no reason to fight over resources, right? Not really.
I wouldn't say so, no.
Okay. So there are
'Cause
infinite
what I wanna-
resources. So there's no reason to fight.
Oh, I said I wouldn't say so. Like
You would,
wouldn't,
okay,
sorry.
so wait. Oh,
Yeah.
then why are we fighting?
Negating.
Why are we fighting then?
Because
Over what?
to explain what I mean is because it would be about particular resources. Because would you agree, say like the microphone stand that you have right now,
But if
it
there's-
cannot be at two places at once, yes?
No, but we can just make another one.
Sure, but that particular microphone is physically scarce. It cannot be at two
What's so
places at
special
once.
about this one?
Another
Why does Joe down the street want it? Why this one specifically?
not
Why-
saying that they need to. Not saying that anybody needs to want to take it or anything else like that. I'm just talking about the fact
Then
of
there's no
scarcity.
problem. Okay, great. Then my microphone's mine. That's fine.
Okay,
Nobody wants
so with
So we're
with
good.
this scarcity, there can be conflicts over resources. Not
Then
saying that there
what's
will
the
be,
conflict
just that there
with
can
my
be.
microphone? That was your example. Who wants it?
I'm not saying that there. Do you agree that there can be? Not necessarily
Only
that
if
there
there's
will
a
be,
reason.
but somebody can.
Only if there's a reason. Joe down the street is not going to go rabid and start foaming at the mouth and try to grab my microphone for no reason. He would want a reason, right? Like he would want it for a reason.
Sure, people typically act for reasons.
Yes, almost always, like 99.99% of the time. And even when
They
they don't,
implement
like
means towards ends.
even when they don't, usually there's a natural, spontaneous occurrence that causes them to behave what we call irrationally. But in their head, it's completely rational. Like everybody has a rationality for why they do the things they do. Everybody. So
Right,
that's my
there's,
point. Is
you can-
you're suggesting to me an impossible scenario, basically. Joe down the street
How so?
wants my microphone and wants to fight with me over it for no reason. He's
I'm not
simply
suggesting that.
okay. Then I have my microphone. There's a scarcity of Alec Gunter's RE20 microphone, but it doesn't matter because it's mine and nobody else wants it. So I'm the only
I
person
I
who
would
needs
say
it,
it
and
does
therefore there's
matter
no
because
scarcity, is there? If I'm the only one who needs it,
scarcity is just talking about the volumes. Something can't be in two places at once,
Then
and
what's the-
and one thing cannot be in two different places at the same time.
but if the only person who needs the microphone, me, has the microphone, there's no scarcity of this microphone because everybody who needs it has it.
What do you mean by scarcity? Everyone who
mean
needs it
is
has it.
Lack of things that people need or want.
So,
Lack
like
of things that people need
deprivation?
or want. Yes, like sort of, not deprivation, because that implies you're taking something. What I mean is, like if there's a pile of food sitting in front of two people and there's only enough to feed them for 3 days, right? There's scarcity.
Mhm.
There's scarcity on this. Like if you're One Piece fan, right? There's a bag of food that pirate gives to a little kid. And the little kid eats all of it, and the pirate has none. There's scarcity of food on this desolate rock, right? So, like, that's scarcity, is lack of a resource that you need or want.
Is there perhaps a better term that you could agree to describe what I'm talking about? Because scarcity seems to be like a pretty loaded term, especially within like economic conversations. But the sense in which I mean is just this physics sense of two resources cannot occupy the same volume And then one resource cannot occupy two different volumes that are an arbitrary distance greater than 0 from each other.
Let's just run with this. Fine.
Okay. Because of the fact that of these two premises, there can be two types of conflicts over resources, where a conflict is when two people with agency, this sort of like using resources as means towards ends that we're talking about, when two people with agency wish to use a resource towards mutually exclusive means towards their respective ends, on the condition that there can be mutually exclusive means. So what do I mean by that? And I have like a situation to pull up is somebody who's the guy that we're talking about frothing at the mouth, wanting to take your microphone.
Joe down the
Joe
street.
down the street. Say Joe down the street wants to sell your microphone in the current society we have now, not talking about communism. Joe down the street wants to bring your microphone outside of the home. Your microphone is currently inside of the home and you're using it to stream. These uses of the microphone are mutually exclusive. So then the question arises of which use may occur.
Okay.
Should Joe's use occur or should yours occur? Or should neither occur? Or should both occur?
Joe needs
You
to
gotta-
argue that his need for the microphone is greater than mine.
How do you mean?
Otherwise, the only option he's left. I mean, why would he not ask for it first? Just say, "Hey, man, like I know you need that microphone, but it's worth a lot of money. Alec Gunter's microphone, I could sell that for $5 gajillion, and then feed myself forever." No, probably like $1,000 if that, and then like rent is paid for a month.
Mm.
So he has to convince me basically that his rent is more important than my microphone, and that also there's no other way for him to procure that $1,000. It's a tough sell.
Say he doesn't care about convincing you. Yeah, say he doesn't care about convincing you and wants to do it against your consent.
Why would he not care about convincing me? Wouldn't it be much easier if I just hand the microphone over to him? That's the easiest path forward.
He wants to do it without coming into contact with you at all. He wants to like
Why?
break in when you're not
Why?
here.
Why would he
just
not
so he
want
doesn't
to
get
come into
caught.
contact with me? Why?
So he doesn't get caught. So he doesn't like he
Okay.
wants this microphone and there's nothing that's stopping
So-
him from getting it.
Then he's made the calculation in his head that he does not think I think that he deserves this microphone to sell, right? Or that he can't
Mhm.
convince me that he needs it more than me.
Yeah, he is not trying to acquire your consent
Okay.
whatsoever.
So then the two options forward for him are as follows. One, he can try to break into my house and take it because he still thinks that he deserves it. Okay?
Yeah.
And he doesn't think that he can convince me. Right?
Yeah.
And the thing that he's doing is putting him at risk of being arrested, charged with breaking in and theft, maybe even with a weapon, right? Like he's
Mm-hmm.
putting a lot on the line for this microphone so that he can pay his rent. And he has made
How
the
do you know he
calculation.
shouldn't have it?
Hmm?
Do you know that he shouldn't have it?
My microphone?
Yeah. He
Do
steals
I
it.
know?
Is it
He
his?
never tried to engage with me. Maybe he should have it. I don't know. But he's made the calculation in his head that he can't convince me of that. And so therefore, it's much easier to, even avoid trying because otherwise he'll know if my microphone, like I'll know if my microphone's gone and he asked for it. He probably took it. Joe down the street stole my microphone. Obviously, he wouldn't want that out there. So like he breaks into my house without contacting me because he doesn't think he can convince me, steals my microphone, does this because he doesn't think that there's any other way he can procure $1,000 to make rent and not go homeless. And then he sells my microphone to keep himself from going homeless. And he thinks that he can do all of this without getting caught, right?
Sure.
Okay. If he didn't think that, then he wouldn't do it, right? We agree on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's making like a
So-
cost-benefit analysis.
Now imagine this. Imagine he has no rent to pay. Would he still try to steal my microphone?
It would still be possible for him to want to.
Why? What's his new
On a
reason?
whim.
On a whim?
Say it's
What do you
it's
mean?
like say it's just like he likes collecting people's microphones.
Okay, good. So he
Gratifies him.
Okay. He likes stealing microphones and collecting them in his trophy room. we're getting pretty out there now, but let's run with this.
Sure.
Okay, so he just has this trophy room of streamers' microphones that he's stolen. Why? Why does he have this? There must be a
Because he
reason.
was abused at a young age, and microphone saved his life.
Sure. He was abused
I've
at
got
a
a
young age.
simpler example if we want to go with it, but go
Okay.
on.
He was abused at a young age, and a microphone swooped in and saved his life.
No, in a more so like mental health sense rather than like physically saved his life sense.
Okay, maybe his mom was a singer, and his dad decided to attack both of them, so mom grabbed the microphone and beat him over the head with it. How about that?
Violent but good, sure.
Okay, so a microphone saved his life. He is fixated on that microphone as being the instrument that saved him. And so now, as a result, whenever he sees a microphone on stream, he must have it. And so he devises plans and to break into people's... I mean, he only lives down the street from me, so he's seen my microphone, and it's beautiful. He has like a microphone fetish, I guess. So like, he now breaks into my... And he doesn't want to tell me about it, right? Because he knows this is weird, and he knows that in the end, I probably... Like, he still wants to not be seen as a weirdo by me, and he also doesn't, like, think that I'll give him the microphone, right? Otherwise, he just asked me for it. If he really thought... Like, if he really wanted it, and he thought that I would just hand it over, like, he would just come tell me. He'd be like, hey, man, like, listen, I just really, really like your microphone, and I want it. Right?
It would likely be less risky of an option.
Yeah. And, maybe I'd be inclined to give it to him for the, for something in return. Like, maybe my microphone is worth more to him than it is to me. Right?
Okay. But
I wouldn't judge him.
Does that engage in the moral analysis of if he has the right to take it?
If I give it to him, he does, doesn't it? That
We'll
means that
say
he
it's
does
against
have it.
like again against your consent.
Okay,
Because like
so
you can give away your entire apartment, you can give away every plushie, you could give away your
So-
couch or anything. But
so we've had this discussion, me and him, and I've made the mental calculation. No, I paid good money for this, and you're not offering me enough, either reason or something else, like favors maybe, or money if we're living in your society, to take it. Right? No deal. It's my microphone.
Mhm.
Okay, and then either that or he just decides it's not worth trying, and then he breaks in and steals it, right? Is that what we're going with?
yeah, like do you know that he is obligated not to do so, or that he is forbidden from doing so, or that he shouldn't
It doesn't
do so?
matter. It doesn't matter. He did it.
Why doesn't that matter?
It doesn't matter to him, clearly. Like, if he thought that, he wouldn't do it.
Sure, but like say
He
the
thinks he
police get
deserves it.
here and start to like arrest him, beat him up for
Or
it.
the
He
police.
resists,
Wait,
and then
are
they
we living in
escalate
my
even more.
society or your society? There's no police in either of them.
Say the associates come over and start to detain him or like try to get the microphone back, and he resists it. He has it in his possession. He's like, it's mine now. You all should
Okay.
step off and not use violence
Okay,
upon me.
at a certain point, we might just decide it's not worth this escalating. We'll just get Alec Gunter a new microphone, okay? You can keep that one, but for the love of God, you can't just break into people's houses and take their microphones, man. You can't do that. And if you do, we're going to have to take further measures on this. We're going to have to, like, separate you from society because you're clearly a menace. You can't just bust into people's private domains like that.
How are you going to separate him from society?
Put him in a building with a lock. What do you mean? Lock him behind a door.
What justifies that use of violence against him?
Because he's breaking into people's private domains against their will.
So he shouldn't be doing that,
Correct.
I presume, because that's what justifies the violence. You should not do that.
Yes,
therefore, it is
but-
okay for us to obligate you not to do that.
Yes, and the society, the democratically run society, has some sort of system in place whereby we take people like that, separate them off, and if we can try to, fix them and reintegrate them, I hesitate to use the word fix, but for all intents and purposes, fix them and reintegrate them, make sure they don't do it again, right? Then we should. Like, we should do that. but my society would have measures like that in place just by virtue of being democratic and people understanding that yes, we need this in place.
Well, what is the moral justification for where you draw the line of what's a crime and what's
Well-
not? What justifies putting people in this box or cage or building?
I and most of society have democratically decided that we like having our own individual spaces with locks, and we call that a house. So if I have or an apartment building, but for all intents and purposes, a house. So if I have my house, and that society's decided that it's mine, and I get a lock, and I get to do things in private with nobody interrupting that privacy against my will, and then somebody breaks that, then the democratic society understands this person is a menace. Because if they're willing to do it to me, they'd be willing to do it just as easily to somebody else. Okay? And it doesn't matter even if it weren't somebody else. Let's say it's a family member and they broke in. Okay? The society understands that if we don't take that person, my family member, from this situation and stop them from doing it to me again, they're setting a precedent. And that precedent is that people can break into houses. And they don't want that precedent.
So is
sure
it
you
just the
don't.
preferences of the majority set what they can use violence or not? What they can use violence against or not?
It's an oversimplified way of viewing it, but sure, I think that's fair.
So like the body of the people get together, and the majority votes that we want to use violence against this thing for whatever individual reasons that they have, but overall they have a preference against this thing occurring. So they say, therefore, violence is justified against that. Would you agree with that?
How would I be? What would I do to stop them?
You could fight back.
Okay,
Like
I fight back.
say
I disagree and I
say
fight back. Right?
okay.
You can do that.
Do you know if you're acting in the right or not?
I think I am. Why would I be doing what I'm doing otherwise? I mean, I fight against the majority already just by virtue of being an ANCOM.
Mhm.
I think I'm right. But I'm not sitting here like attacking people and saying, well, you need to do it my way. Do it my way. No, I'm just trying to convince as many as I can that my way is the best way.
Okay. But like say regarding this violence thing, one of the silly examples on the justification of the use of violence is the banning of raw milk in the United States. Raw milk is banned. The majority have elected politicians, which has put in the bureaucrats at the FDA who say that it's illegal to sell raw milk for human consumption.
Okay.
And this has led to ratings of like farm stores and Amish markets and everything like that where they have their guns drawn, and if anybody resists them from pouring out their raw milk, which is their property, which they worked for, they're liable to get shot.
Okay, so
Is this use of force justified?
what use of force? To steal the raw milk?
Yeah, steal and destroy
Well,
the raw milk with arms drawn.
If you ask that person, they'd probably say yes, right?
Which person? Sorry, the one
person who
using
stole
the
it.
force.
I might not think that, but the person stealing it clearly does. Let's ask them.
Why does their opinion matter?
What do you mean? They're the one doing it. Don't you want to know why?
I mean, sure. I
Okay,
think
let's
knowing
figure out
why
why
would be
then. Why
okay
would-
under subjective.
Okay, then, but no, not to me. Why it's okay to them. And let's see if we can empathize with this person. Why do you think this person feels justified stealing milk from farmers?
Because they're the foot soldier of the state who has permitted them to do so.
Wait, so the state's like, what, it's a state raid?
Yeah, in the United States, raw milk is illegal to sell, and then the FDA, I don't know if it's them specifically or one of the other agencies, they
Oh, okay, I
raid
see. So,
Yeah,
so then,
farm markets.
so then the democratically elected society, if we're running with the idea that this is all through legitimate democracy, which we can have that discussion, but the legitimate
Sure.
democracy, and you have the FDA raiding farmhouses and taking their unpasteurized milk, right? That they were that they were going to sell, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who's stopping them from doing this? It doesn't matter if it's
Current-
their right or not. Like the people who uphold the rights right now is the United
Why
States
doesn't it
fucking
matter?
government. So the only rights you have are those granted to you by that system. There are rights
How
that
do
you
you
think
know?
you may ought to have. Okay, and we
L-
can go
like,
over those.
Say like, I'm trying to think of another example, than the one that immediately came to mind. I'll go with it. World War II Germany, because gotta go
go.
with the Nazis.
Yep. Every
Did the
time.
Nazis violate the rights of the Jews?
I think they did. I'm sure you think they did, right?
Do you think they only violated the rights of the Jews that they ought to have had?
Yes.
Okay.
Clearly,
none of the-
clearly they didn't
they
have
didn't-
those rights in that moment, or else it wouldn't have happened to them. The whole point of a
What do you
right
mean
is
by
that
right?
the whole point of a right is that when somebody infringes upon it, there is a higher power that's stopping them. That's how rights work. So if there's no higher power that's stopping Nazi Germany from infringing upon the rights of Jews, then those Jews don't have those rights, do they? Not really. Those are just rights that we think they ought to have. And I do think they ought to have the right to not have their home invaded. I do believe in that.
I think rather I draw my categories differently. I think the ought in your statement is within right itself. A right is the exclusive permissibility to do something. So I have a right to bear
Okay.
arms. It is okay. It may occur that I may bear arms, and I may exclude anybody who wishes to stop me.
Okay. So you have a fundamental right to bear arms, yes?
Yeah.
Let's say that the
To own any
democratically elected society tells you no you don't, and they take your gun. What do you do?
We'll say there's what is practical and then what is ethically justifiable. Because what is
Why are those
ethically
different?
justifiable?
Why are those different?
Because the category of like ethically justifiable or permissible defines what is criminal and what is not morally.
Criminal.
What is it?
Okay, so you're defining your ethics by like the legality of the thing. So like what you would do would be
No.
unethical, right? If you were to try to maintain ownership of your gun.
It's more so there are three fundamental categories in ethics: permissible, obligatory, and forbidden. Permissible is it may occur, forbidden is that it may not occur, and then obligatory is that it must occur. In my view, I'm a natural law anarchist. I believe that there exists natural law, that violating what you are obliged to do, what is obligatory, what you ought to do, is a violation of natural law, and that is what constitutes a crime. Violating what you are forbidden from doing something that you're forbidden from doing, is a violation of natural law, and that is a crime. It's very much a tight category, and then many things are permissible.
So wait, how can you call it anarchy if it's run by natural law?
Natural law is just the category of moral actions.
But you
It is
don't
a
have an
derivative.
anarchy, though. It's not anarchy
How do you think it's not anarchy?
because you're governed by nature.
How so governed?
Well, what
your
does natural
rights-
law mean? You tell me. It's natural law, right?
Yeah, it's the category
So how
for
does
what
nature
is
govern you?
permissible and not.
Okay, and
I'm not
how does-
suggesting that nature is governing.
Then why is it called natural law? Don't you think that's confusing? What do you mean?
Because it defines what a crime is. It doesn't
A
enforce
crime
it.
as a
There is
court-
no magic.
If it doesn't enforce it, then it's not the law, is it? There's no enforcement mechanism.
It's the natural law. It defines
so
the
how
difference
does nature
between
enforce the
permissible and
law?
non-permissible action.
How
I'm
does
not
nature...
saying that nature enforces the law. I'm saying
it's
that
not
enforcement happens through man. Man has to act to enforce
Then
natural
it's
law.
man law. Then it's man law.
How is it man law? It's not
Because
derived from
man's
the opinions of
enforcing
men.
it. And what are the opinions of nature? Have you spoken to a tree on this matter?
I'm not
What do you
saying it's
mean?
the opinions of nature. I'm saying that it's derivative from nature, from the underlying order of the universe.
From
if you'd
where
like
in
to say.
nature? The underlying order? As in what?
It-
What
it's
secrets
from
do you have?
these It's from these scarcities, this idea of scarcity that I brought up before. I could run you through
It's derived
a
from
little thing that I
scarcity.
prepared from it. Yes, it's
Okay,
derived from the facts of
That,
scarcity.
okay, that's where we're going to disagree because I don't believe in scarcity. I don't.
Scarcity in
Scarcity only
the physics sense
exists.
that I meant.
That one thing can't occupy the same space as another that we also disagree on.
And that one thing cannot occupy two spaces at a
Okay,
distance.
we go
either.
back to the infinite Garden of Eden. Okay,
Yes.
and I'm standing in one spot, and Joe down the street standing in another spot, and for some reason I want his spot, right?
Sure. Yes.
That's scarcity. The fact that that spot, as that spot exists, is that spot, and my spot is not that spot, and two different people want to occupy that spot at the same time, but we can't, right?
Yeah. That it's a
Okay.
potential conflict.
So, the way that you resolve that conflict is not with a fucking private military. The way that you do it is by talking to Joe from down the street and saying, "Hey, man, I want that spot." And then
That's
Joe might
arbitration.
say,
But what should the outcome be?
"That's up to those two."
So, like, you disagree. Arbitration is like you're coming to an arbitrary outcome. And yet, there exists, I'm suggesting, we know who may win the conflict, and we know who may not win the conflict.
Whoa.
It is the latecomer.
Whoa. Win what? What's the conflict? What do you mean?
So
What's the win? What do you mean
wish
win?
to stand in this. You wish to stand in the same. You wish to use your body to occupy the standing room that
I
Joe
got
is
it.
currently
We want to stand in
occupying
the same
right now.
spot, on the same square
Yeah.
in the mall, right?
Your ends is to occupy the space, or your means is to occupy the space.
Yes.
His means is to occupy the space. You cannot do so at the same time. Yes.
Okay, but you're turning this into a competition by default. Expand your brain a little
Well, it's a
bit and
conflict.
imagine that I can convince him that his goal is not simply to stand in that spot, but to share it with me.
And that would be acting with his consent to get him to move out of the way.
Yes.
But what about the cases where he does not consent?
Okay. Now there's a conflict because now we both want the spot and neither of us are willing to give it up. And if the spot's sitting in front of us, well, we haven't compromised, so all that's left is to, I guess, try to take it by force, right?
But who should not win that conflict?
It doesn't matter who ought not win that conflict. It's just a matter of strength at that point.
Why do you think so? Why do you think that it doesn't matter who ought not win that conflict?
Who deserves the spot then? What do you think?
I would suggest that the first comer has the exclusive permissibility over that spot.
But that's silly.
Why?
Why is it whoever got there first?
Because they, in getting there first, they got there and acquired the resource not through any conflict with anybody else. The person that is the latecomer to the resource wants to acquire it through
Okay.
a conflict with somebody else.
Do you know Coconut Island? Are you familiar?
Yes.
Okay. What's your
Vosh,
answer to that? For those who don't know, basically, two
Yeah,
guys
run
wake up
through
on
it.
an island. One wakes up first, gets all the coconuts. Other guy wakes up, says, "I'm hungry." Guy with coconut says, "Okay, you can have one of my coconuts, but you have to suck my dick for it." And the question is, first of all, would you? Second of all, is that exploitation?
What do you mean by exploitation? I'll say no, I wouldn't. And what do you mean by exploitation?
You wouldn't. So you would starve, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's fair. So by exploitation, what I mean is you, just by pure happenstance, have acquired a resource and hoarded it and caused a scarcity. Okay? Every scarcity really is a man-made one. Okay? It's either man-made or nature-made, and we can overcome any nature-made scarcity that nature has to throw at us. So pretty much every scarcity is man-made at the end of the day. Okay? So this is a man-made scarcity, and the only reason it exists is to exploit another person for some kind of extra favor, like sexual in nature in this case. Or it could be anything. It could be massage my feet, which could also be seen as sexual by a lot of people. But you get my point. Like, you can ask for any number of things. The point is, you create a scarcity to better your own means at the expense of someone else. You're basically a parasite. You're a parasite.
So would you be asking, say, with these categories, is the person who acquired all of these coconuts, was their acquisition of those coconuts impermissible? Was it forbidden? Should they not have done that?
It doesn't matter. There's nobody to enforce whether or not they ought to have done it. Now, in my opinion, no. I think that the better thing to do, since there's two people, and you need to just, if both of them recognize what's fair and understand the value of each other as much as they understand the value of themselves, they will simply share the coconuts.
We'll say the person hoards the coconuts, they exclude the one who just woke up from the coconuts, and they don't even offer the favor or anything else like that. They're just taking all the coconuts, refusing to give any to the man. Does that justify the man who just woke up? Does that justify his use of violence upon the man to take his coconuts?
Absolutely.
How do you know?
I would do it.
Okay. You would do it because you don't want to starve, you want to have the coconuts for sustenance. How do you know that justifies violence?
I would leave him plenty. I just need some for myself right now until I can find another source of food. So yes, if it comes down to it, I will attack him for that. Yes. Even if it means killing him.
How do you know that that violence is justified?
Because I would do it.
Why would you do? Like, you have
because
your reasons
I'm hungry,
to, but how do you know that those reasons justify violence?
Because I'm hungry. I need food to survive, and my life is just as valuable as that motherfucker's. So if he's going to hoard all that food, I might just have to attack him. I'll break his arms if I have to, and his legs. I'll do whatever I got to do to get some of that fucking food. Because I value myself just as much as I value him, but he's making this very difficult.
I don't really see how you're getting an ought from an is here, basically.
Okay, okay, then let me turn the question back on you. Why ought I not do it? Why ought I not do it? What's stopping me?
I would say, applying it to the specific example, say that we assume that it is okay to take a coconut from the little crate that he has filled with the coconuts.
Okay.
I'm considering this idea before it occurs. So I assume that it's okay for me to take one of these coconuts before I actually do it. I'm engaging like a thought exercise. That would then imply that he cannot engage in the same use of the coconut at the same time. I'm excluding his use of the coconut at the same time.
Yeah, because I'm prioritizing my use of it, because what he's doing with it right now is just letting it sit.
And if it is impermissible for him to use the coconut at this prior time to me actually taking it, that would continue back for his entire use of it. It was never okay for him to exclude me from that coconut by taking it for himself. It was never okay for him to have the exclusive permissibility to use that coconut and bring it over to the crate. It was never okay for him to take it off of the tree in the first place. And if it was never taken off of the tree in the first place, then there would be no coconut for me to take from the crate.
This is very silly. I don't know how you got there.
I would say it's still true.
No, I don't think so. Of course it's okay to take it off the tree and put it in a crate for consumption. That's fine. Like, you got to feed yourself. But like, what you're saying is...
But that's him excluding that resource from everyone else.
No. You see, what you're trying to do is warp time. Because all I'm saying is, at this current moment, I'm starving to death and he's not, and that coconut's sitting there. So in his possession, right now, not before, right now, all that coconut is doing is sitting there. So he did have permission to...
Well, he's using it to store it for later.
Yes, and I'm telling him he doesn't have permission to do that right now because it needs to be in my stomach so that I can digest it and live. I think it's more important than him saving it up for later, for whatever purpose he has.
And if he doesn't consent to that,
I'll attack
he
him.
is. So you're just threatening him with violence if he doesn't go along with it.
Correct, because he's threatening me with violence by not sharing it.
How is he threatening you with violence by not
I'll
sharing it?
starve. He's killing me. I'll starve. He is
Can
killing
inaction
me.
be violence?
Can inaction be violence? Absolutely.
Yeah. How so?
Well, if I see that somebody is drowning and I'm a lifeguard, and I decide to sit there and let them drown, would you consider that violence?
I would say not violence, but certainly you wouldn't be fulfilling your contractual obligation as a lifeguard.
Negligence can absolutely be violence.
Negligence can be violence.
Yes. How about if I just stand by and watch somebody get raped? I do nothing. I don't call the police. I just stand there and watch.
It would certainly not be good. I wouldn't say it's impermissible.
I consider that violence.
I agree that it's vile.
Violence. You are partaking in a violent act by standing there and knowing that it happened and doing nothing to stop it. Yes, negligence is violence. Inaction can be just as meaningful and bad as action, and I consider that violence. Meaningfully, it's violence. If you don't consider violence, then clearly there's another word that would work better. But both of these can be fairly categorized as bad, right? At least
Sure.
bad.
Yeah, they're bad.
A bad thing that happens, yes. So fine, take it one step removed from violence. It's bad. It is
Sure.
bad for that person to not give me a coconut and let me starve to death, correct?
I would say, yeah, it's
Bad.
not good, bad, but I wouldn't say it's impermissible. I wouldn't say that it's
Okay.
forbidden.
So in your society, bad things are allowed.
Yeah, such as like you can self-harm,
that's
you can
silly.
engage in drug use or anything like that. It's not good for you, and if people can intervene, they can.
No, but
nothing
doing bad
justifies the
things-
use of force
Doing
to
bad
stop people
things,
from doing bad things.
allowing bad things to happen to other people as a result of one's own inaction is allowed, right? Negligence. You
Yeah.
allow negligence in your society. That's permissible by law.
You are not obligated to not be negligent.
How about if I
Like,
starve my
it is not
4-year-old?
forbidden
How
to
about
do.
if I starve my 4-year-old?
That one you have a guardianship relationship with the 4-year-old.
Oh, so there are exceptions to this rule of yours. See, this is what I meant by it's too complicated. I can't wrap my head around all this. I don't think anybody can.
The theory of childhood rights is slightly complicated, but it's not an exception to the rule.
So how about just like how about a 20-year-old who is bedbound and quadriplegic? I just let them starve to death. They're not a child, so it's fine, right?
What's your relationship with this quadriplegic?
Let's say I don't know. What relationship would make it wrong? What relationship would make it okay? I ask you.
The what constitutes an impermissible action is aggression, and aggression is the contrary use of a use of a resource contrary to the occurring use of the resource, occurring non-aggressive use of the resource. That is basically to say any action or purposeful action that you take can constitute aggression if it is contrary to the current non-aggressive aim. So if somebody has a coconut sitting there, taking the coconut from them is theft. If they are chucking a coconut at your head, stopping that from hitting your head is not theft because their use of the coconut was aggressive.
So in Incapistan, okay, if there's a starving person on the street, which exists in Incapistan, and that's just interesting to me, but let's run with it. So in Incapistan, starving people exist, and sometimes those starving people try to go take food from people who are not starving. And those people are punished, right?
Thieves, even if they're starving thieves taking for sustenance,
Call them whatever you
are
want. They're
still
starving
committing
people.
aggression.
Call
Sure.
them whatever you want. They're starving people, right?
Sure.
We agree on
yeah.
that. Okay. then starving people are punished for trying to take food in your world. I don't like that.
Aggressively, yeah.
Aggressively? No, they just. What do you mean aggressively? It's just sitting there. What if
It's
I
still
take my
aggressively.
lovely basket of apples and set it out on my deck as decoration, and some homeless dude meanders by and takes one?
You're possibly
How many years in
communicating that they're
prison?
open
How
to
many
be
years?
taken.
Oh wait, there's no prison, right? We just kill him. Right?
No, it's not killing.
Oh, okay.
It
So
would
where
just
do we
be
put him then?
remediation.
Remediation.
Yeah.
Does he
I
get
think-
fed
I
at
think-
remediation? Does he get fed, or does he just starve to death during one of the classes?
What? No, not rehabilitation. Remediation is the returning of the victim to a state prior to the crime.
So they
So
die.
he stole an apple. He acquires an apple to return to the person. No death.
If he could get an apple without stealing it, he would have done that.
He's
what you're
indebted an apple.
No, what you're requiring of him is impossible for him to procure. The
What
means
man
by which
cannot
he
acquire an apple?
Are you asking why people starve to death on the streets? That's what you just asked.
I'm suggesting that the extent to which we're talking about here is a man who cannot engage in any labor whatsoever to either acquire an apple wild from nature,
Maybe he's
or
quadriplegic.
he cannot. How did he get to your house to go get up to your stand or in front of your house to steal that apple from the basket? It's wheelchair?
Motorized wheelchair, sure. He can move a finger. What's up, Mace?
Okay, he can sell his motorized
All right.
wheelchair for a wheelchair, get an apple.
So we're gonna start maybe bringing a couple people up here, but before I do,
A brilliant
a
solution,
good
by the way.
question was asked in the chat, and I'm assuming this is towards Aurelius.
Before we
so
do
he
that,
gets infinite chances to steal the apple. So essentially, he can steal
that's a
the
good
apple,
question too.
and then just always bring back an apple, and that's always good.
While he answers that, I'm going to run to the bathroom.
I would say in ANCAP society, once he has remediated, it is unjustified to use any extra violence upon him, I think. There's an idea in anarchist legal theory of retribution as well, that rather than an eye for an eye, it is an eye for two eyes. I don't subscribe to that theory of justice. I don't think it's justified by the metaphysics, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other consequences. People can disassociate you with you for being a thief, for being untrustworthy. They know that if you fall into hard times, rather than use any line of credit or rather than take out any debt or borrow from any associate, that you are going to instead steal from other people, and then perhaps pay them back at another time.
We'll go ahead and get Voronok up here. And if Voronok has a question for Alec, he'll have to wait for Alec to get back.
Yeah, I have question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I have question for both of you. So I'll ask my question to the ANCAP first. So I know that most of this debate, at least as far as I have been able to see it, has been involved in a kind of non-philosophy, because these are two mutually opposing ideologies, right? I haven't heard a single thing about Marx or about any kind of thinker, right? Of
Yeah.
course. So now it does kind of give me an issue. Why would you exactly what's for you, on this kind of level for society or everything, makes an anarcho-capitalist state better than what we currently have, right? The kinds of neoliberal, not necessarily neoliberal, but the kind of liberal democracy where capitalism exists, right? How would this be better? How can you prove it?
I would say I would break it down to ethics, economics, and those two primarily. Ethically, the state is a rights-violating rights enforcer, which is a contradiction of terms because it takes a monopoly on creating law and what rights are and then enforcing them.
Mhm.
I think this monopoly is illegitimate. It leads to gross violations of people's rights, and especially the expropriation of property, forced association with itself, with the people, and then with people with each other. Conscription, which is a form of slavery. It leads to jails, which are another form of slavery. And I'm against all of these ethical violations on the grounds that there exists an objective natural law, which is derivable. And then on the economic side, the state
Mhm.
intervenes in the economy, and every single economic intervention creates more problems. It makes people worse off. It makes them less prosperous. So I think that without that intervention, people would be extremely more prosperous. Nearly every good that is intervened on
Mhm.
behalf of by the state, it comes at a higher cost at a lower quality as a result.
Okay. I guess I would give some questions to that, like, of course, because I don't ask Gunter also something, so I guess I'll just give you some things to think about. If somebody is like a rapist, right, or a murderer, how is putting them in a prison where they work in a factory now and they make bicycles, shoes, weapons for the military, food for people to eat? How is that bad? They're like, you're putting somebody who did horrible things into a position where now they have to be productive. But now to Gunter, I don't ask you because as I told him before, as far as I've seen, I kind of came into it a bit late. I know, however, it does
Oh,
not
good.
seem like anything about any kinds of I guess philosophy or actual state building exercises came up. It's all about the kind of sociological kind of how do you call it like when you
Order.
like make a scenario that isn't like real but it's like a hypothetical, that's it. And so you're an anarcho-communist, right? This is
Correct.
obviously to anarchists fighting, yes. So
Yes.
we know, like, we actually have real life examples of anarcho-communist places, Catalonia, the territory made by Machno, and maybe a few others. And these places were both betrayed by organization, like organizational states, such as the Stalinists in the Spanish Republicans, and Lenin himself betrayed the Makhnovites. So then, do you actually think that there can ever be, a kind of anarcho-communism? Because clearly, somebody is going to want to take that land, because obviously, like, there's always going to be people who are
Why?
ambitious or they want power.
Why would somebody want to take that land? What's there?
Yeah,
You
could
just
be
say that as though it's a
resources,
constant.
because it is a constant.
Do you want it?
There are, if I was like leading a country, like, it would be economically profitable to have more land, yes.
Oh, economically
In this case.
profitable. Well, that's fine because there's no economy in my system, so we don't got to worry about that. But they shouldn't want the land, right? There's no reason.
So even without an economy, right, resources still matter, you would say, right? Yeah, they always
Okay,
matter.
well, that's the neat part. Also, everybody has what they need. There are enough resources to go around.
So then
We
how
just
do you get there,
distribute
do you
them
think?
responsibly
So how do you think you get there?
by getting everybody on the same page as me and making them understand that we don't need money or an economy. All we need is each other. We just need each other to provide, and we will.
And
People do. Like, you go to a grill out, somebody's manning the grill. Like, you don't pay him to do that. He just does it.
you were saying earlier that, wait, hold on. Okay. So anyways, so you were saying earlier, I remember, about how you think that everyone needs to be on, like you mentioned ants, right, and how ants behave.
Yeah, a
And
superorganism.
you were saying how everybody like needs to like become part of this, organism.
Yeah,
Like,
the human superorganism.
it sounds to me like you are trying to, like, you're explaining a kind of transhumanist pseudo-fascism.
Pseudo-fascism? What do you mean? How's it fascist?
I think he muted. He's gone for a second.
Huh. Well, I don't know what he means by that, because I'm not trying, like, look, if I wanted to force my way down everyone's throats, I would do that. I wouldn't be here trying to convince people. I would simply, like, grab some guns and go, like, start the vanguard. I'd start the vanguard. I'm not trying to, like, force my way. Like, I'm just trying to convince as many people as possible that this can
Yes,
work.
but
Because
you know,
okay, you
like
muted for a
in
while there,
fascism.
so I started explaining. But what were you saying?
Oh yeah. So sorry about that. My brother came in,
Hmm.
but anyways, in fascism, right? They talk about how, you know, the state or anything comparable to a state is an organism, and everybody needs to, like, everything is like part of that organism, right?
Mhm.
Everything needs to, like, it's, you know, everything is like a tiny cell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Keep, like, you know, blood flowing and all of the organs running, right?
Mhm.
In this is a defining feature of fascism. Like, how is this different than,
What
like,
do you
how
mean it's
you
a
were
defining
explaining
feature of
this?
fascism?
It's a defining, like, you know, philosophical feature of fascism that,
What is
you know,
that? That like the
the
human.
idea of, like, the everybody, like, the state is an organism. It is the highest, you
I
know,
didn't say the
or
state's
anything
an
comparable.
organism. I said the people are.
Uh-huh.
We are one superorganism. We are.
This sort of like everything within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing
Yeah,
against the state.
it still seems like the same thing. You just are replacing, like, the state with the
No, I'm
idea
not.
of, you know, like, the population at large.
Okay, what does the state look like in your house? Who governs it?
I I mean,
You must surely have a state in your house. You need one.
oh, so, like, if you're asking, like, how, like, the dynamics, like, it's like, you know, since, like, my mother, she takes care of the house, she makes pretty much most
Okay,
of
so
the
she's the
rules, like, when
president
it comes
in your
to,
house. She's the president or the queen.
but kind of,
Okay, so she's the
it's
queen, and that makes
complicated.
you the subject, right?
Kind of, I have to follow obviously rules. I mean, I can't live here, right?
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay, so what is like the legal like consequence of breaking her divine law since she's queen of the house?
Well, theoretically, I could be told to leave, you know? Like, you know, I don't do what I
Okay,
need
she
to
can
do,
kick
right?
you out. What
Yes.
right does she have to kick you out of that house? Why?
Well, I'm an adult, and if, like, I'm not being productive, you know, like, you know,
She owns the house.
She
yeah,
owns the
exactly.
house.
She,
It's hers.
yeah.
Through what means does she own that house? How does she prove it? Okay, I guess his brother came in again. Where I'm going with
Yeah.
this is, okay, so she owns the house because the government says that she owns the house, right? Like, if it were just her own little monarchy, you could overthrow her, right? Like, what am I trying to say here? The point I'm trying to get at is there's no state in the house. Okay, this is silly. Your mom's not a queen. You're not a subject. You don't owe her tithings every month, okay? Like, you just exist together. You coexist. And you can do that without a monetary exchange.
Would you suggest that your system is a system of voluntary cooperation of a communally owned society? Everybody owns everything in common.
That's complicated because, like, my neighbor can't just stroll into my house for no reason. But, like, when I say collective ownership, what I mean is we all understand where the lines are drawn between, like, what's mine and what's yours and when, and we just respect it. Because, like, nobody wants their shit to be taken, and the only reason that I would take somebody else's shit if I think it's my shit. Oh no, you don't get this, it's mine. Okay, and if I think that someone else's shit is actually my shit, I must have a reason for that. So then we have to go to court, or whatever would constitute a court in my system. They call it a court, sure. And then we would decide, okay, why did you try to take this? What makes you think it's yours? And I would say, well,
say-
it has my name on it.
Say they don't want to exclude it at all outside of whenever they're actively using it. Say that that the only norm to exclusion is you can't stop somebody else that's using the thing. Why should there be any more exclusion outside of that?
Say that one
So
more
like
time.
so say like you actively start using your toothbrush and then you put it down and then someone like walks in and they're just like,
I love the
Alec
toothbrush
isn't using this
analogy.
toothbrush. Yeah, exactly. Just because it's so inconsequential.
Well, no, it's personal. No, it's personal. I like it
I
because
guess.
it's funny, but it's personal. It's real. It's the best
Yeah.
analogy you can use because what's more personal than using somebody else's fucking toothbrush minus just kissing them at that point? You know, like a toothbrush is very personal. So
That's fair. That's fair.
So when we talk about ownership of our toothbrush, right? Like basically it would have to be like I enter somebody else's house, steal their toothbrush, and then like either use it there or use it in mine, and then leave, right? Now
Why
let's
yeah.
or let's say that it happens in like a public restroom, even. Let's say or a locker room. That's perfect. Locker room. Let's say that we're in the locker room. Oh shit! I forgot my toothbrush. I see somebody else's toothbrush. Grab it. Start using it. That person catches me. What the fuck? You're using my toothbrush? Okay. Now, in my system, what would happen is this. Those two would I don't think that anybody besides just those two would have to get involved. But like, you gotta agree that guy's probably embarrassed that he got caught using somebody else's toothbrush, right? And if he's not embarrassed, he should be. So if he's not embarrassed, then that's its own whole crock of bullshit you gotta go through. But if he is embarrassed, then clearly he knows he shouldn't have done that. And he would tenderly put the toothbrush back down and say, I apologize. I left mine at home. I will replace you. Like, I will find a way to replace yours if you need another one. I'll bring you another one. You know, like this is how that would work. Like they would just like self-correct at that point.
How do you know any exclusion from property can justify, or like, how do you know that violence can be justified to exclude people from property at all? Because I'm not talking about the cases of like people consent
Because
to like
I want
to
that.
some sort of agreement.
Because I want that, and most people want that. So if most people want that, then it's allowed. That's democracy.
Just because a lot of people want something or
Yes.
think something is true, does that mean that it's true?
If you have rule of the majority, then yes. Most
Okay, so you have a
scientists
rule of
think
the majority.
That the most well, yes, that's how science works. Most scientists think that the Big Bang happened. There's an outlier here and there, but 99% of them pretty much agree that the Big Bang happened, and that's a majority. And that's why we say
the
that
truth-
the Big Bang is scientific fact at this point.
Is the truth
And the truth.
based on scientific consensus?
Very often,
Or
yes.
consensus?
Very like in terms of what's my reality right now, yes.
So was it
'Cause
true
what else-
that
okay,
the
what
Earth
is the-
was
what is-
geocentric, that the
what-
solar system was geocentric?
At the time, to them, yes. Obviously, we found out, no, it's not. But in that time, what other source would you have trusted? If not the scientific
so-
consensus of people much smarter than you in this field.
So is the truth subjective?
In a manner of speaking, it's subjective to its time. And to its subject, right?
Is that statement true?
Is the statement that I just said true?
Yes.
What do you consider truth? What's your truth? I'll turn the question back
I
on
consider
you.
truth. Sure. I have a esoteric ontology that I won't get into, but I'll simplify it by saying that truth is the set of becomings of all possible realities. And then something can be like true of our reality when we consider the causal history of reality. So if we consider the whole causal history going back to the Big Bang up until now, if something is coherent with that whole causal history, then it is true of our reality. Outside of that, it is true in some vacuous sense.
Okay.
And that is an objective foundation of truth rather than a subjective foundation of what people believe in a given time.
So how do we know that anything's true? Because everything is only true by majority consensus.
we can know things are true through not necessarily know that they're true, but we can gain knowledge, justified true belief, from deduction and induction.
Deduction and
Deductive
induction.
and
Okay, well.
yeah.
Okay, so then what makes you so sure that you're better at doing that than other people?
I don't
Why
necessarily
do you trust
know
yourself? Are you an
if I'm
expert
better
in
at
all
doing
fields?
that. I don't necessarily know if I'm better at doing that than all people.
Are you better than
But
anybody?
I think so. There's
Okay.
like the brain dead coma patient.
But you think that some people like speak the truth better than you do. Like you lie sometimes about things. Like
Oh, I
just
don't lie.
because you never lie. Okay, so you always say the truth.
Yeah.
You trust yourself
I always
to
speak the truth.
always speak the truth, even if you're not an expert in the subject, right?
I won't necessarily say. I don't know what you mean. Like even when I'm not on the subject, like I don't have knowledge of everything.
Then how can you trust yourself?
How can I trust myself when I'm not omniscient? Like
How
trust
do you
myself
trust that you're right?
it would be specific to the individual proposition. Not individual, but like to the specific proposition.
Okay. But you are still relying on yourself to trust the opinions and findings and whatever else, what have you, of other people. Okay?
Well, what do you mean opinions?
Like expert opinions.
Like pick an
They're
example.
expert
Pick an
opinions
example.
you okay. An expert opinion is you should brush your teeth every day. It's an expert opinion. Do you trust that?
I mean, say like brushing your teeth reduces tooth decay or something.
Do you like it when
Yeah.
your teeth aren't decaying?
I mean, like you included a should, which is like a sort of like moral imperative and everything else like that, which is why I'm clarifying. Brushing my
Okay,
teeth
if
reduces tooth decay.
okay.
That's it.
But if your dentist tells you you should brush your teeth every day, is he telling the truth? The alternative is that he's lying, right?
I wouldn't say
Is
that
it a
he's
lie?
lying. You could be incorrect.
Then he's telling you the truth.
You could be incorrect without lying.
Okay.
And I would disagree about the fluoride because I would disagree with the statement because by toothpaste he tends to mean fluoride, and I don't like those for the other consequences for I think it's the thyroid.
So you can tell the truth and be incorrect, right?
You can tell the truth and be incorrect. I wouldn't say so. You can be honest and be incorrect.
What are you talking about? You just said okay. You can be honest, which is different than telling the truth. Those are different things to you.
Yes, it's what you believe. You can speak honestly about what you can believe.
Okay,
you can
so
represent your beliefs honestly.
So when I go and tell a kid to tell the truth, is the earth flat or round? That kid's going to look at me and go, well, what do you mean the truth? Do you mean be honest? No, that kid's going to say, well, the earth's round. Right? Like if I say colloquially, tell the truth, that's what that means. Like people are being honest with me.
So I would say the subtext of that is like, tell me what you believe. Is the earth flat or round?
I guess. What's up, Mace?
All right. My mic was not unmuting for some reason. We have roughly 30 minutes to go before the next debate starts. I want to pull up at least one more person, and we're gonna pull up "On God I Love Water." I feel like we're kind of getting in the weeds of this like truth
for
and
sure.
Such. So maybe
we get metaphysical easily. Yeah.
Get out of it a little bit. Water, you know the rules.
All right. So, you guys have mostly been talking about the or a little bit about the economics, mostly philosophy, and like the morality of each of your positions. I'm curious about the military side of your positions. Let's say that let's say the globe follows your ideology. Congratulations, you now have anarchic Earth or whatever. let's say a group breaks away from your group and decides that they want to take over the world. They're fascist, evil Nazi dudes. That's what their name is. And how are you going to organize a defense of your ideology against a group that is arguably more organized? Because the fascists would have a state, they would have a military organization set up. You would have to start from scratch since you don't have a state, unless you do have a council of military. That's up to you to answer, but I'm just curious how you would go about defending your system.
Give it to you first.
Sure. I don't understand the question because in my system requires like a mandate of my system is that the entire world is participating. So in order for like a group of fascists to start forming like a tumor, like it would have to start at one spot, right? Within this stateless society. Like they decide to carve out a piece of so you're telling me they carve out a piece of land, right? What, there's like 100 of them, 1,000, like how many are we talking? Like I feel
it could be any number. It could be 10 people for all I care.
Okay.
Like, I mean, how would you stop these people?
How would you stop them? You intervene. You put together a council and you say, okay, listen, Joe down the street just started a fascist coup. Like he's literally in the process right now of gathering up all these Nazis and carving out a section of land that they're calling Ancapistan. And so, and they're trying to use money. They're trying to force people to pay for things like using money instead of just going to get what they need. So we need to like put an end to this. Like, I don't know where they got this idea that this is a good thing. They've had everything handed to them when they need it. I know Joe down the street's a very good plumber. Okay. And he does very good work on my toilets, but for some reason he just decided that this was a better way to live. I guess. I don't know. We got to go handle this. Like, let's go talk to these guys. And you go talk to them. Say, what the fuck what are you doing?
Is the council justified to use violence to stop them?
Not without figuring out why they're doing what they're doing. No. And they wouldn't, I don't think. They would just go talk. They would be like, what's going on? I thought we were cool. I thought we were chill, Joe. Why are you starting this fascist coup?
You want to interrogate further, Water?
I feel like that about answers it, right? You'd form a council and then you would oppose them after finding out what the reason for their insurrection is.
Yeah, and if they're
Right,
being
yeah.
violent, then you respond with violence. You put them down.
Okay.
It's unfortunate, but sometimes you got to do that.
And this is why I clarified a little bit at the start of the debate that I consider your system to be more so democratic communism rather than anarcho-communism, because you keep talking about councils and everything, and that is more so kind of like a tribalistic but democratic framework.
The anarchist part is that it's too fluid to be like any structured form of government. Any form of government is too strict. This is a fluid movement of we need a council right now to go deal with that. Okay? So
Is it
let's
ruled by
decide
majority?
who's- Ruled by majority, yes. If they want to
Okay, so
dissolve
then
the council,
that's
they
a
dissolve
form.
it.
That's a form of hierarchy. That's a form of like the society is stratified
What do you mean
by
it's a form
the
of
minority.
hierarchy?
The society is stratified by the minority who don't get what they want, and the majority who can majority votes to enact violence, because it is the whims and preferences of the majority that establish when violence is acceptable.
Are you saying there are disagreements sometimes? That's hierarchy?
I'm saying that the minority is ruled by the majority.
No.
That's democracy.
No. You consider it rule to like just have all your needs met and be able to do whatever you want. Who's ruling you? What are you talking about?
The majority gets to dictate, gets to set the standard, gets to say what the standard is for when violence is justified.
Yes.
That is
Yes,
rule.
but
that
minus
is
that-
that is the states.
Then who? Okay, then by that means, in your system, there's also rule.
I don't have democracy.
Well,
But
really quick,
you
between
have
you
a type
two,
of rule, though.
just really quick before you two get way too far
Sure.
into the weeds of it, because I mean it is interesting. Hearing us
Yeah,
talk
I
about
can
it.
answer your
I do
question.
want an answer from Aurelius. Yes, please.
So natural law anarchism, anarcho-capitalism, as it's described in this debate, is not toothless. As I said early on in the conversation, rights enforcement, security, whatever you want to call it, you can either acquire it for yourself, you can contact associates or contract specialists. This creates a flourishing market of security where no single entity has the monopoly over the market. You have competing specialists, you have cooperating associations between those specialists and between the militias, neighborhood watches, mutual defense contracts between people. Which would provision security at a higher quality and lower cost than a monopolized market. And as a result, the moment that these people start to trespass or use force or enslave people or anything else like that, said people can contract one of the specialists from the ANCAP Society or contact associates or do it themselves of ending that oppression and enforcing their rights. They can have voluntary fascism or Nazism or communism on their own land, but the moment where they start violating rights, such as enforcing their rules with anything more than trespass, that justifies the use of force to step in.
Nazi Germany, but on your land only. Famously, that's worked before.
And work camps where they where they're voluntarily kept there. They can leave at any time.
The Nazis never did a work camp in a country outside Nazi. That's never happened.
I'm saying they would be unable to invade anywhere else. They wouldn't be able to conquest.
What do you mean they'd be unable?
If
they had bigger guns, they'd be plenty able. What do you mean?
Then the entire world?
Sure.
Yeah, the entire world's market of security. Yeah, there would still be nukes. They'd be a lot more precise.
It sounds a very safe world that you want.
Yeah, we'd be able to handle criminals. Enact justice upon criminals.
Important. That's what's most important in this world. Handling.
Oh, it's necessary. Criminals will always exist.
I didn't say necessary. I said most important. Because that was the first thing you said is we were going to stop those criminals. I mark my words, they will be locked up. They will.
Not locked up.
We will throw people in cages.
Who said anything about cages? I'm for remediation and remediation alone.
Right, sorry, you said that. We will throw those people back on the street so they can do the same thing again. And we'll stop them again. And again. And again.
If they escalate to lethal force in you trying to detain them, then it escalates to lethal force and you're justified to use it.
Okay, we will either stop them or kill them, but no boxes. That's too much. That's too much for our society. But we can kill them. That's fine.
And then arbitrarily, the majority in your system can enact violence how they see fit upon the minority.
You know I'm right. That's why you flipped it back around, man.
More so, I'm shooting a bullet back after biting mine.
Okay. I see.
Because I will say that gang rape is democratic. Gang rape is a democratic norm.
Okay, but the overwhelming majority of humans don't like gang rape. So if we're all a democracy,
sure, but it's still democratic.
We are going to legalize gang rape.
Do people have a right not to be gang raped?
So, just to kind of
I don't know. Apparently, you can watch it.
We're gonna get Z-Sev up here, and that will probably be the last person we'll be able to get up here. Z-Sev. I want to say, I don't know why. Anyway.
Actually, the Z is a typo I made when I was drunk, and I actually haven't fixed it. Anyways.
Oh, fantastic.
Hello, Alec. Talked to you before. I had a few things based on truth. You know, that bit on truth that you had earlier. I don't really want to talk about gang rape.
Understandable.
Fair enough.
Understandable. Yeah. You were saying how truth is defined mostly by the majority for you, right?
Well, perception's reality, right? Like, if our understanding... So, like, take it this way. Like, for a while, like, it's fluid, right? Like, we thought that the atom was, like, just a ball. It's just like this little marble that sits there, you know? And that's, like, the root of all matter.
We thought it was cheese once.
We thought what?
We thought it was cheese once, actually.
Cheese?
I don't know if that's
It-
ahistorical or not.
Okay,
We'll,
but
we'll assume it's true.
Was it-
but we thought atoms were like these
atomism
balls.
goes back to ancient Greece. But
Yep.
yeah, go on.
thought-
Sorry,
right,
it's
we-
just a-
Well, we thought they were like these
Fun
solid
fact.
balls, right? That kind of just bounce
Yeah.
around and stuff. And that was more true than anything else, any other model that any scientist had built up to that point, right? Now, was it the truth?
No.
No? Oh, okay. Let's modify it so
no.
that now, okay, so we move forward in time. Now we have the proton, the neutron, and the electron, right? And we have
Yeah.
the protons and the neutrons in the center, and the electrons orbit around that. Kind of like how the Earth orbits the sun, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, yeah. It's
Wrong!
not really, but
Wrong,
Nope.
wrong, wrong.
yeah. I was
Why would
saying.
you lie? Why would you lie? The electron
Not lying,
clouds
he's
are
just
not
correct.
like the planets. They don't move like the planets around the sun.
I did say not really.
Were you
but I'm
taught
gonna
a
go with it.
lie in school?
I mean, the teachers kind of lie.
Yeah.
They know better.
Lies for children. Lies for children.
Oh, it's a
But
lie?
it's-
Why are we teaching our
it
children
is a lie.
lies?
Because
But
it's
why?
too
It's
complicated for
education.
them. I'll leave it to you.
Okay,
That's
but
that's the state of education system, isn't it?
but that's my point is
that's
we're not lying to them. We're giving them the truth on a scale and in a perspective that they can understand and intuit. That's not lying.
okay. But how does this?
And it's the truth.
Okay. Listen, I think
The truth is
crux
subjective.
of the I think the crux of the issue between I'm just going to go with why I'm so fixated on this point first.
Sure.
Just a little side tangent because I want to like put my perspective across. I feel that the difference between our two ideologies is inherently based on how we view reality as a whole. You have I personally believe reality is something objective, something concrete, something that it's something that we experience and it's not quite changeable. That there are certain things that you yourself really can't change. I would think that you agree with me to a certain extent, but I'm not going to make assumptions about what you believe. And I
Sure.
think that if we can see each other's perspectives on what is essentially the very basics, the very, very basics of philosophy, even to you could extend it to economics, but the very basics of reality, essentially, then each other's worldviews will become a lot more apparent, and you can see, oh, I can see where you get that from. Oh, I can see where you get this from.
I
It's like
see
what you were
where-
saying earlier. Yeah.
Go on.
Sorry, go on.
No,
Go
like
on.
I was saying earlier, what? I cut you off.
Oh no, I was just saying, it's like what you were saying earlier. Like you said, if people understood, if we all came together and people understood my worldview, then
Yes.
it would work. Now I don't essentially agree with you with that, but I agree with you on a more basic level on sort of
Well, I understand what
how
Aurelius
that
wants better than
works.
Aurelius understands what Aurelius wants.
I'm sure about that.
I am.
Maybe.
That's my
maybe.
truth. But my point is, like, yes, people need to take the time to stop and understand each other, right? And
Yeah,
and
we agree with that.
even if
agree
we
on
don't agree on like a fundamental principle of how reality ought to function, we should at least come to an understanding of how the other person got to where they got.
Yeah, I think that's important. I mean, I've been trying to actually read some communist literature, just the basic stuff right now, but because I'm genuinely interested in how people get to these conclusions. It's fascinating to me that someone can reach what is essentially the exact opposite of what I believe. Not the exact opposite, but it's pretty far off in a lot of ways. But anyways, what I'd like to say, I'd like to give you like a wee hypothetical.
Sure.
Like, did you eat breakfast this morning?
I did. Yummy egg sandwich.
Yeah. No, you were talking about how the majority dictates. Mostly, you were talking about how the truth was in the medieval times they thought the Earth was flat. They didn't really, but
Well,
for argument's sake.
Well, that theory dominated and also served a function. The understanding of the Earth as flat let people treat it as though it is. You know what I mean? Like that's a truth in some perspective. Like if you have a flat piece of ground, you just call it like a prairie, right? Like it's a flat piece of ground.
What do you say if I just said that's just an opinion?
Okay, what's your opinion?
I would say it's round.
Okay, you think the Earth's round. Well, I don't farm on a sphere. I farm on a flat piece of land. So no, the Earth's not round, dummy. It's flat.
But this doesn't get us closer to truth.
It gets me closer to some fucking corn in my mouth. I don't know what
Sure,
you're
but you
farming
don't
on.
care
You're
about-
farming on balls. I mean, if that works for you, great. I farm on flat land, brother. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
See?
But this doesn't. This is.
That's my truth.
This,
The truth's subjective.
this doesn't-
Bev, would you
It's
say that
your
reality
truth.
is what we observe and not our observations?
Reality is not what we observe. It is what we observe, but it is not made up from our observations.
Yeah.
Oh, it absolutely
So,
is.
So what?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That is exactly
How
how
do you know?
truth works.
No.
how do you know?
Because if everybody were dead, there'd be no truth.
How do you know?
Who's there to set
there
the
be no-
truth? Who's there to
What do you
say
mean
the
set the
truth?
truth?
Who's there to say it?
No, but the truth's just
Who's there to
there.
hear it?
The
Who's
truth's
there to hear it? Who's there to
Would
hear
the Earth
truth?
still be there?
I
Would the
don't
Earth
know.
still be there?
Truth doesn't
I
speak.
don't
All right.
Who's there to look at it?
Z7,
Who's there
I'm
to
gonna
see
have
it?
to ask you to wrap up if you have like a final question, and then we're gonna have to get
Okay,
into
right.
closings. for
So
this
going
one.
back to a metaphor, what happens if everybody said you didn't have breakfast this morning? Everybody's
guess-
telling you this.
I guess I would think I hallucinated eating an egg sandwich.
Even
No, but you
against your own
definitely did eat that
experience?
egg sandwich.
Why would everybody be telling me this? What's like
Against
the
your own
motivation? Like the entire Earth just decides to send me a postcard and say, "Hey, you know that egg sandwich you had this morning? It was a myth."
Say
It
they
never
really
existed.
wanted to. But what I'm trying to get at is that it's not always based on other people's perceptions. It can be based on other things. Like some opinions are more important than others. Some opinions are definitely more important than others when it comes to discerning the truth, because truth isn't based on opinions. It's based on how sound your logic for saying that this is the truth is. You would trust a doctor on medical things more than some random guy in the street, because you generally know and he'll generally have better reasons for why that thing is wrong in your body than the random guy in the street. But you'll trust, do you get the point I'm trying to put across? It's more based on how well you can explain something, how well your argument is for something, rather than just your volume
Okay.
and perspective.
So in terms of farming, the Earth's flat.
Do I trust the farmer?
The Earth is flat.
No.
I'm a
But
farmer.
farmers don't just farmers
What do you
don't
mean
study
the Earth's
the
round?
farmers
I don't
farmers
farm
don't
on
study the
balls.
circumference of the earth.
Huh?
How do you know you're not
Farmers don't
falling on
study
a
that.
ball?
Yeah.
The Earth is
How
a
do you
ball.
know that?
No, the Earth in my backyard is flat. It's not a ball.
Do you think the horizon is
Flat.
the end of the Earth?
Yeah.
Do I think the horizon's
flat to a
I don't
certain
know. I've never
extent.
been there. I have no idea what's there. It could be an ice wall.
I mean, I'm an Argentinian helicopter farmer, and I've seen the curve, so I say you're wrong.
Oh.
Where's the curve?
See, it's. But this
Okay,
is a
well, I'll
bit
take
of
your
a
word for it, but the
non-point.
Earth in my backyard is flat. Like, at least in my
But
backyard,
we
that
can
part's
prove
flat.
it's right.
But the part in my backyard is
Z7.
flat.
We can
Z7,
we can
I'm
prove
glad.
it.
Well, I'm gonna have to pull you down. This is a very an interesting
silencing
chunk of
me.
the argument. Yeah, yes, you were being silenced,
They're
but I
silencing me.
promise you, Alec is
Free
very open to
speech.
debating a lot of people. So
free-
get in
free
contact with
speech.
me, get in contact with him, and we can set something up
Yeah,
for
yeah,
a
yeah.
debate.
I'll see you later.
Pencil 'em in.
See you
All
later.
right, thank
Thanks
you.
for coming up.
All right, so we're gonna go into closing statements, and since have I been saying it right? Aurelius? I've been saying
It's Aurelius.
Aurelius.
Yeah.
Aurelius. Figuring that out right at the end.
Very regal.
We'll give Alec the first 5 minutes to close.
Sure.
Time starts now.
Sure. I appreciate Aurelius coming in for a conversation. I think that was interesting, enlightening. I still am not convinced that money is a necessity or that an economy is a necessity. It is a necessity in Kapistan for some reason. But why let money rule you? Why let money govern you? You call it law of nature. No, it's law of the dollar is what you want. Okay? And I'm sorry to be so harsh about it, but that's what it comes down to, because at the end of the day, right now, what we have in our society is that money is power. Okay? Money was created as a means of having power over another person. Because if another person takes an apple from my basket, they are now indebted to me $3. And that's power that I have over them, because the person who enforces that currency has a lot of guns. Okay? So if you don't want to have people with a lot of guns knocking at your door, hand over the $3 right now. That's what money is. And you don't need it. Okay? Money is a construct that we made up. All you need is each other. And all you must do is recognize that. Okay? It works in a house. It works between two houses. You don't need monetary exchange between two houses, but for some reason you need them between two nations? Why? I that doesn't make any sense to me. Everybody thinks that more people means more complicated and more danger and more distrust and this. It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to. And the more people recognize and internalize this, the closer we get to that point where the entire world is just one big grill out where you give what you can and take what you need and have a good time.
All right. Aurelius, your 5-minute timer starts now.
Thank you. Well, it's been an interesting conversation, and I appreciate it. I would say that all throughout, the comments that I found interesting were that perception is reality, truth is subjective, but I don't think you're able to really evaluate that truth for yourself. I think the lack of an idea if the earth would still be around if there weren't anybody to observe it, if a tree falling in the forest would make a sound if nobody was around to observe it, is inconsistent at best. And I think that epistemological problem leads to you having a foundation of knowledge in the opinions of the majority, which seems to underlie your ethics as well, rather than basing what you think is ethical, what justifies force, on any amount of truth. You base it on what the majority's preferences are. And I think that can lead to absolutely abhorrent, unethical conclusions that can lead to great oppression of the larger society. I think we established that anarcho-communism, in your view, involves a council, it involves democratic rule, and I find that to be in violation of what anarchism is. It is a ruling relationship of the majority upon the minority. And regarding economics, economics is the allocation of scarce resources with alternative uses. There will be scarcity in the physics sense that I was talking about. You cannot boil a pot of water with a potential fire just because the potential for the fire always existed, just because the resources that we had now always had the potential to exist, doesn't mean they were actualized. Only actualized resources matter, and I think you and your system are unable to actualize resources at the quantity demanded for the fewest other resources. I don't think you're able to build a pencil, and that's a very simple thing that costs very little in terms of resources, not just money. but it requires advanced supply chains, which I don't think you're able to construct. And in terms of practicality, you require this like species consciousness where everybody in the world has to get in on it, and then you would still fail at your society would still fail in the economic and ethics problems. So I will conclude to say that I hold that natural law anarchism is better for society, ethically, economically, and practically. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming on, Aurelius.
Thank you very much.
Alec, as always, you're going
Of
to stay
course.
on the stage because
Of course.
you got another debate coming up, but
I do indeed.
would love to have you back. And if you'll send me your YouTube channel link, I can
Sure thing.
link that if you want to plug that again as well.
Yeah, sure thing. I am Aurelius Argenti. I'm a student of libertarianism who has undertaken the goal of creating a unified theory of metaphysics, which seems to be implying existential aesthetic and moral realism, which is to say that existence, aesthetics, and morality are objective. I run the YouTube channel Foundational Philosophy, where I'll be posting about that as I complete my work.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Thank you very much for coming on, man. All right.
All right.
Let me
So,
take another breather. Is that okay?
yes, I'm gonna actually do that as
Okay.
well. Punisher, I'll go ahead and bring you up here, and you can, entertain the Platinum Politics audience. I don't know if Alec's gonna do his be right back screen, but
Yeah, I'm gonna do my BRB screen and put everybody on deafen and stuff.
all right, awesome.
All right, I'll be right back. Okay, just let me address the chat real quick because I haven't in a minute. I got a little bit into the weeds on the truth thing. I don't really know where I was going with that, but you just kind of go with the flow. That libertarian lost literally 90% of audience by using words no one understands enough. Yeah, we need to change the debate game such that people don't feel the need to use these big words that nobody cares about. Use simple language. Use language that a moron could understand. That's what smart people do. That's what truly smart people do. Or so I'm told. Okay, let me run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I return. It's always the same tactics. Talking too fast, using big and uncommon words doesn't make you look smarter. Just bores everyone in the audience. Yeah, I just like it's a dying tactic. It's a dying tactic. Anybody who listens back to that debate is going to look at me. I can't predict the future, but they're gonna listen to me and at least, if nothing else, be more entertained. If nothing else, be more entertained. And I think that's important. So, speaking of entertainment, let's get back to it. I never stopped recording. Fuck. Well, Dubs, you can have fun dealing with that. Okay, let's get back to it.
About as much. Like this topic has been talked about a lot, but it's also a pretty new topic. It hasn't been around for that long, so
Yeah, depending on how you see it, but
right. I
Alec
think
is back now.
It's certainly more popular than in
It's been more
recent
popular.
and then in
Yeah.
past times.
That's
It's certainly more
fair.
pressing.
That's fair.
Yeah. Right. That's,
But
that's what I was looking for.
perfect segue into that. The topic being children can be transgender.
Oh boy.
Alec believes that they can, and the Punisher or Punisher games would just Punisher. Is that fine? Or is
Yeah,
there another
Punisher's
name?
fine. Punisher's fine.
All right. And Punisher believes that that is not the case. So, since Alec is the one defending the claim, I'll let him go first so he can explain why kids can be transgender or how or whatever his defense to the claim is. Alec, 5 minutes starts now.
Well, children can be cisgender, right?
I say yes.
Well, it's my statement. I was going to let that hang, but thanks for interrupting.
Oh, okay.
No, it's okay. But it makes me look better anyway. So, my real argument is it scares a lot of people to think about children going through certain aesthetic medical procedures, right? And so this is the main thing that pops to mind for a lot of people's skulls, right? For a lot of people in America and the UK, as like this thing that we do to kids to like cut their breasts off or deep throat hormones or whatever, mainline the hormones, right? So it's just funny to me because we do this already. We do both of those things medically to cisgender children. We give them hormone treatments, sometimes puberty blockers. 90% of all underage sexually related treatments, like a mastectomy, that's done on young cis boys with gynecomastia. 90%. So you'd have a hard time convincing me that if a young person who was born male can do that at 15, that a young person who was born female can't do that at 15. That sounds like it's just discrimination at that point. It sounds like you're just arbitrarily deciding that the person born female isn't allowed to do that. And that not only is that discrimination in setting a double standard, you are directly hurting that person. You are hurting that child because they wouldn't get the procedure if they don't want it for some reason. And we should listen and hear them out as to why they want it and then proceed from there. And usually what they'll tell you is related to dysphoria, body dysphoria, okay? And the best treatment that we have right now for body dysphoria is to simply change the body in the best way that we can, okay? That's what gets rid of the dysphoria. And if it's not possible to do that, well, that's where therapy comes in. But if it is possible to do that, all you're doing is telling that person that they're not allowed for some reason. Why, I ask? Like, that's silly. Dysphoria is a crippling illness sometimes. It can lead to suicide. It has in many cases. I'm sure you're familiar with the 41%. Okay? So I just don't buy that trans children don't exist because we have graves with their names written on them. So where do I go from there?
All right. Punisher, your 5-minute opening statement starts right now.
I agree with him on some things. I think this dysphoria is a very crippling illness. I've never denied it. I think it's a very mentally crippling illness. However, when it comes to the procedure itself, I also agree. I don't think it's not as simple as cutting breast off. It's obviously not entirely like that. However, the actual procedure is still, at the end of the day, is permanent. There are permanent ramifications to a lot of the operations that these doctors offer the children, like HRT, the sex change operation. All those things are things that that these doctors that these push on the kids. They're permanent. I mean, there are things that you cannot revert once it's done, and a 15-year-old might want these operations, and I'm not denying that they do. I think they do. I'm sure they do with their illnesses that they have, but just because they wanted it at 15 doesn't mean they wanted it at 30. And at the end of the day, a lot of children will often just go to whatever the new trendy or cool thing is to do, and sometimes they might think in the moment, especially if dysphoria is playing a factor, they might think that, okay, this is the way to go about this. And maybe in 10, 15 years, they might be like, no. And an easy solution to that would be to wait a few years, I think. And as Alec had said previously, like therapy, there are alternatives to these operations that aren't permanent. And I ultimately believe it's not just about transgenderism in general. I just ultimately believe that children probably shouldn't be making permanent life-altering decisions. And a lot of these procedures that these doctors offer are permanent, or at least have permanent effects to them that you can't get rid of.
Are you?
All right. Are we want to do another little 5 minutes uninterrupted back and forth, or we just want to go ahead and go?
I prefer open conversation.
Agreed.
Let us open the conversation. Discuss, gentlemen.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm gonna start by I want to post a source here. Pull it up here. Let me
Okay, you do that. I got a question.
yes.
Should children get the chickenpox shot?
Chickenpox shot. I believe they should. I believe they should.
Wow.
I
Okay, so we
believe.
can cross off permanent
I
procedure.
personally
We
recommend
can
it. I
cross
don't
permanent.
think it.
Well, we can cross permanent
requirement.
procedure off the list for children, things that children aren't allowed to do. I'll just take that off.
I mean, chickenpox. There's a bunch of shots you can
That's a
get
permanent
as a kid
procedure.
that are permanent.
It's a permanent procedure. So it's not about the permanence, right?
It's also about the effects. It's about the effects.
So it's not about
What
the
side
permanence,
effects
it's
would you
about the
say
effects.
What side of effects would you say chickenpox gives to children?
Well, it can kill them. It can give them respiratory complications. It can cause skin scarring from the itching. There are a couple other things, I'm sure, but you know, it can literally kill them. Like, side effects are not good. You should just get the vaccine, unless it's permanent, in which case kids can't do it. Right? It's permanent.
I mean, the way I view vaccines, I view them as something that's kind of up to the parent.
Okay, but they're permanent. So it's not a matter of permanence whether or not a child can receive certain health care, right?
If it genuinely if it gives them benefits to the point where they
Oh.
literally can't get a certain illness that will kill them, which chickenpox will kill you too.
Okay, so it can be
Chickenpox will
permanent
kill
as
you, just like the
long.
vaccine can kill you.
So it can be permanent, but you have to be able to prove that it will prevent me from getting a disease for the rest of my life. That's what's allowed to be permanent, right?
I believe that a gender change operation can give you, I wouldn't say a disease for
didn't
the
ask
rest
about
of your
that.
life.
I didn't ask about that.
I believe that I believe that personally, yeah, I think it can give you permanent what was the question?
My question was, I'm trying to establish where your boundary's at, because you're saying that the chickenpox vaccine is fine for children, even though it gives you lifelong altering effects on your immune system. It alters your immune system for life. Okay, in such a manner that you will never get chickenpox. That's what it does. Okay, but it is altering your biology permanently. That's what it's doing. So that is not your concern, right? Not that it's permanent.
I'll admit you got me there. I mean, I think all
Okay, great.
vaccines do those things, and I believe children should have access to certain vaccines.
Great. So permanence is not an issue. So go on. What's your next issue? See how we're tackling this? We're slowly untangling it. What's your next issue with like trans kids?
My next issue with it is the effects of it. Obviously, as you mentioned earlier, you could argue that it's also life-threatening not to get it because you could argue that it could lead to suicide, which I believe is definitely a point to be made. Um, However, as you have also said in your opening statement, there are alternatives such as therapy. So you could try to say that suicide's an issue, and as that's why we should do that even if it's permanent. However, you could also say there's alternatives. When chickenpox kills you, or not chickenpox, chickenpox vaccine ends up taking your life, which it has before. It's a lot of the time it's really just often, unfortunately, just due to found the luck. When it
So
comes to dysphoria, I believe those illnesses can be managed without luck. I believe they can be managed without even getting the HRT done. I believe they can be managed in a bunch of ways, and I
so
believe you've already mentioned some of them.
well, when I said therapy, what I'm referring to is therapy for people who literally have no other option. Your option is you get therapy or you just kind of sit with it and figure it out for yourself. Like, for instance, like a person whose arm got lopped off, right? We're making headway in the mechanical arm industry, but
We are.
at the moment, we cannot make basically a perfect arm for that person. They will forever be without an arm. Period. We can get them a prosthetic to help, but nothing's ever going to beat the real deal. And so for that person, as badly as we want to give them back their arm, we can't. So for them, they get therapy. Or unless they don't want it, if they're chill, then that's fine. But if they need therapy, that's what they get. You can't get your arm back, but you can find ways to cope with it.
Therapy isn't a permanent solution, but in this situation, it doesn't need to be. Because I believe once a kid
For
is
somebody
18
who
years
got their
old, they
arm
can get
chopped off,
whatever
it's the
treatment they
only
want.
permanent solution. Like you can't replace your arm yet. Not yet.
You can. A metal arm, well, it's a permanent,
It
but
will
it's not a perfect
it will
solution.
never be the real deal. That's my point. Not yet. We have not artificially grown limbs yet and attached them to people.
Well, that's true.
Okay, so then we give them the best that we can to fake the real deal, and then from there it's therapy,
Right.
right?
I mean, that's true, but the mechanical harm doesn't really change hormones. I mean, this does. Honestly, I think what you said earlier, man, was a really fair comparison. Vaccines, because vaccines don't inherently do the same thing as obviously these procedures. However, they similarly affect they affect your immune system. They affect your hormones. Well, they have to affect your hormones, or else it wouldn't even be a gender change operation. That's kind of the whole
Okay,
point.
hormones. Sorry, I missed the first one. Hormones and what else?
Well, vaccines affect the immune system,
Oh,
and then of course the gender surgeries affect hormones.
not genders. So not the surgeries. The surgeries aren't the things affecting the hormones. It's the
Oh,
treatments.
the
It's
HRT, hormone
the
replacement
HRT.
therapy.
There you go. The H and HRT, right? So the HRT is what's affecting the hormones. So what's wrong with altering the hormones of a young person, of somebody who's like 13? What's wrong with that?
Well, it's doing something that's going to affect them for the rest of their life,
Yeah,
which
that's what
doesn't
puberty
have to
is.
always be a problem, like with
That's
vaccines. But in that case, I've seen, there is
right.
there's males who transition, or there's women who've transitioned into males and have transitioned back to women. Their voice never changes back. Their voice will be deep for the rest of their life because of the hormones. The
Well,
hormones,
there.
once you
Okay.
change your hormones, that's it.
Okay, but
Your
now you're
voice will start
okay.
to be deep.
Let me turn this back around on you then. What if a young girl goes through male puberty? Now their
If a
voice
girl
is
goes through
deep
male
for the
puberty.
rest of their fucking life, right? If they did not want that, if this girl wanted to have a high voice like most girls do, now she's fucked, right?
If they're going, that's obviously there's obviously also circumstances. I believe that for the most part, I don't believe children should be getting these types of operations. But
Okay,
obviously, medical emergencies are medical emergencies. If a
but
female is going through
but
male
but
puberty,
what you
that'd
just
be a
said,
different
no,
story.
you have a double standard that I'm trying to untie. Are you interested?
Yes.
Okay, your double standard is that as long as you are cis, a cis child, aka a not trans child, you identify with the gender you were born as, okay, that you were assigned at birth, like a cis boy, right? As long as you're cis, you can get hormone treatments if it's natural in your body, right? If your body's the one feeding you the hormone, it's fine. Fuck if you want a lighter voice. I don't care. As long as there's no external hormone treatment, and it all has to be from within, even if this person wants a higher voice. There are ways to intervene and give this person a higher voice, but we just don't because that's against what you want to do. You don't want hormone treatments on these people, right?
I don't like, I mean, what you said is kind of what a lot of kids think, actually, when it comes to, they want their voice to be higher. If they want someone to change about themselves,
Yes.
they go out to do that. But that's
Yes.
not always what's ultimately best for them.
How do you
there's a
know
lot
that?
of times where,
What do you mean? How high should their voice be?
there's a bunch of kids, young boys who want their voice to be high, as a boy. I
Okay.
don't see a lot of males who want their voice to be high as an adult. Some might, but if you look at
There are
all the
plenty.
children who want their voice to be higher, oh, there are. But if you look all the children who want their voice to be higher, and you
What if
look at all the adults who still want that, it's
what if they
pretty
want
clear
their
that a lot of kids grow out of that.
what if they want their
And
voice to
now
be
it comes,
deeper?
they want their voice to be deeper.
What if you have a 16-year-old cis boy who wants his voice to be deeper? He just didn't get enough testosterone and now his voice is still high like a kid.
Well, if that would be permanent, if that was a permanent issue, and if his voice could
No, it
never
wouldn't.
deepen naturally,
No,
it would.
my voice deepened in my adult years. I was like 24 when I started testosterone replacement therapy. You can go back and listen to my videos. My voice is deeper than it used to be.
Okay, well, that's someone that I think at the age of 18 they should be allowed to start.
At 18, but not
But
16, right? This
I
young
don't think
boy,
so, no.
this young boy, right? This young cis boy who wants a higher voice because he's being made fun of for one thing, and for another thing, he just doesn't like his high voice. He's very self-conscious about it. Okay? He just wants a deeper voice. And you're telling him he's got to go 2 more years with this girl voice to get by, right? That's kind of shitty. We have the means to give him a deeper voice through exactly the same means that every other kid's body did. It's the same thing. So why are we keeping it from him?
I can see that, but here's the thing: 16 or 18, the treatment's the treatment, and it doesn't necessarily not work if we wait. And if the kid,
But he
if the kid
doesn't
still
want
wants
to
it at
wait. Nobody
18,
else had to wait. Nobody else had to wait. They all got the natural flushes of testosterone necessary for that deep voice. Just give it to him artificially. What's the problem? What's the difference?
Well, the issue is, you would also, because there are people who their voice deepens surprisingly late. So my mentality is we should wait till a certain age where either A, they're a legal adult, or B, they're at an age where there is genuinely zero way their voice is going to deepen without testosterone.
If his testosterone is at 200 at like the age of 16 or 17, a doctor might say, yes, let's start hormone replacement therapy, okay? Because he's clearly having issues in school. He's not able to do sports anymore. He dropped out of those. He just lays in bed all day. His grades are ass. He's misbehaved. Give him the tea. Just give it to him.
Well, when it comes to physical, if their health, as if it's not just their voice, if their genuine health,
His health
in
is
jeopardy,
ass. It's ass.
that's a different.
It
That's a
has
very
to be.
different story.
It has to.
And
No,
as
it
I
has
said
to be
earlier,
ass.
medical emergencies are obviously a different story.
Okay, then
When
give
it
him the
comes
tea,
to
right? It's an emergency.
dysphoria, mentally it is a medical emergency. When it comes to dysphoria, when it comes to physical issues, it's different, because when it comes to physical issues, there's no alternative. You can't use
Dysphoria is a
therapy to
physical
do a
issue.
physical.
It is a physical issue as much as it is a mental one. You can't have one without the other in dysphoria. You need both. You need the
I'd say
brain and the
that's
body.
true, because physically, yes, you obviously interpret yourself differently. So
No,
you could argue it's somewhat
it-
of a physical issue.
It's more that you interpret yourself as should be different. I get a little dysphoria when I look at myself in the mirror these days because I look and I see not what I want. My gut's poking out a little bit. I like having bigger chest muscles and bigger traps and whatever. I got a little dysphoria over it. Okay? No biggie. I just need to go to the gym. But that's just it's on a spectrum. So for trans people, for instance, a trans woman, if you look in the mirror and see your growing stubble on your hair, on your face, or you hear your voice and it sounds as deep as mine, that's going to cause pretty severe dysphoria. Like, any woman would not want that. Pretty much any woman. I'm
I
sure there are
can see
exceptions.
that.
but-
I can see a younger girl struggling with that, but unfortunately, a lot of women grow facial hair, and
And there are
I
ways to
believe-
stop it, and we should give it to them if they want.
ways that have a lot of side effects that aren't exactly ideal. and
Okay.
a lot of side effects.
Then weigh it.
I don't
Weigh
think
it
child
out.
can understand.
Weigh it out.
A child can't weigh it out. That's the problem.
No, the
brain-
child and the physician weigh it out. Are you a physician?
I'm not a physician.
Okay, then trust the physician because he studied this.
Right, but I mean, let's be real. In the current medical climate, some people might have ulterior motives.
Like what?
Some people do. Well, they profit off hormone.
Oh, the
replacement
profit
therapy.
incentive. Well, that doesn't exist in my
Yeah.
ideal society. So if you remove the profit incentive from the equation, you believe that trans care ought to just be allowed, right?
I still don't, because
Why
I
not?
think with the physician, because I believe because at the end of the day, physician can be has as much expertise as he wants, and I'll admit a lot of physicians are very knowledgeable, knowledge that I do not have.
Okay.
However, the child himself still does not have the brain development necessary to make a decision that big. I mean, that's a big decision.
Okay, you have to
going
trust both of
to-
them, though. You have to trust both. You have to trust that the child is being honest, and you have to trust that the physician knows what the fuck they're doing. It has to
I
be
don't
both.
think
And
you
in
can
this case,
always do.
it's several organizations full of physicians and researchers and people who have
Which I don't think
studied
you
this
can trust
inside and
either.
out. They all agree, all of them, almost all of them.
So if
What's the
you
problem?
have a child, so you've talked about how severe dysphoria can be, and then you also
Mhm.
talked about how you want to trust that a child and a physician can be trustful. But here's my counter to that. If a child is suffering from such severe dysphoria that they really want what they want, even if it's not necessarily the best for them way later down the line, I could see a child lying to get their way, because children do that.
Okay. What's the
And-
child lying about in this circumstance?
They could lie about symptoms. They could
Like what?
lie about
Like
just
what
about
symptoms?
anything.
Like which symptom in this
They could
specific
over
circumstance?
exaggerate their problems, like you were talking about.
Okay.
Women could grow facial hair.
So the-
She might
okay.
grow a little bit of facial hair, but she could tell the doctor, "Oh yeah, I grow a full beard in 2 weeks, and then I have to shave it."
Okay. So she grows facial hair, and she's not that bothered by it, right? really.
I know some women are, some aren't. Some women are,
Okay,
some
but in this example, this scenario that you're setting up, she's not that bothered by it. She's just lying,
yes,
right? Okay.
because
So,
a lot of the
she
time,
must
her
be
bottom line,
bothered
she
by
might
it
want
at least enough to lie about how much she's bothered by it, right? It must bother her a little bit, at least.
It does, but a lot of
Okay.
it is also.
So if it bothers her bad enough to lie to her doctor, whom she's supposed to trust with all of her medical decisions, right? Ideally, if it bothers her enough to lie to him about how much it bothers her, I think she must be just telling the truth at a certain point, right? It just
Well,
kind of
if it
circles
bo-
back in on itself.
It doesn't necessarily mean that. Like I said, I mean,
It
not
do- what?
maybe the child won't make a flagrant lie, but
Okay,
they will.
why would she
over-exaggerate.
lie?
Children
Why
do
would
that.
she lie about how much it actually bothers her?
To get what she wants, which would in this circumstance be something
Okay.
like hormone replacement therapy.
Convince me that she shouldn't have it then.
She shouldn't have it because of the long-term effects that I don't believe I don't believe a 14-year-old girl is going to be able to grasp the long-term effects of HRT. I
Okay,
think they
then
might
then
think
you just think they
can,
should
but a
all be
lot
on
of the time
puberty
they don't.
blockers then, right? They should all be on puberty blockers. Every child. Until they're 18. Ideally.
If a woman is getting male puberty, then I believe ultimately
If a
they-
woman is
yeah,
getting male puberty, you mean a girl, I
woman-
presume.
a girl, yeah, getting male puberty, I'd say puberty blockers, yeah, if health wise that'll help them.
Not if
then
she's
yeah.
getting female puberty though, right? HRT's fine in that case. Like
If
just
she's
the
getting-
natural process of the body's
If she's getting
HRT,
natural
right?
female puberty, then I'd say
Yes.
it's just that's a
Okay,
normal
now,
circumstance.
what if we could take that natural HRT that happens inside of a girl at that age, bottle it, put it in a little syringe, and inject it into somebody else? Would that be okay?
You're saying put the HRT in a bottle and call it something else, just syringe
No,
it
no, no,
and
not
some-
call it something else. It's just the HRT. It's just the estrogen. What if we could do that? Would that be okay? Like let's say there's a girl who was born female who doesn't get flushes of those hormones enough to like develop, right? She's kind of got like the eternal child syndrome. But right? What if, just bear with me here, we could take that magical stuff that's inside of other girls, bottle it, put a little needle on it, and stick it inside of that girl? Would that be okay?
Honestly, no. I mean, it's
No!
I believe. I mean, if it at the end of the day, at the end of the day, HRT is going to affect them permanently. So if they're permanently
That's
stuck
the
in a child's
point!
phase,
But that's the point
they're
of puberty.
permanently stuck as a
Of course
child
it's
without-
permanent. Yes, that's puberty. Yes. What about it? We're just taking the puberty from this girl and applying it to that girl who doesn't get it. What's the problem?
it ha-
It's the same
it would-
thing.
It'd have to be applied at the right time because if you get puberty too
Don't-
early, it can also cause long-term health issues.
Of course we'll apply it at the right time. We've studied this. We know when the right time is. Tanner stage 2. That's the right time.
Tanner stage 2.
Tanner stage 2. Anything else? So we've
Okay,
knocked
so-
that off. So what's the next contention that you have with HRT? We're making headway here.
Okay, so the question that the debate is obviously on is can kids be transgender? So I'm going to ask you this. At what age do you believe kids should be allowed to access HRT?
Whatever age the doctors decide is necessary. I mean, for a cis child, they get access to HRT sometimes at 9 or 10. From their body, of
So-
course, but you know, it's the same
Well,
thing.
yeah. Okay, yeah. So do you believe someone, not someone like not like a newborn or anything, but say like a 3 or 4-year-old who can talk and can express himself? Do you believe a 3 or 4-year-old should be allowed to use HRT?
Can talk and express themselves. Like to what level?
To a basic level, to like a
Like
3
a-
to 4-year-old level.
With the
They
brain
can
of
say
like
basic
what, a
words, they can
9-year-old?
express and they can explain their feelings. I'd say a brain of a small child. Someone who could express
Like a
basic
4
feeling.
Like a 4-year-old? What do you
Yes.
mean small child? What age? A
I'd
4-year-old
say-
with the brain of
Let's go a 5-year-old.
With
Let's
a
say he has a little bit more advanced brain than his age.
wait,
Do you believe that child?
wait. You're asking me if a 4-year-old with the brain of a 5-year-old can do what?
Have access to HRT?
Why not just ask me if the 5-year-old can? Like, why bring? I don't under,
Okay.
why make it a
Okay,
super
can the
intelligent
5-year-old
4-year-old
have
who can like
access to HRT?
add 1 + 1 now instead of just to recognize
Okay.
the color red? What's the
Can a
difference?
5-year-old? Because we're talking about if children can have HRT, but we don't have an exact age. I mean, do you have? an
Okay, so
exact
that's
age in
why I
mind?
leave it in charge of the people who study it. They say, okay, you would typically start puberty at this age, so this is when you should get HRT if you need it.
Well, if you leave it to the people in
About
charge
10
of
or stage
studying
2.
it, it's just going to be whatever age works for them. It's just going to be whatever works for them. It's not going to be necessarily.
I have some amazing news for you. That's how every medical procedure works. Whatever works for that person. So we
Well,
should be on board with
individually, yeah.
this. Whatever works for them.
No, whatever works for them, whatever works for the people assigning the age. They don't. Here's the thing: they don't necessarily really care about the child's, whole life. They just want to put these children on these things.
Then why are they
Not even just
doctors?
for
What do you
financial
mean?
gain, just like earlier.
Wait,
They
wait,
want more
wait.
People on HRT.
You hold on. You made a bold claim. You just told me that these people do not give a fuck if they ruin these kids' lives.
Honestly, I don't. I think they care about the bottom
Then why
line
are they doctors? What are
and
you talking
short-term
about?
treatment. I
What?
think when it
So they
comes
went
in
to
this
medical
field
school all that
specifically-
time because they just want to stick it to the children.
I didn't say that. I wouldn't
then-
go that far. I'm sure they studied. I'm sure they're smart people. I just don't necessarily think they're always using that intelligence to look out. I think they'll look out for the kids in the short term, but I don't think they look out for the kids in the long term. Because I think a lot of their treatments, I mean, some of their treatments have worked and
Okay.
a lot haven't.
So
when it
they
comes to
care.
this.
So they care about the kids to some extent. You admit, right? In the short
To an
term.
extent,
In the short
yes,
term.
in the short
Okay, in the
term,
short
yeah,
term. So in
there
the
we
short
go.
term. So we apply HRT because the doctor cares about the child in the short term, right? And so the next year the child comes in and the child is having a reaction from the HRT. This doctor, who cares about the child in the short term, decides to stop the HRT, right?
So he just decides to stop it completely after a
Yes,
certain age?
because the doctor, as you admit, cares about the child in the short term, right?
Yep.
Okay, then what's the problem?
Well, of course, they're not just going to cut them off HRT
Why not?
because
They're having a
because that wouldn't
reaction.
because that wouldn't benefit them.
Okay, so it's not okay. So they don't care about the child in the short term, then.
I believe in the short term they care about them. In the long term, I don't. I think in the long term they'll still give them HRT. I never denied that. I just don't think in the long term they actually care necessarily about what happens to them because of the HRT.
Okay, and you think this what for
They
money?
know a lot about HRT. I just ultimately don't think they entirely.
Okay, do you
Not only
think
do
that
they don't have to. They don't
do you
have to
think
care.
do you think that this is just like what for money? That's why all of
Honestly, yeah.
these
Basically,
organizations. That's why all of these like the psychological what is it called? The American Psychological Association, just for instance, they're part of this grand scheme to like fish money out of these people's pockets for like specifically for trans stuff. Like we have to attack them young, the HRT and all that. The alcohol like the what is it? The revolving door system of how we treat like alcohol addiction clinics and crack cocaine and heroin addiction clinics and all that. They're all the same clinic usually, but my point is they already do that in so many other regards, right? Like the system's fucked in so many ways because of the profit incentive. I just find it interesting that like this is the one, like this is like the holy grail that we must go after because it's just like so fucking wrong and harmful and bad. Like I haven't seen the
don't think
evidence. All the
HRT
evidence
is
I've
the
seen
worst
is
thing in
that
the
this
world.
care works. That's why people want it and get it. That's why the regret rate's like below 1%. It's below 1%.
It seems like the longer this technology is around, the more stories I hear about how the long-term effects of it.
Okay,
Short term,
the
you're
algorithm
right.
is feeding you
Short term,
those.
you're right.
That's how the algorithm
These aren't just
works.
fake stories. These aren't just fake things
I'm
I
not
see
saying
on
they're
like
fake.
Instagram.
Did I say they were fake?
You said there were things that showing up on my feed,
The
showing up on my recommendations.
what I said is true. The algorithm feeds you those because you engage with them. Okay, so of course you're seeing a lot of them because every time you click on one, you see two more. It's a hydra. That's the algorithm.
I'm sure there's success stories for HRT.
The
and
huh?
I don't think there's some grand scheme going on here. I think maybe to an extent they somewhat believe that HRT can help these children, and
Okay.
maybe to an extent they can. However, I'm saying that when the money's there, sometimes you ignore certain facts, and I think that's what some of these people are doing. I think they
Such as?
look at the short term, and I think they ignore the long term. Well, I think they ignore the fact that these things, I mean, like I said earlier in the debate, your voice permanently changes. Your hormones will
We went
never
over that.
alter back to what they
We
were
went over
before.
that. You're fine with
That
people.
just does that's
Hold
not how it
on.
works.
Hold on. We went over that. First of all, you're fine with permanent changes in the medical field. You admitted that. Chickenpox vaccine, you're all good, even though it's a permanent physical
changes
change
to
to your
the immune
body. That's one. Two, you already admitted that even in the specific case of voices, you are also fine with that being permanent. You admitted both of those things. So what's the
I mean,
problem? Give the young trans boy some testosterone and let his voice deepen. What's the problem? You're
Well,
fine with people's voices getting deeper as a result of testosterone influxes and whatever.
If you wait until a kid is 18 to give them HRT, do you think it'll still have the same effects? Do you think it'll be able to deepen their voice?
It still will, but why wait? You don't wait for cis boys. Why trans boys? What's the double standard here?
Because if cis boys have no interest in transitioning and vaccines, chickenpox vaccine is something that you would obviously it's been
Oh, that's
recommended
obvious.
to get younger.
That's obvious.
But
That one's
people-
obvious. Shoo, go away. I'm not addressing that. It's too obvious.
Okay. HRT is something that is at the end of the day, unfortunately, it has effects that not even the chickenpox vaccine has. And I'd argue it's a lot more severe because it affects not your immune system, but your hormones. And a lot of those effects
Okay,
are permanent.
then they should all be on puberty blockers. Everybody. For as long as possible.
I don't think it should be on puberty blockers.
Why not?
Why would a kid with a light voice need to be on puberty blockers?
To stop them from going through puberty. That is literally just HRT, but your body's doing it.
So you basically, if a kid has a light voice and their voice isn't deepening with the puberty, you just don't want them to go through puberty at all.
No, you don't want them to go through puberty at all.
I still want them to go through puberty.
No,
after-
that doesn't make sense. No, you don't. Because you don't want permanent life-altering things to happen to them.
But puberty, I mean, you can't avoid puberty. Puberty is a
You
natural
sure
thing.
can. I have 2 magical words for you.
Puberty blockers.
There you go.
But would you say puberty blockers is healthier than going through puberty?
I mean, sometimes, sure. If you have precocious puberty, absolutely.
So for a kid with that who doesn't have precocious puberty,
Mhm.
I would say that them going on puberty blockers and them going on HRT would be, I'd say until the age of 18, there's not a reason for it.
Okay,
I know you.
then
I'm saying
you're in an impossible situation. You're in an impossible situation because you can't let the puberty go on, but you also can't block it. We must kill the children then. Kill them.
Why can't you let the puberty
Kill them
go
before
on?
they can reach the age of puberty because we have no way of stopping it, so we must kill them. To save
Why
them
can't we
from
let
the
puberty
blight
go
of
on?
HRT, right?
We can let the puberty go on, and then once they're 18,
Why? Why?
because once they're 18, they can fully understand the long-term effects of it.
No,
And then
no,
they
you
can
said
make
no.
decisions
You
based
said no.
on that.
No, you said no estrogen influxes, no testosterone influxes for these children. They must be prevented. So I said puberty blockers.
I
And you
believe
said
until
no puberty blockers. So I said, okay, well, we don't want them to get testosterone or estrogen influxes, but we also don't want to block their puberty. The only solution left is to kill them.
I believe a child should go as close to the natural process of their body as possible.
So
I believe the
nature
only way
decides it.
we should be intervening. I believe the only way we should intervene is before the age of 18 is if it was life-threatening or had severe health risks that could complicate the rest of their life.
So nature
But here's
decides
the
it.
problem.
Leave it up
I'd
to
say
nature.
I'd say if there's nothing life-threatening going on and
If there's
there's
nothing life-threatening going on, leave it up to nature.
I'd say yeah, until the age of 18.
Okay.
And
What if I could
if
convince
it-
you that there is something life-threatening going on?
Then the necessary precautions would have to be taken. And as I've stated in this
Okay.
debate, I believe medical emergencies are a very separate issue.
Okay.
And I believe sometimes I wouldn't go as far as to say, I mean, I'm not going to say HRT should be illegal for everyone under the age of 18. HRT can be necessary, but
Okay.
I don't believe it should be deemed necessary for a child due to dysphoria when sometimes some people have dysphoria forever until they get the therapy they need or the HRT that they need. But then there's some people who don't have it forever. Those are the people that I'm mainly talking about, and those are the people that I would say that I believe not letting them get HRT are being basically protected because some people have dysphoria as a young teenager, but as they get older, they don't have it anymore. Some still have it for a lot longer than that. So I'm saying that based on that, I'd say my mindset is this. I believe a child should not go through something like HRT until they're absolutely sure they won't have something like that done for the rest of their life. Until they are
Okay.
absolutely positively sure.
Unless it's
And I believe
natural.
that's not possible
Unless
until
it's
the age of
natural.
18.
Unless nature takes the wheel and decides, boom, HRT for you. Call it puberty. Same
I
thing, we
believe
call it
that-
something different. It's the same thing. But
I
nature
believe
does it,
in
so
that,
it's fine.
Well, if it causes life, it's honestly not fine if it's causing life-threatening
Then
issues. but
puberty
if it-
blockers. We can stop nature. Use puberty blockers.
So if a child is getting HRT naturally instead of
Okay.
the medical way, then
Nature
maybe yes, they
decides.
should have puberty blockers to treat.
Okay, nature's the great decider of who gets HRT and who does not, right?
No, I think a lot of
No.
it has to do with age.
Sir, is it by nature or is it not? It can only be
I don't
one.
believe I mean, I clearly don't believe so because if I did, I'd just say, oh, even if
Then
their life is
we use puberty blockers.
okay.
Okay, we just give
Under that
puberty blockers to every child. That's what you believe, huh?
I wouldn't give it to every child. Does every child get HRT naturally?
90% of them do. 99%, yes. That's what
Most of
puberty
them.
is. That's what
Well, no,
puberty is.
Well, puberty, yes. Puberty gives you
Okay.
new hormones and replace them.
It's
Not in the same way
replacing
that
a
HRT
void
does.
of them, okay? When I have an
I get
empty water
saying it
mug
like
and I put water into it, one might say I replaced the mug with water. You are giving them hormone replacement therapy by letting them go through natural puberty. Yes, you are. Nature's doing it.
That is true, but puberty based on the sex you were assigned at birth is different from puberty
Nature,
that
right?
isn't based on the sex you were assigned at birth.
So it goes back to
Puberty
nature,
that-
though.
if you get puberty that is not based on the sex of your birth, it's just not the same. There
Why not?
are health risks you can get from that you cannot get from natural
Such as,
puberty.
okay, health risks. Here we go. Such as getting
I don't
so
think
getting
hormones have
a
a
get
deep
so
void
getting
from
a hold on. Just
Lesser
I'm not
than
trying to
other
get a
health-
gotcha. We can go through it together. Okay, because
Uh-huh.
every treatment that you have in medicine comes with its share of risks and benefits, and you have to weigh those. Okay, there's a risk of getting an infection at the injection spot, for instance. That's not a risk you carry with natural puberty. So if you decide that that risk of getting infection is not worth that injection, you might say no to HRT. Sure.
Which I don't believe a child can understand. That's what I believe they can kind of understand it, but I don't believe a child can fully understand the risk of HRT. And once they're 18 and they can and they still want it,
Okay.
then they can go right ahead and have it.
Can a child at the age of 13 understand the risk that comes with an injection? Like just like the skin risk, like they can get an infection if they don't like swab it with alcohol and cover it with a Band-Aid. Can they understand that part?
Do you think they understand the injection itself and what it's going to cause? Like the
Do they
Band-Aid,
understand how it could cause a skin infection? Like if I explained it to them, just on a basic level. Like
To
it's
an
a risk.
extent, I think they could. I think they could.
Okay, so they can understand some risks, right? Some.
I think most 13-year-olds can. Yeah.
Great. So 13 years old, you can understand some health risks. Maybe not all of them, but enough to consent to some procedures, correct?
But that's the thing. I believe you should have to be able to comprehend all of them to consent to a procedure.
I agree. So let's go through it. Okay? I'm
So
on
do you
board.
believe a 13-year-old should? I mean, so you never answered my question earlier about at what age can someone start getting HRT? So what age do you think is the line that you would draw? If
I
you were
leave
to
it
draw
up to the professionals to decide that. Right now, we decide it's about Tanner stage 2. Okay? Like, the reason that we decide that's an appropriate age, by the way, is not always due to their ability to consent. We give infants vaccines against their ability to consent because they have no idea what's going on. We just stick them with needles. Okay? We also put respirators down their throats in some instances without their consent. The consent's implied. Okay? So, with that being said, where was I going with this? I am trying to segue. God damn it! That was a major brain fart. So so let me backtrack. So I was talking about consent. So it's not necessarily just about the consent, right? It's also about whether or not this is going to benefit the child more than it's going to hurt them. So, yes, if you're 13 years old, I would like to think that you can understand a medical procedure enough that you can give consent to it. Okay? But let's say just like, for instance, like a 7-year-old gets cancer, right? And they don't understand that, I mean, they can't understand that chemotherapy could make them unable to reproduce. It could make them sterile. Okay? Thank you. Should we then withhold the chemotherapy? They can't consent.
The chemotherapy in that situation would save their life, and
Okay.
I believe in pretty much
Now
all
we're getting
scenarios it
somewhere.
would.
Now we're getting
Let's save
somewhere.
their life.
So in life-saving
That's
instances,
like a
consent
chickenpox
is
vaccine can.
in life-saving
Well, not always, but
instances.
can.
In life-saving instances, consent is implied, right?
I'd say yes.
Okay. So the only way that you don't give like in BLS CPR, right? And consent's implied if the person's unconscious. We just start doing CPR. If the person is conscious, okay, and they say, don't help me, you're not supposed to help them. You're not supposed to. Okay?
I
So
mean, if they're just completely rejecting the help, there's not much you can do. But if
Exactly.
like, if someone's unconscious with you need CPR, then you got to
Exactly.
do CPR. I mean, at that point, you have to. It's life threatening once again. Just
Exactly.
like the cancer example.
Okay.
But when it comes to the need for HRT, sometimes it is life threatening. And I mean,
Thank
you obviously named scenarios earlier where it was, and then sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's often up to what the child wants. But even if a 13-year-old can understand some of the risk when it comes to HRT, and I think they can, I think most of them can for the most part, I don't believe that a lot of 13-year-olds are going to want the same things at 25. So I want to ask you that. Do you believe a 13-year-old kid would want the same thing at 25 when it comes to HRT?
It depends on what you're discussing. If a 13-year-old wants to be the president when they're 13, I don't imagine they're still going to want to be the president when they're 25. Maybe they will, but a lot of them change their mind, like me. Okay, but when it comes to what you want to look like as an adult, at 13, you can understand that pretty well. I understood when I was like 9 what I wanted to look like as an adult, and now I look like that for the most part. I got a little bit of a gut. But I wanted to be this big, buff dude, okay? Masculine. That's what I wanted. And I knew it from the moment that I saw it. I remember I walked into a sports center where I was doing gymnastics for the first time, and it was the first time I had ever been in a mixed gender facility, and I saw the dudes with their shirts off, and they were fucking hulks, dude, with 6-packs and pecs and everything, okay? They were like Greek gods. And that's when I knew. That's what I want to look like. So yes, I do, and that never left my head. It never left my head. Okay? So I know what trans people are talking about when they say that's what I want to look like. I get it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. When I was 13, I wanted to have a red mohawk, and I had all these crazy ideas for what I wanted to look like. Guess what? I have none of them now. Some people have a very clear vision for what they want to be, and some don't. It differs depending on the person. What I'm arguing is why should we risk that other percentage of people who don't end up having the same vision as a 13-year-old as they do when they get older? Why are we telling them it's cool to have HRT at that
Okay.
age when there is a solid chance that once they're older, they don't want that anymore? And
What's-
guess what? It's
okay.
unreversible. So they're
What's-
stuck with it now. That's it.
What's wrong with having big tits as an adult? What's wrong?
I mean, what's wrong is up to them. If they don't want it,
Oh,
they
it's up to
don't
them.
want it.
Okay, so then if it's up to them, what's wrong?
As an adult, yeah, it's up to them.
As an
If they don't
adult,
want
only
breast,
as
they
an
don't want
adult.
breast.
Only as an adult. Right?
I mean, if they get HRT as a boy that gives them breasts, and a few years later they want to revert it, and it's possible, then they can revert it before.
Okay,
the
you're
age of
so
18.
worried about the reverting it. Why are you worried about people with breasts not wanting breasts if they only were not naturally driven to have breasts? You're worried about it in one direction very specifically, but when it's the same thing in the other direction, you don't give a shit. Okay? If a person with breasts does not want them, you agree on one side of it. If that person wasn't naturally programmed to have the breasts, and then they got on HRT and now they have the breasts, you think that that person with the breasts should be allowed to remove said breasts, correct?
I believe if they had the breasts that are unnaturally, I'd say yeah, because the
Only
breasts
if
weren't
it's
gonna be big
unnatural.
when they were born.
Nature is God to you. Nature tells all. Nature knows best. So
I'm not a
nature
pantheist, but-
dictated that you do not get breasts, sir. Okay, what if nature dictates that I don't get good vision? What about that? Can I
Then you'd
contest
have
nature on
to,
that?
Explore your options.
No. Can I
Get
contest
glasses,
nature
something
on that? Can I say nature? That's bullshit. I want better vision.
I mean, you can get glasses, but you can't just get nature
what?
to revert itself.
What? How dare you defy great nature? Great nature it knows all.
I don't hate
Whatever do you
HRT
mean?
because I mean, I don't even hate HRT. I look the reason I don't want children having HRT is because it defies nature. It's because of if you get breast removed, like you said, they could always when they're an adult and they said, you know what, I was wrong for getting my breast. I want breasts again. They can get breasts.
Okay,
again.
no more breast reduction surgeries for young cis boys with gynecomastia, right? which is 90% of them. So you should be more focused on that one.
So you believe?
bigger
I mean,
problem.
I believe they can have breast reduction surgery.
Why?
If they have,
They're underage.
well, is it? Do they have an illness that they have an illness that causes that issue? So
It's called
when it comes,
gynecomastia, and that's a form of body dysphoria, mind you. That's all that is.
okay, so it's a form of body dysphoria that causes them physical symptoms. In that case, it's obviously a different story. Obviously they
Why?
have to get that reversed.
Why? Why is that different? That was what.
Because
That's what they were biologically given. That's what their hormones dictated they have.
Because
Why
when
is
it
it
comes
wrong?
to HR, because it would help them. With HRT, it might help them, but it doesn't always help
So
them.
it's about whether or not it helps them, right?
Right, which HRT can
So,
help people, but it doesn't always help people.
so bear with me. If you're helping people more than you're hurting people with HRT, they should have it, right?
I mean, I'd say ultimately,
Say yes.
I mean, I'd say yeah,
Yes is this.
but
Okay, good. So if I can prove to you that the overwhelming majority of the people getting HRT are the ones who want and or need it
and don't regret it
and don't regret it,
after getting it.
if I can convince you of that, we should be on the same page, right?
I'd say yeah.
Okay. Do you know what the regret rate is?
I not on the top of my head, I don't.
Okay, it is below 1%.
Below 1%.
Below 1%.
Okay,
Far
so if it's
lower than
below
knee
1%,
surgery regret. Far lower.
okay, so if it's below 1%, then how many kids have gotten HRT? Would you say? Do you know that number on the top of your head?
I do not. We can look it up if you need it.
Yeah. Actually, while you're doing that, I'll pull the source I was thinking of earlier. I wanted to show this source because this source shows the changes and what children are getting this stuff done. So prior to 2002, according to this source, I'm gonna post it now. Prior to 2002, there was 0 young males transitioning to female. Or actually, let me make sure. I might have it swapped the other way around. But prior to 2002, I believe it was only young males that were transitioning. I believe young girls were not. But after 2002, they saw a sharp rise in young girls wanting to transition into young boys, and overall things ended up shifting. The reason I'm pointing this out and how things shifted over the years and how things kind of switched around is a lot of people have argued that a lot of this stuff, and I believe it's not entirely true, but I believe it can be for certain people. I believe a lot of it can ultimately come down to social contagion. And so if you
Contagion is
believe,
it, wait. What do you mean contagion?
I believe so. I believe some children often. I believe not only children, but I believe parents as well often go down these routes to kind of just seem, I guess you could call it inclusive. I mean, I've seen parents that have 3 kids and all of them happen to be transgender, and I think that's just social contusion. I think that's just people trying to fit this new trend, fit this new norm. I believe some people do genuinely suffer from these issues, but do you believe that children should be allowed to get these procedures if deep down they might not say they are, may not think they
Okay.
are, but deep down they're genuinely just doing it because it is a
Okay.
social contagion?
They go through puberty one way or the fucking other. Okay? That's how puberty
Yes.
works. It just happens eventually to 99% of the population, one way or the other. You get testosterone
HRT just
or
makes
you get
puberty
estrogen,
go
huh?
the other way.
Yes.
HRT just makes puberty go the other way, the other gender, the
Yes.
opposite of which they were assigned at birth.
Yes, it
That's what
does.
they want for HRT.
That's what it does. Yes, HRT makes you go the other way. That's the whole point here. That's why people get on it. Are you
Okay,
contesting
well,
that?
I mean, yeah, I think people tend to get on it because ultimately they think they want it. I think almost everyone who gets on HRT
Okay, so
obviously
they
thinks
should
they
all be on
want it.
puberty blockers then. We're going in circles. We're going in circles because at the end of the day, you accept that when you're cis, it's fine. You can have HRT as dictated by our Lord and Savior Mother Nature. Okay? She knows
You think you
best.
have HRT
She
if
knows
it's a medical
best.
emergency
Mother
and they
Nature
have to
knows best, right?
Okay, so I think to get us a little bit out of this little circle, because I've noticed we've kind of ended up at the same spot. I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
bring some people up.
I'm bashing
First
my
up, we
head
got
against the
James
proverbial wall.
with a Z.
What's up, James?
Hello, James.
Hello.
Oh.
Testing.
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Obviously, we
So
got
just ask your question and make sure we know who it's for.
yeah. Obviously, it's going to be for Punisher. Throughout
Okay.
this conversation, you have, at least to my knowledge, from what I've been able to hear, moved back on so many positions that it seems to be that you might have just been wrong the whole time. And I was wondering if you were going to take time after this debate to just really think on that.
I don't think I've been perfect this debate, but so you think I've gone back? What do you think I've gone back on?
I mean, the original claim was that HRT wasn't good at all, and you've then immediately changed to HRT can be good, but it's also not good if you're trans, but also nature can say this and that. Like it turned into kind of a hodgepodge, I feel like. And I was just wondering if you were going to take some time to really reflect on that after this.
Okay, I think rather than reflect, I think I'm just gonna state it right now, like very clearly.
Sure.
I believe I shouldn't have just said HRT is bad at all because I don't even think HRT should be illegal at all. To be honest with you, I believe not even for people under the age of 18. I just don't believe kids should be getting HRT for the sole reason that they want to be a different gender because they don't always want that later on in life. And that's what I've basically been saying throughout this debate with Alec countering and saying, well, why not? Puberty is a natural thing. They can have puberty naturally, which is true. That is true. But when it comes to puberty blockers, I don't think that's really necessary unless there is a genuine medical emergency. And Alec did point out a pretty good medical emergency, like when it came to when some kids get, breasts that they shouldn't be getting due to a form of body dysphoria. I believe in that form. HRT or not HRT or breast removal or stuff like that could be what you need. I ultimately believe when it comes to, I will admit the one thing I did go back on the beginning is I initially said that I believe HRT is wrong because of the fact that it's a permanent change. I'll admit that was, obviously that was kind of a hold of that. I think I should have said, I don't believe a kid should get something because for the wrong reasons. And I believe they need to really keep in mind all of the side effects that it can come to. And I do truly believe that for someone to consent, if it's not life threatening, as me and Alec were discussing earlier, they need to know everything when it comes, not everything, but they need to know most of it when it comes to the medical, and some of all the side effects. They need to comprehend it. They need to be able to understand the ramifications if the HRT doesn't go perfectly, because nothing goes perfectly all the time. I mean, HRT isn't going to be perfect all the time. And they need to be aware of those things. And I argue that I believe to do that to be 18 years old. I have a question that I mean anyone could really answer honestly. If you gave say I'm gonna get a 10-year-old kid, if you gave them the option between, and say they're a big Kit Kat fan, give them the option between two large Kit Kats and $1 million, they're gonna choose the Kit Kats. They're gonna choose the Kit Kats, and I think a lot of that's just evidence that their thinking isn't great. Now they might have assistance from like Alex said, they have
A
assistance.
10-year-old? Did you say a 10-year-old?
Would choose two large Kit Kat bars over $1 million. I think they would.
Can I have a minute to explain? Wait, hold on. First of all, no. You think 10-year-olds are fucking brain dead. Second of all, let's say that it's a 4-year-old.
No, but
If I explain to this 4-year-old...
Yeah, I believe they would choose two Kit Kat
Maybe
bars
that's the
over
way
$1
you
million.
thought when you were 10. You were developmentally behind. Because at 10, I understood very well that I could buy very much more Kit Kats with $2 million.
Right, but not all. I guess.
Don't bring your developmental
10-year-olds
disabilities
in the
here and try to... I mean, it's fine that you had them, but don't
I mean,
throw that on
okay,
the
I'm
rest
not
of us.
trying
The
to.
rest of us
I
were
don't
smarter as
believe-
10-years.
I wouldn't say that. I don't believe all 10-year-olds would have that issue, but I also don't believe. I believe there's plenty of 10-year-olds
Most
out there that
don't.
would answer that
Most
question.
don't. Okay?
Okay, well,
That sounds
okay,
like
how
a very
about this then?
specific situation for you, by
For the
the
ones
way.
that do, do you still believe that they should be allowed to consent to HRT? Even if they're a few years older and they're actually close enough to puberty to where they're in that Tanner 2 stage you were discussing earlier. Do you believe that someone who would choose a kid who would choose that over. Do you believe they should be able to consent to HRT?
You need to leave it up to the medical professionals who have studied this shit and can interpret when somebody is not well enough in their right mind to make such a decision, that the risks outweigh the benefits.
Do you believe psychiatrists are willing to look at that and not give them HRT despite the financial benefits? Do you believe that they'd be willing to look other way and say, you know what, let's not do it?
They get paid the same for that appointment. They get paid the same regardless of if you get the treatment or not. Did you know that?
Yes, the appointment itself, yes, they get paid the same.
Okay. And on top of that, if their drive is just to trick people out of money, they'd be snake oil salesmen. This is so complex. This is so specific and complicated for doctors to just like come up with. Just sell sugar pills. Sell sugar pills and say, look, this will boost your chakras. Like a normal snake oil salesman.
I don't think they're all just coming up with it, pulling it out.
Okay, so then there's some basis for it. So what's the basis? What's the nugget of truth?
As I mentioned before, I'll admit it, HRT can be necessary when it comes to certain life-threatening things, and there are forms of body dysphoria.
What do you mean by certain life-threatening things? What certain life-threatening things?
There's plenty that you've mentioned in the past debate. You also mentioned, not even just life-threatening, you also mentioned how some people have a form of body dysmorphia that makes them grow breasts even when they're not supposed to. I think in that circumstance, HRT is good.
Because nature dictated so, right?
Well,
young cis boy grows tits. Young cis boy grows tits. Nature,
yes.
Okay. So if nature's so correct, then why do you not trust nature when this young cis boy grows tits? Nature's correct.
Because nature isn't necessarily correct or incorrect. It's just nature. It's just what happens.
That's why I don't appeal to nature, because it's a fucking fallacy.
I don't appeal to nature 100% either, but I do appeal.
Sometimes I commit that fallacy on occasion when I'm feeling frisky, right?
I believe ultimately that children should try their best.
When I'm really getting spicy with it,
there are genuine reasons that they can't, like the law that you mentioned that they shouldn't. But if a kid can reasonably mature, nor like what they were supposed to at birth to 18, and they can do it reasonably as well with minimum health risk, I believe they should.
How about the lowest health risk? How about the lowest? Can we agree on that?
Lowest health risk? Like, what do you mean by the lowest health risk?
As determined by the fucking people who studied it.
I believe that people who study it should, I believe they should be allowed to say, you know what? If this health issue is that severe, maybe this kid needs this treatment. And if that includes HRT, that includes HRT.
Okay.
But they don't always do that.
You either trust them or you don't. You can't sometimes trust them. What are you talking about?
Honestly, you can, because sometimes they can be trusted, sometimes they aren't. A lot of fields are like that.
No, that's selective trust. Okay, what gives you the authority, the know-how, Dr. Punisher? Okay, what gives you the know-how to know when to decipher that? How can you parse that out, Dr. Punisher? Please,
because it has nothing
show
to
me
do
your
with
degree
their
for that.
expertise.
Hmm?
It has nothing to do with their expertise. It has to do with their own. I mean, I don't even say honestly. It has to do with what they're saying.
So that decision,
what they don't say.
So that decision has nothing to do with their expertise, and you can decide it.
Obligation to tell the kids every little nook and cranny. And sometimes they decide to leave little tiny things out. These doctors
and you can determine when they do that, right? You have the know-how to know how to do that, to determine that.
Not all the time. No.
You don't even trust yourself to do it then. Why should I trust you?
I mean, I'm not even trusting me myself. I'm not saying I should decide.
I trusted myself completely. So again, this must go back to that developmental disorder. I'm sorry. But this just sounds like you need to learn to trust yourself a little more. And then maybe you'll come to the correct conclusion, which is that trans kids do exist. Of course they do.
I'm sure there are kids who genuinely want that, but the reason why I don't
they are
exist in that sense is because a lot of trans kids don't identify.
Why are they tricking you? Why are they lying? Why are they tricking you?
I don't say that they're tricking me. I'd say that maybe I don't believe they're clear about everything all the time.
They're tricking themselves. They're tricking themselves.
I'd say kind of.
How?
I'd say sometimes
Through what
they
process
believe
does this
that-
happen, Dr. Punisher? Please explain your thorough research on this matter.
I believe that sometimes. I don't want thorough research on it, but yes, I believe psychiatrists
Well,
sometimes
I have.
they know what to say and know what not to say. I don't even know as much as they do when it comes to that, but that's the reason why I believe that what they do can lead to so much issues when it comes to HRT because they have so much knowledge on a topic that I don't have, that you don't have, that no one has, that they know what they don't need to say to get more people to go to HRT. Because maybe not the people making the appointments themselves,
Okay.
but higher ups. At the end of the day, the higher ups want more HRT, the better.
If they're
For
such
their
good
industry, 'cause
wordsmiths,
they're trying to expand the HRT industry.
if they're such good wordsmiths, sell
It's
sugar
being popular.
pills. Sell chakra sugar pills. Just say it will improve your chakras or your gut bacteria. We have no real way to measure that. Look, these pills will improve your gut bacteria. Here you go, fucker. Just do
Well,
that.
it has to be more convincing in that. I do think HRT has a little more merit than that. I don't
Convincing
think
that
it has.
you're talking about convincing a child that boy and girl are much more complicated than they first thought. Why
Yeah,
go with that? That's
because
very convoluted in my eyes, don't you think?
I don't believe it's
That's a
convoluted to say
tough
that
sell.
children
That's
might
a
not
tough
have
sell.
a grasp of gender
Very
and sexual
clearly, a tough sell.
Do you believe a child has a full grasp of gender orientation and sexual preference? Do you believe
I
a
don't
child
think
has a
you
full-
do.
I don't think children do.
I don't think you do.
I don't think they do.
I don't think you do.
I think. I mean, I don't have a perfect grasp of it, but I mean, I don't have.
You don't have a
enough- I don't
perfect grasp of anything. You're just like flopping in the breeze. Like, oh, I mean, I don't know much about this, but I kind of think that, but I'm going to stick to this, but not
Okay,
that.
I
But
don't know
I
everything.
just
I
want to
don't
look over at
research
this, but not over at that.
All right.
But I have
Let's
done research about
let's get somebody else up here. Voronok, he was in the last debate, so he's gonna be in this one as well. Hello, Voronok. Maybe your brother won't come in the room this time.
Employees won't. He finished what he needed to do. So that is good. But so Ganta, I just have a question for you.
Sure.
Since you were talking about some stuff earlier, are you trans by any chance? Since you were talking about hormone replacement therapy on yourself.
I am not.
Okay, you're not. So you just did steroids because you wanted to work or something like that. Understood. So
Excuse me?
my
What
question
did you just
then,
say?
then the guess is that you use steroids because probably, it is a type of way. But regardless,
I guess
I
technically you're
don't know.
correct, but I did have a prescription for them. I was low T. Is that okay?
Understood. Yeah, it's fine. I just have curiosity.
Okay.
But so my question kind of comes down to, you make this kind of prescriptions about trans people and about children. Like, how are you going to be exactly sure, right? Assuming, like, you have a few different categories. On one hand, you have people who are convinced, right, when they're like the first memories, they're convinced about the fact that they're the opposite of what they are, right? Okay, they have this kind of convinced, like I don't know, maybe it's something genetic. It probably is, because you can even then try to, repress it. It does not get repressed, right? And but then you have today, and I think this is where most trans people come in today. People who magically at 16 or at 15 or at 25 find out that they're trans somehow, and they overlap with other, genetic conditions like autism, right? Like, how are you so sure then that somebody who's a teenager should then destroy their, like, even with puberty blockers, destroy their ability to develop proper hormones and therefore a healthy body before they can do anything, right? Just because they may have some kind of because maybe they're autistic and they believe that they're a woman, because maybe they have this idea that, like, the how do you call it, like, the roles that women fit into might be better because they agree with like one or two things, and that would be fine for them to do as a man, right? it does seem that there is more here than just like people are being oppressed. It seems it's a bit too open from what I have seen. How do you
Okay.
think about this?
How can we trust cis people when they're 16
Mhm.
that they're actually cis and that they won't get gender dysphoria later and try to commit suicide? How can we trust them on
Because we
that?
have no because we have no evidence that um, normal-minded people, like normal-minded cis people, as you call it.
Normal-minded cis, yeah, cis people, please. Thank you.
Well, when I say normal-minded,
condescending.
I mean like they don't have autism or something. Not to berate
Well,
people with
that's
autism.
not better, man. It's okay. It's called neurotypical.
Oh yes, neurotypical. Yes. If you want
Sorry, I'm
to
not
use that
trying to come
language.
down. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to woke you and just.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
So neurotypical people, there is no evidence that they're going to have their minds changed, right? But there is evidence that you can easily convince somebody who is, for example, autistic about something crazy about themselves, other people, very easily. That might not
Okay,
be true.
but how do you judge that? How do you measure whether somebody's been duped like that? What's like the measuring stick?
Well, have they been at least since like like 11 or 12 when puberty exactly starts, but usually earlier, like from the first memories, have they been in a constant state from that age to the age of an adulthood, in a constant state of like, yes, I in my mind think that I am this, the opposite, right? Have they been in that state? That is the only case, because that is what gender dysphoria is, right?
Well, no,
Like,
gender dysphoria can begin later in adulthood. We've seen cases of that. What are you
and
talking
how?
about? Huh? How?
How does that come about?
I don't have it, so I wouldn't know exactly, but
Mm.
I imagine, like, I have a little dysphoria just from account of having a little bit of a gut right now and not having as big testicles as I
Yes,
want.
but
Testicles.
I
But,
don't
like,
think that would be the same, right?
well, it's the same thing. It's just on a different sliding part of that scale.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have it to the extent. I don't have gender dysphoria. I have body dysphoria because I'm very much masculine. There's
Mhm.
no question about that.
Yes.
And big fat dude with a beard, bald. But so I don't have gender dysphoria. I just have like body dysphoria. I want my body to be a little more sculpted, like a Greek
Mhm.
god, just a little bit.
Yes. Yes.
So like I understand dysphoria. So if I understand dysphoria, and I understand my gender, right, and I can tell that when I put a dress on, which I have, that I don't look as masculine, and I don't like that, then I can understand gender dysphoria. I don't want to go up, strutting about in like a dress with a shaved face and long hair. That's not for me.
Mm-hmm.
So
And yes, but of
So I
course,
guess-
like being a woman, but you understand this probably. Being a woman and being a man is different than just wearing a dress, right? There's deeper things here.
but that's part of it.
But that's obviously different. Of course, it is. There's the social aspect of it. But when people are, legitimately trans, the brain will be shaped around how they're thinking and how they're and how they're and how they have a kind of, how do you call it, push to see themselves in their own mind. So the brain gets sculpted a certain way. You can see this in brain
Yeah.
scans, and it would be fine to say, okay, I think the reason that this gets brought up so much outside of medical circles. I mean, I know that you're a doctor, so maybe you have some idea. I don't know, but is that there are people who do not have this who do not have these issues, who are being brought into this because it's been now a political thing. People legitimately will think, oh, to if you are certain politics in certain countries like America, you might think, oh, being masculine is far right, because I have seen it at least online, and obviously these are people who would be at risk of harming themselves. So I just think that I don't understand why can't you just let children wait for adulthood and then things can be handled there, so you protect people from making mistakes that can ruin their lives.
Okay, we both agree that testosterone, especially, and also estrogen to some extent, have permanent changes associated with them, correct?
Mhm.
And we agree that that's what happens when puberty starts, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so
Of
what you're
course.
advocating for is forcing children through permanent changes that they don't want at the age of 13 so that they can wait for adulthood to reverse it all. These irreversible changes, mind you, remember?
Mhm.
What's the point of that? That seems very inefficient to me.
Well, if you compare it to other disorders, or not even disorders, like for example, I am physically disabled, as you call it, wounded. I didn't get to choose any of these. These are permanent changes to my body that, I just have to live with. Like, like because if you
Sure.
give them this kind of thing, right? Let's say you give this, then wouldn't you be giving trans people more rights than you would be even giving other like conditions and people in society? Like,
No. Cis people can already do this en masse. 90% of all breast reductions done under the age of 18 are done on males with gynecomastia. Young cis men.
and this is a disease. This is not a
No.
mental condition.
No. It's the natural formation of breast tissue on these young males. Okay? They were born male, they identify as male, they're young cis boys, and they have tits. Just like girls their age have tits. Just like it. No different. It's not a disease. It's not cancerous. Nothing. They may even lactate. It's the same fucking tissue.
Or-
And all you're saying is, well, he's got a dick and balls, so he can do it.
Well,
Should we check for the dick and
you know-
balls? Before we do it? What do you think?
well, this is like a genetic mutation that is like
So
bad
should we check for the
um,
dick and balls before we do it?
I don't think you need to check for dick and balls before you do
Okay.
surgery.
What if I bring my okay, but you got to be careful. Because what if I bring my son in, right? Oh, my son. And my son's got big badonkers, right? So I bring my son in, and he may look like a guy in every other regard, but he's got big old bahonkazoogs, okay? And he wants them off. What's the next step of this? Do you check for the dick and balls?
Well, before you do anything in medical, doctors check medical records, of course.
Okay, so then you check for the dick and balls, right?
Yes.
I don't like genital
I think so.
inspections. I don't think that you should have to have a genital inspection before you get a breast reduction. That's insane. That's insane.
So you don't think they should be? I mean, not a genital inspection, but like checking
it is.
medical records, right?
Medical records
you
would say
check-
what? What do they say?
How you're born? What
How
are
you're
your
born?
medical
Based on what?
But when you were born, like
Mhm.
like you were born a man or woman, right?
Yeah.
Then it tells you like what happened, if anything went wrong, and then about your
And?
life.
And what else?
Mm.
How do we know this person is who they say they are? My young son with big breasts, right?
Well,
What's the doctor looking
Is
for to
your
make
s-
sure that this person's actually born male?
that when they were born, they checked, and it was male.
They checked what?
They did the genitals, of course.
The dick and balls.
That's what they do.
They did a dick
Yes.
and balls check, right?
Yes.
So this all comes
course.
back to checking the dick and balls. You want to check the dick and balls of these people before they get breast reduction, right? Oh, it doesn't happen now. It happens when they're a baby, actually. Don't worry. We check the dick and balls when they're a baby, and that's fine when we do that. And then we stick it on their birth certificate. And so now the government knows that they have a dick and balls at the ripe age of newborn. That's appropriate, right? That's fine.
I'm not a doctor, but I think there's a reason they do this, right? Like, we need to know if it's a man or a woman, right? Obviously.
The doctor needs to know that, but that's medical information, okay?
Yes.
My argument is, first of all, that the government shouldn't even have access to whether or not I have a dick and balls. That's what the M or F stands for. You have a dick and balls, or you got a Vagoober, okay? That's what the M or F is for, and nothing else. And I don't like the government having that on me. Why would you want that? First of all. And then second of all, you're referring back to that to give people certain rights, like being allowed to reduce the size of your tits. That's insane. Barbaric.
Hmm. I just think it's different when it is a cis person.
All right,
Okay, you
Vornak,
haven't
you want to
convinced me.
kind of wrap it up real quick?
Yes, yes. Like I think it's mostly just that I like wanted to kind of question you on this because like it does seem you're getting a bit in the weeds to the other person, of course.
Okay.
That's Pronto, I just wanted to figure this out. Like, what exactly is your thought about this specific situation? That's pretty much all. Don't know if you think it's barbaric. It is what it is.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up.
Thank you,
Yes, no
Vornak.
problem.
All right. Punisher, do you want to respond to any of that? Do you have anything that you want to add to the conversation now? After that
I'd
exchange?
say I summed it up a lot better on my text. I'd say if I ignore all the life-threatening scenarios, I mean, then ultimately it would be best for children to wait till the age of 18. However, I believe if they ultimately, I believe if we say we said, you know what, for life-threatening scenarios or other scenarios that Alec mentioned, let's make exceptions there. But let's say, I mean, at the end of the day, the topic is, can transgenders be kids, or can kids be transgender? And I believe that the line should be set at the age of 18. I believe that's so people who do still want HRT can still get it at the age of 18, and people who thought they wanted it but then didn't want it at a later age will become protected from the long-term effects. And at the end of the day, it's a lot of what it is I want protection for people
Unless
who
it's from nature.
turn
No
out not
protection
to
from
want.
nature.
They can get protection from nature.
No, they can't. That's called
In
HRT
some,
and puberty blockers.
not
You can't get that.
always.
Yeah, not always. So sometimes you can get protection from nature. Nature is like the sometimes thing that we sometimes let it take place when it's convenient for
HRT isn't the only protection in
some
nature.
things, huh?
HRT isn't the only protection in nature.
No, I'm saying in this case, if you want to protect children from, I guess, getting the wrong puberty, okay? Which, by the way, puberty
If they turn
blockers and
out not to
HRT
want it.
does, okay, in my view, but like I can't get past this. Like, it's the same thing when nature does it as when humans do it. It's the same thing. Why not just let them pick? Let them choose. Either I want T or I want E. They got to go through one or the other, right? They have to.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so if it's the same fucking thing,
And if they go through one of them and they decide I want to go through the other one at the age of 18, HRT.
okay, and then what if they decide no, because the effects of T and E, not so much E, but definitely T, are permanent. You have to get surgery to reverse them, like vocal cords. Okay. Like there are irreversible changes. And when I say irreversible, I mean without surgery, that happen as a result of male puberty. So why just not let these people who seem to know when they're like 13 roughly what they want to look like as an adult? I don't think that's that unreasonable. I think a 13-year-old fucking kid can figure that out. I don't know about you. Okay, I know you're special, but I was, developmentally disabled. Not developmentally disabled. And therefore, I pretty much could understand what I wanted to look like when I was an adult. Sorry, I'm not trying to shut on people with disabilities. That's what it's referred to in the medical field. You're developmentally lagging or behind.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, personally, hold on. One second. Sorry, I lost my thought there.
Were you trying?
Hello?
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I
I was
just
about to say.
completely lost my thought.
It's okay.
Oh, sorry, what did you say again at the end there? Not
Well,
about the developmental part. I mean about the HRT part.
Okay, just real quick, all I'm trying to say is you like it when nature does it, you don't like it when humans do it. It's the same fucking thing, and it's just a matter of whether or not nature does it. And you say it's fine when nature does it. Gung ho.
I mean, I
And
get
all
what you're
humans
saying.
do it.
Regardless of HRT, everyone goes through puberty, whether it's male, female, whatever. Regardless,
Yes.
I'm saying
So let
that
them pick.
when they're that age, so say
Nature
you
must
have
do
a
it.
13-year-old boy, if HRT isn't available to them, then they'll go through male puberty.
Correct.
And if they decide that they don't want male puberty at that time, I mean, so the point that I'm trying to make is
So
I don't
make them
believe.
go through the permanent changes so that they can reverse them later, right? That's what you're advocating for. That's stupid.
Yes, I
That's
don't think it
stupid.
is.
Why not? That's so
Well,
inefficient, and also people kill themselves along the way.
do you believe? I mean, do you believe therapy works for people with depression?
Man, therapists agree. Part of therapy, by the way, physical therapy, is the HRT. It's called hormone replacement therapy, okay? The mind is not different from the body. It's all therapy, all right? Part of the therapy is HRT. That's a subset of it.
Okay, well, the mental therapy. Do you believe mental therapy can help with depression?
It can help with depression, yes. What about it?
Okay, so you believe that making some people who actually do genuinely want HRT and still want it at a later age wait until the age of 18. You believe that will make more people kill. Do you believe that would make more people kill themselves over the amount of people who got HRT at 13 and then ultimately did not want it by the time they were 18?
The regret rates prove me right.
So you said earlier in the debate that 0.1% are regret rates. Do you have a source to prove that?
Yeah, hold on.
The percentages of regret rates?
Regret after gender affirming surgery. This is about surgery, period, so it's a little bit higher, but not by much. Based on this review, link it in chat there.
Okay, PubMed.
So if we just
Regret
go
after
to,
gender.
where's it at? We just want the abstract and the results, or the conclusion. Based on this review, there is an extremely low prevalence of regret in transgender patients after gender-affirming surgery. We believe this study corroborates the improvements made in regard to selection criteria for gender-affirming surgery. However, there is high subjectivity in the assessment of regret and lack of standardized questionnaires, which highlight the importance of developing validated questionnaires in this population.
Okay.
So there is evidence that at least a majority, right? It says extremely low. Okay, that's a big word in science. Extremely. All right? Extremely low prevalence of regret. So yes, they admit we could have some better measuring sticks for this, but all the data line up. This shit works.
Okay,
It works.
I'd agree there. The sample sizes could be a little bigger in certain areas, but I will say that does show that it's a lot lower than I thought it would be. I mean, I didn't have an exact number on the top of my head, but I thought it'd be a lot higher than that.
Okay.
To be
So
honest
what
with
you're
you, I thought
doing,
it would be closer to 50%.
so what you're doing is you are throwing all of that 90+% of people under the bus. You're saying, fuck you. These people might regret it. And they're special. Why are they special?
Well, I ultimately believe that I personally believe that 90% of them. I mean, I'm not saying fuck you, they can't have it. I mean, I'm not sure when most people tend to have the desire to need HRT, so I can't put an exact time on how long they'd have to wait till the age of 18. And you could make arguments saying it should be lower than 18. I think 13's a little young. You could say it's 16, say 16. You could say 13. You could
You
say
don't even
whatever
want
age.
them
I
to
even
have
had
blockers,
people-
though. So much of the damage
even-
is already done by 16.
So you're saying that a 16-year-old who has gone through male puberty until the age of 16 would not be able to use HRT to turn it into female puberty?
There are certain changes, especially with masculine puberty, that you need surgery to reverse. Okay? Like vocal cord surgery, like jaw surgery for a lot of people, like hip surgery. Some people want that. Okay? This is all stuff that's affected by the hormones during the development process. It's like trying to take a sculpture that you've already put into the kiln and restructuring it. It's already hard. So the only way that you're going to add new pieces is with glue, okay? And you're going to see the cracks more clearly. The formation process is done. It's set in stone, as they say, okay? And you can chisel stone, you can glue things to stone, but the formation process is occurring during puberty. That's when it happens. So what you're trying to do is take these people after they've already been removed from the kiln and say, don't worry, we can staple things to you and make you pretty. Why not just let them reform themselves during puberty when it's most effective?
I mean, I know. I mean, I didn't. In terms of effectiveness, I always assumed that you could wait a little bit. Obviously, you can't wait forever. Obviously, a 30-year-old isn't going to benefit a lot as much from HRT. But I felt like waiting till the age of 18 or 16 would be reasonable. I've had even people in the chat say it should be older, like 21, which I personally disagree with. But I get what you're saying, and I do think that it will work better for someone who's 13. And I am very surprised about how low the rate of regret is. Um, because I mean, I know there are a lot of people who do regret it. I'm just surprised that is that low. I didn't realize how many procedures have been done recently on HRT.
Okay. The people you know who regret it are probably people like, what the fuck's her name? She goes to rallies all the time. There's like 5 that they like to shuffle around the country. Okay? And it's a steadily increasing number, mind you, and I understand that. But it's a grift. Okay? You can be a fucking millionaire, especially if you were born female. They love those. Because if you were born female, gender rules, gender cuckery dictates that you're a victim. You're a victim of the big, bad, big pharma. Okay? If you were born male, you can be a victim, I guess. But mostly you were bad and an evil gorilla dressing up in a girl's costume to go rape people. So they're not going to have much, like, to say to those people. But if you're detrans and into a woman, oh boy, sky's the limit on how much money you can make milking that cow. So my point is, conservatives have all the money and all the power right now, and they're pouring it into this detrans grift shit, this transphobic nonsense. And still, it's not working. The money coffers will run out. Trans people won't. There will always be more.
Oh, I'm not going to deny that. And yes, I'll admit, I believe the deception tactics are used. I mean, propaganda has been a thing since the beginning of society. Like I said, I was pretty surprised about how low the percentage was. I believe with a higher sample, it might be slightly higher, but it's honestly going to be nowhere near as high as what I thought it would be, to be honest with you. I thought it'd be about as high as the trans suicide rates.
Well, I'm glad that caught you by surprise. You should consider that.
But when it comes to the question itself, can transgender be kids? I believe they can identify. I mean, they can identify as whatever they want, child or
Good.
adult.
I
I
agree.
believe they're allowed to.
Good.
I believe they can male, female. If they want to be a giraffe, they can identify as a giraffe. But I ultimately also believe that they don't truly know.
But by identifying as a giraffe, that's not the same as you're comparing people to animals. Come on.
I mean,
A
if
woman,
kids, if they
are
wanna
men
do it,
equal
they
to
wanna
women?
do it.
Are men and
Not
women, do they
if
have
go
equal
for that
rights in society? Do they have equal rights, men and women? Or ought they?
I mean, globally, no. I'd say it depends. I think some areas they do. I think they should, yeah.
Okay. Then
Yeah,
what's the
should.
problem with wanting to be a woman instead of a man?
There isn't inherently an issue.
I can tell you the
with it.
problem with wanting to be a giraffe. There are many problems with that.
Oh yeah, there is.
Okay? There are many problems with that. But if you just want to be a woman instead of a man, what's the problem?
I don't see an inherent issue with that.
Okay. Well then,
And I don't see an
doctors-
inherent issue with children wanting to be. I never have. I just felt like that, they should wait a little bit, make sure they know. And I said, I am very surprised about how
Stop,
low.
but you
low
did it
percentage of
again.
people that
You
they
did
think
it
they're not.
again. You slid that shit in there. Giraffes are not people. They're not women. They're not men. There's not a third giraffe gender unless I'm misunderstanding you. Is this a
You
neo gender
ultimately
referring
believe there should
to?
be a separation of gender, and you do not believe in the idea of, I mean, I don't know what they even call it right now, but you do not believe in that. You do not believe people should be able to transition into any animal. Because there are certain people who do.
They can try.
And I just kind of assumed you were one of them. I don't.
That's
personally
not a
believe- I just
medically
kind of-
studied phenomenon. Trans people are. There's lots of them, millions. It's growing every year.
I just kind of assumed you were, because I know a lot of people were starting to get behind. I just assumed you were one of them. I'm not personally one of them.
If there is ever a
let's-
magic machine that turns you into a giraffe and you want to get in that machine, go for it. Okay? That's my answer.
Okay. I'll be
Trans
honest, I
species is
should've-
that's what we're talking
Yes,
about there.
that's the term. Yeah. I couldn't forget.
We're gonna bring one other person up here, And I think that person, I think Rin has had their hand up before Water. It's okay. Water can wait. It's called waiting in the water anyway.
All right,
Rin,
can you hear me?
you know the rules.
Yep. All right. Hopefully this is a quick question. I noticed that during the debate, Punisher, you
yeah.
mentioned a few things that I think caught my attention a little bit.
Okay.
You kept mentioning, that they're gonna that they just want to give it to them because they're incentivized. You mentioned that you don't want there to be like a regret. It sounds like, to
Yeah.
me at least, I'm getting the impression. Do you have a distrust of doctors? Do you have a distrust of the science of the of like the research that's been done? Because do you feel like any other surgery that has a regret rate higher than HRT should also be not performed? Because HRT and other gender affirming surgeries have a very low regret rate. And like Alec mentioned, knee surgery being one that has a higher regret rate. Why don't you think that we should stop doing knee surgeries? I'm just kind of confused as to what the
Well,
criteria
I
that you
think
have
when
is.
Alex said that knee surgeries have a higher, I mean, I'm not going to assume, but what I thought from that is that wasn't necessarily a testament to how many people regret knee surgeries. I felt like it
Oh,
was more
yes,
of a
it is.
testament to how little people, percentage-wise, regret HRT, which was the point that Alec was trying to make. But if he also, do you genuinely think it's also a substantial amount of people regret knee surgeries?
It is one of the most regretted surgeries out there.
Really? So like a pretty high number of people.
Yeah, it's like
I mean, I didn't
60.
know that.
It's like
I won't. I don't want to give a full. I don't want to give like a full stance on it. 'Cause I don't want to rush it and then say
it's
something
like a
that isn't
30
true.
something percent regret rate. It's really bad.
I didn't
I
even
think
really
LASIK's
realize
also up
that.
there as well. Eye correction surgery. I think
I
is
thought
also up
LASIK
there.
was. I got LASIK, and I thought LASIK was at like 10% regret.
Is it? Oh, I thought it was higher. I just know
It's
that.
pretty. It's
I mean,
pretty.
it's definitely higher. It's definitely higher than HRT.
It is. 1 in 10 people regret it because they have permanent dry eye. There are definitely issues with LASIK. But yeah, point stays the same. Like LASIK is much higher regret rate than HRT by a matter of at least 10. What is it? Multiplier.
So, do you think that those surgeries should also be reevaluated and not performed because of the percentage of regret?
No, because ultimately, I don't think a lot of children are having those surgeries. I mean, I'm not sure. There might be children that need those types of surgeries, but I think for the most part, knee surgeries are usually performed on older people who understand the risk. And I mean, even with HRT, even with that, I believe consent. I mean, I think even kids should have it to an extent, but I believe consenting adults, should have access to these things, if it's still benefiting the majority of people, which knee surgeries, even if they have a higher risk, still do.
Here, I have a second quick part to that question. So, if you, is your concern then you're concerned about the regret rate? If there's a Since there's a connection that shows that there's a low regret rate and also a decrease in suicidality after the fact, that shows that there's a reduction of harm with this procedure and with this process. So by taking that away, you would be increasing the harm to trans people. So why why do you want to increase the harm when we have evidence and we have procedures that help reduce the harm? So I mean, everything's going to have a regret. Nothing's perfect, but I would rather we have more people be alive and not committing suicide. And it is unfortunate when surgery happens and they regret it, but
Let's put it
to
this
not
way.
have it at all, will kill more people.
Let's put it this way. If you're a child saying you're trans, there is a much higher likelihood of you killing yourself than there is of you regretting being trans.
Also, actually, I wanted to answer a question. I don't think I ever answered it. You asked me about my distrust in doctors. I mean, like I said, I'm not an expert doctor, so I can't necessarily look at a doctor and their paper. They've read a paper on something, if they have a degree and all this. I can't necessarily disagree with it because I don't have the expertise to have the knowledge to be able to disagree with them. However, I mean, I can technically, but it wouldn't really be I wouldn't have any valid points to make if I don't have the
Well, you have to
expertise.
state your case, right? You have
Exactly,
to
and
you have to state your
yeah.
claim, and you have to bring the evidence. There's the evidence is overwhelmingly in favor of trans care, of gender affirming care.
Right. When it comes to that, my main point that I was making was simply their incentives weren't necessarily their incentives weren't necessarily let's give these children your basically happiness for the rest of their lives. Their incentive at the end of the day is money. I mean, the American healthcare system, there's no denying that. And that was basically the point that I was trying to make. I made that point long before Alec brought up the statistics when it comes to the percentages of
If
people
that is
who
true,
This sounds
who
see,
read
this
it.
sounds to me like you think that the doctors are just in it for the money and they don't actually care,
okay,
which again
Not
would be a
all of them.
distrust.
okay.
Not
That's
all
what
of
I'm
them.
getting from it.
No, it's okay. I'm gonna
I'd
grant
say
you
a
this.
little to an extent. Yeah, I'll admit to an
I'm
extent.
gonna.
Yeah, because I've had the experience myself when it comes to medication. They tend to prescribe medication that might work, but they also tend to
Okay.
not necessarily hide, but they tend to underdo the side effects. And I'm not trying to get too off topic here. I know it's mainly about HRT and trans, but it can get obviously can kids be transgender. But I ultimately, I definitely do have a bit of a distrust for not the entire field. I'm not just going to distrust an entire field, but I do think sometimes that is the case. I don't think it's always the case.
But the treatment works, right? Like it works.
Yeah, for some people it does.
For
Some
most
people, it
people, for
genuinely makes them
90% of
happy.
them at least. The most conservative estimate I've ever seen is 11% regret rate.
Right, which is probably probably has to do with maybe the field they got or their testing pool they got. Yeah, I mean, if it make it 90% of, then clearly it works to those 90% of people. It does. And I also, when I said, I mean, I personally do think there should be some sort of age, and Alec did point out that he believes there should be 10 or 2 or the beginning of puberty. And I believe the reason I didn't feel that way is because the beginning of puberty does start at the age of 13. And I'm not going to say, oh, they shouldn't be allowed to have it until the brain development ends or anything. I'm not going to go that crazy because brain development doesn't end until ages 26 to 28. But I personally believe that in terms of brain development, I personally felt like 18 years old would be around there. I'll admit though that's not exact, and I'm not an expert when it comes to that either. Like I said, I saw people in the chat saying it should be 21. I saw people in the chat saying it should be 16. So there's a bunch of ages that I've seen people say it should be. The experts believe it should be 13, and I'm not going to say there's no validity to it. I believe there probably is validity to it. I believe that they obviously do have incentive to lower the age a little bit for financial gain. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. Um, but I ultimately believe that I believe the age is still in the debate, but I do believe HRT can be useful.
Okay.
I have nothing to add.
I guess that kind of answers my question. I just think that if you trusted the doctors, if they said that this person, because when they prescribe HRT, they go through therapy as well. Like they have child psychiatrists or sex therapists and such, where they actually talk to them, which can. Your concern was that they weed out people that are lying or just doing it. They don't really want it. That would be something that the therapist can catch. So when they get to the point where they say we recommend HRT or hormone blockers, that's typically after they've talked to a doctor multiple times. They don't just walk in the door and get HRT. Like that doesn't happen. So if at that point if you still don't agree, it's fine if you don't trust the doctors on it, but to say that you trust all these other things, when it comes to HRT, suddenly you have this wall up where you don't want there to where you need there you now you think that there should be more research. I don't know, that just seems a little inconsistent and weird.
You know
to me.
what does make the doctors a lot of money? Therapy session after therapy session after therapy session after therapy session after are you sure? Or after therapy session after are you sure? After okay, let's have you fill out some paperwork and are you sure? And therapy session after. That's what makes them money. Just give them the fucking HRT. One's enough. One therapy session.
So obviously, when it comes to age in that regard, the higher the age they set the HRT, the longer they could keep them in therapy. So that is a good point. And therapy makes a lot of money too. But
a lot.
the HRT specialists and mental health therapist specialists are separate fields. So maybe mental health therapists would want it to be raised. I have no idea. It probably depends on the person. Um, I ultimately think that I just think 13 is a little young. Maybe in some cases it's not. I'm sure in some cases a 13-year-old can. I don't think they can in all cases, and some that they can. But if you look at, and I think your study does a decent job that you sent, but if you looked at 13-year-olds exclusively, because that's the age, or around, not the exact age, but it's around the age that we're setting this here. I believe that it would probably be the percentage of people that regret it would be a little higher, I'd say. I don't know how much higher. I think it'd be at least a little bit, I'd assume, due to the lower age. But I believe if we set it to a certain age, it should be an age where we want to keep that number as low as possible. And I don't know what the average age
I
of the
agree.
testing pool your source used is, but whatever that age is, if the percentages really is that low, I'd say that age, or at least close to that age, should be the age that we set.
Okay. I understand where you're coming from. I do.
So maybe 18
And
was a vague estimate that didn't have a lot of validity, but I do think an age needs to be in place. And maybe the age they currently have is correct, maybe it isn't.
okay, again, I just want to wrap around and say I know you're coming from a good place. I know. You don't hate trans people. You don't want kids to die. You don't want any of that shit that people accuse you of sometimes. I know that. Okay?
Yes.
I get it. But you're wrong. You're wrong on this. And I feel like you're starting to get it. I really do. Because through this conversation, you know, it's not they shouldn't get HRT anymore. It's, well, there are some instances where they should. Okay? We've gotten that far. Okay, we talked about the regret rate. You didn't know it was that low. I mean, that's impressive, right? Like that did something to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like you haven't bought all of it yet, but like, don't you want to be correct about this? Don't you want to be the one who is on the right side of this?
I mean, obviously, I want to try to be as correct as I can.
Okay. So do
When it comes
I.
to politics, everything in general.
So do I. And you know what else I don't want? I don't want people to regret their medical decisions. I really don't. Okay? I'm in the medical profession myself. I'm getting my psychiatric nurse practitioner license. And the last thing I want is to give patients something that I think will hurt them. Okay? That's not what I'm in the business to do. I'm not there for money either. If I were there for money, I would have just gotten a business degree. Okay? So, like, on behalf of all mental health professionals, please just let us do our work. You know, it's in the DSM-5, gender dysphoria. And the way to treat it is right there. Okay? And it also says, we take tests that say, you're not allowed to misgender people in your notes. Did you know that? If I misgender somebody in my notes, I can get in trouble. Okay? And
Yeah,
that's
I'm aware of how strict the law, not the law, that the rules can be when it comes to that.
Well, I agree with them though. And the reason is because if I'm misgendering somebody, I don't respect them. Okay? I think they're lying, or I think they're being manipulative, or I think they're looking for attention, or whatever the fuck else. That's what that indicates. Okay?
Right.
I bought into the bullshit. So that's why it is the way it is. To protect people, to make sure that we're giving the best care possible. That's what I want. And I know that's what you want too.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all. I'm aware that some people regret it. And that sucks. And I want to reduce that as much as possible. Okay? And I think that everybody wants that.
Yeah.
But you gotta
I-
trust the mental health professionals at some level. At some level.
To a certain level, I do. And I think some of them, I think a lot of nurses especially do come from a good place. And I think the
You
age
think
that
I
they
do?
have right now, the best estimate that they have with what they currently have. And I think more uh, things should be done, like what you sent me. I think more things like that should be done so we have a better idea of at what age
Certainly.
these people don't seem to really regret it long term anymore. And I think
Certainly.
whatever that age is what we should set it to. And if it happens to not be 18, if it's something lower, then we should set it to something lower than 18.
Okay, I encourage you to look into why we set it at Tanner Stage 2. There's a very good reason, and it's a very high success rate. Look into it.
Right.
Your own research.
Yep.
It's all there.
All right. I think we can get water up here, and then we'll go into closings after that. How's that sound?
Yeah. Good idea.
Yes.
All right. You know the rules, water.
Oh. All right. So I had like the best question. I swear to God. Hold on.
Oh my fucking god.
You've been waiting a
I'm
while.
this fucking guy. I know.
Yes.
I completely lost it. I apologize.
What was like the ballpark of the
it
question?
was something. It was a question for Punisher. I'm just
About trans
completely
kids,
forgetting.
regret rates.
Oh yeah, I think
Rose.
that's what you said about depression. Like what you were saying about like and like not trusting the medical field. I was wondering how you would feel about vaccines. I know it's a little off topic, but like I feel like if you're not willing to trust the medical field, I'm wondering how you would feel about vaccinations. Because, for example, the COVID vaccine was an incredibly controversial topic. I got the COVID vaccine. I got the boosters afterwards. I trusted the science. I'm wondering, did you trust the COVID vaccine when it came out? And if not, why?
I didn't have a stance when it first came out. I waited for what would end up happening. What ended up happening was it. I mean, I'd say in some ways it worked. In some ways it didn't. I'm hoping that they're trying to iron out in the way that it didn't. And it was a very rushed vaccine. I am very against the vaccine mandates, especially with how rushed the vaccine mandates were. But I do personally. There were drawbacks initially, but I think now it's pretty good in terms of I mean, I believe any consenting adult should be allowed a COVID vaccine, and I believe with parental consent, I believe a child should be allowed to have a COVID vaccine, especially now that it's had a few years to develop. I think, yeah, I believe, I'd say, because I don't believe, I don't think they recommend children too young to have the COVID vaccine, but I think at whatever age they can have it and not have any severe ramifications, I think they should have it.
You're right. That was the only question I can remember. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, water. Since I gave Alec the first opening, I will give Punisher the first 5 minutes to close. So your 5-minute timer starts now.
Well, look, I'll admit my stance has definitely changed at the start of the debate. I'll admit, I did not realize the percentage was as low as it was. I still do think there should be some age set in place. Maybe they have it right now. I mean, I think they might. I think it's probably a fair estimate, and I think based on maybe what they've researched, it probably is a fair estimate. I think with if more research is done into the specific age groups of people and how they view their HRT rather than just everyone as a whole, I believe we can get a better understanding of at what ages these that generally people can understand the ramifications and be able to choose what they wanna do.
All right. Alec, 5 minutes starts now.
Sure. Punisher, we went back and forth pretty heavily. I came down on you quite a bit sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm tough because I love you. Okay? So I think that you are an honest person. I really do. I think that you're doing your best to kind of work your way around this and wrap your head around what's going on with trans kids. Okay?
Yes.
I've studied this stuff. I have looked into all the data, and I don't think that you think that I'm trying to hurt kids. Okay?
I don't think you're
think
trying
that,
to hurt kids.
Right. I don't think you think that of me. Okay? But you seem to be caught up in some kind of misunderstanding that like I've bought into some kind of propaganda or like I'm not reading the right stuff or something, because I'm telling you, the deeper that I used to be a transphobe, I used to be conservative. I used to not get it. Okay? But the more that you look into this and the more that you learn about it, the more you and talk to trans people. You don't even have to do research. Just go talk to trans people. Go talk to some. They will tell you
Yeah.
firsthand how they felt as kids, and how they feel now, you know. And some of them were able to get on HRT, and some weren't. Okay, and I guarantee you, the ones who weren't probably wish they could, and they would not have regretted it. And most of the people who are on HRT at that age don't regret it. And so, even if you think this started as some kind of scam, they're clearly doing something right. They must be doing something right.
I think they are. I
Right.
think they are.
Good. So all I'm asking you to do is, if this is an important, and it was important enough to set up a debate with me over it, okay? So if this is an important issue to you, do honest research. Look at academic papers that agree with you, academic papers that disagree with you. Look into some of the writers of those papers. Look into the motivations that some of those writers would have, like the Cass Report. The Cass Report's a great example. Go look at it. The Cass Report is against everything that I stand for, okay? And I don't think it was written by an honest actor, but I will leave that up to you to decide. Go gather as much evidence as you can and make the decision that you think is best. That's all I'm asking you to do.
Yeah.
And everybody else who's listening to this. You, like, if I came to this conclusion with all the evidence in front of me, so can you.
Oh yeah. I mean, I didn't recommend the issue personally. I saw there was an opening for a debate for this topic, and I took it.
Sure.
And I felt like I was fairly wasn't my most knowledgeable issue. I was like, okay, this is an issue that I can
Sure.
debate on. I'll admit I probably should have done a little more research when it came to the regret rates, stuff like that, to further prove the points that I was going to try to make. And I'll admit I was definitely proven wrong in some ways when it came to how much the regret was. Because I kind of thought when I came into this debate that, oh, there's so many people that regret it that we need to have an 18. So the people that regret it are protected. But I felt like that group of people that I would protect, or that we would protect by doing that, was a lot bigger. Especially in the even in the grand scheme of things. I didn't realize how small it was. But I do think that there's a certain age, but I will admit, I was definitely pretty shocked about how small that group was.
Good. And I'm telling you right now, nobody here takes offense to the fact that, like, you didn't know these things. I talked to Lonerbox one time, and I didn't know shit compared to him. But we had a pleasant conversation, and it was fine, and he educated me on the things that I didn't know, and now I know more of those things, you know? And so I'm not, like, unless you think I'm lying, which I'm not, all that stuff was true. Or if you think they're lying, you can go find sources that you trust that say they're lying, and you can present those to me or whoever else that you're talking to, and honestly question, like, what do you make of this? You can ask me what I make of the Cass Report. I think it's bullshit. I think they come to some really shitty conclusions based upon very cherry-picked evidence of theirs. I think that it even contradicts itself in the middle of it, okay? But I encourage you, go take a... It's 300 pages. I haven't personally read all of it. But I do know the experts who have read it, and I trust their opinion on it. So, you know, I could stand to go take a look at it for myself as well, I guess. But, you know, whatever. My point is, feel free to take a look at anything that agrees or disagrees with me. It doesn't matter. Just trust your instincts and try to make the most honest decision you can. That's all you can do.
No, I agree. I agree.
Hello? Oh, my mic was not picking up. Yeah, I think that was a pretty good debate. Very productive. Yeah, hope to have you back, Punisher. Alec, hope to have you back as well at some point.
Sounds good.
To everyone watching in the audience, you know, the VCs, we always disperse in there. Anyone watching on the Platinum Politics YouTube and Twitch, go follow Alec. Anyone in Alec's stream, come join the server so you can come debate as well.
I'll link it.
And yeah. So.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much for having us tonight, Mace.
Yep, thank you, Mace.
Pleasure as always.
All right, take care. Take her. Yeah, I'll link it in Twitch. We got some viewers on Twitch. That is not what I wanted to do. Hold on. There we go. My eye. Itchy. Like May said, I thought that was pretty productive. We made some good headway there. Okay, I'm going to take a short break, and then I will decide if I continue stream or not. Until then. Okay, we're still back. We're still back. Chat, are we cooked? Chat, wait! I haven't shown you guys this. Oh my god. Fucking love this. This is like one of my favorite animations of all time. It's so fucking funny. Oh. Yes. It's so good. Seizure warning.
Schoolers, it's time to write an essay about the book we spent all semester reading.
ChatGPT, write an essay about the book. All done.
ChatGPT, write this essay.
Mom!
What?
Look!
Oh, honey! ChatGPT, how should I feel right now? I hate you, son!
Mr. President, the people are
just keeps
protesting.
giving.
ChatGPT, generate a movie about Ayapuma pooping on the stupid Americans.
He actually did this.
I hate the stupid Americans.
We're experiencing record-breaking numbers. We're gonna need more power. ChatGPT, how can I make more power?
Unplug something.
Oh.
ChatGPT, I heard I to propose to her.
Error.
And ever I could, please try again later.
ChatGPT, how do I tell if he's proposing to me right now and how to do how do I say now?
Error.
Help! What is 1 plus 1?
ChatGPT!
1 plus 1! 1 plus 1!
How do I make the people I don't like disappear? How do I make the people I don't like go away?
ChatGPT! How to fix ChatGPT? How to fix... Help! Help! ChatGPT!
It's art. It's art, truly. Art in its highest form. I honestly... One of the most artistic pieces of our time. And I'm not exaggerating. So good. I'm not exaggerating. You think I'm joking. No, like, that is so artfully done. I think that should go down in history. In the fucking YouTube museum. Alright, we're playing League of Legends. Saddle up. We're locking in. We're locking in. We're locking out the bad vibes. We're locking in the good vibes.
ChatGPT, grade this essay.
ChatGPT, generate a movie of I pooping on the stupid Americans. It'll never get old. Every time I watch it, it gets funnier. That's how you know it's art. So good. God, I played a ranked game earlier. Now, the key to this game, folks, is to not try so hard. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta just go with the flow. You know? Like, you gotta understand where your team begins and where their team ends is arbitrary. It can be a 6v4. People have said, but people joke about 1v9. Oh my god, everybody's 1v9ing me. Oh my god, my team's inting. All 4 of them are inting. Well, from that person's perspective, it's a 1v9. And then maybe the other 4 people get so mad at that guy that it becomes a real 1v9. You know what I mean? Like, they just start inting on purpose. Guy dug his own grave. He manifested a 1v9. Oh, God, why does my eye itch so bad? Fuck me. Okay, give me the cause. Give me the tentacle boy. Get rid of Fox Girl. We have enough fetishes here. I might need to take a Benadryl. Fuck me, dude. Got like a cat hair in my eye or something. I play most of the enchanters. Raka? Oh, he's asking for support. Sorry, I'm just being an idiot. I don't know Viego that well. Oh, Cosmid. Okay, we're good. Okay, we got this easy. We got this easy. Oh. Are we cooked, chat? Are we cooked? Are we cooked, chat? Or who do we have mid? Lux. Lux mid. Right? Or it could be Brand, I don't know. It's either Lux or Brand. I think I can do well against either. I think I'll be fine. I'm just glad that it's not a fucking assassin. What I would do if I were smart, I would pay attention to the person, like the mid laners that they ban, or mid laner, and then pick somebody like similar to that person. You know, like if they ban a, like let's say they ban Vel'Koz, right? Okay, well I know that they don't want somebody with like long range skill shots, so I go Lux. You know, like if you play it like that, you're kind of metagaming it, but that would be the smart thing to do if I were smart. But I just like the Tentacle Boy, so you know, I'll be a little dumb for him. You gotta, first and foremost, you gotta play who you want to play. You gotta play who's fun to you. If you're not having fun, what are you even doing? You know who the worst people at this game are? It's not the people with the least skill. It's the people who have the least amount of fun. All right, we're gonna punish them for having too much fun. If they're having too much fun, if they're having too much fun, we punish. Only I get to have fun. Too much fun. You don't get to stand by tower. That's too much fun. No fun allowed. Son of a bitch. No fun allowed. Go away. Dumbass. No fun allowed. Uh-oh. She's having fun. Uh-oh. She's having fun. She's having fun! Nope. No fun allowed. Too much fun. Fun police. Farming is having too much fun. Farming is having... No, no, no. No, no. None of that. None of that. No, you stop that now. You stop that. You don't get to have fun. Stop that. You don't get to have fun. Stop that. He's probably bot lane, right? Let's see. Oh. You want to punish me? You want to defy me? Go on, try it. Why did you walk into that? Okay, that was not a good trade for you. Oh. These are some badly timed abilities, my friend. You'll have to do better than that. I feel disrespected right now, in fact. Okay, I feel pretty disrespected right now. I'm just gonna go in on this. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing here. I don't. Go back to wood. Go back to wood league. Go back to wood. Go back to wood 5. 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 Oh. Okay, nice flash. Damn it. Okay, Lux is MIA. Damn it. I should have checked sooner. Whatever. She did not bring TP, so I'm gonna push this. Make her miss the cannon. Denying farm is underestimated. Always deny farm. It's even more important than kills. Oh, I didn't switch my game on Twitch. Should have done that. Oh well. Alright, I thought she was gonna pop a Q on me. I guess not. Nami, I don't know what you're doing, but I don't need you here. Oh god. I think Nami just got her ass caught. Did. Right, I'm coming. Okay, got one. Got someone. Hello. Hi. Correct. Point. Okay, good. Shit. See, this is what it's all about. You just go with the flow. Trust your team. If they're not doing what they're supposed to do, just tell them. Go figure it out. Lux is still level 5. I'm going to take advantage of that hard. Hide Lux, go away. Go away, please. Oh, that was a misclick. Okay, that was that. Okay, that was a little much. Oh, she's 6. Hell no. Damn it. Gonna bait this. Boink. Thank you. Wasted ult. Thank you. Gotta watch out for the jungle. Damn it, so close. Because she has no TP, and jungle's right there, so I'm good. Take some plating. Oh man. Thought I could. They're having too much fun. I told them, no fun. No fun allowed. Fun for me only. Okay, that's good. Maybe not. Can you fuck off? No! Oh! Okay, that was arrogant of me. I will admit. I thought I could be. That's okay. We live and we learn. Nothing I can't afford. She is way behind me in farm, and we're good. We're chilling. Beckram's going in. Point. That ward was just so important to her. I got the grubs powering me up. Very nice. Damn. Katarina's really going off on him. See if I... Oh, hi. No fun allowed? No fun allowed? Blink. I should have put a vision, or not a vision ward, I should have put a yellow ward there. Oh well. Okay, nice ult. I don't know why she ulted there, but okay. Hi, that was very dangerous. Okay, I need to start respecting her a little bit. Nice try. I got my TP up. Nice try. If I got TP up, there's no reason to not back right now. I should dump my wards. I'm trying to get better about dumping wards when I be. My favorite song right here. Yes. Okay, I'll take it. Okay, I'm gonna push this lane out and then I'm gonna go down. Oh, fuck. Okay, they don't need me. They're good. Stupid song, I love it. More plating, more plating, more plating. Delicious, 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 delicious. Yummy, 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 yummy. Yummy, 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 yummy. Yummy in my tummy. Plating, please. Plating, please. Me? Oh, fuck me. Okay, good. Where's Lux? Oh, there she is. She's getting boring. Fine, you can have that one. As a gift from me. Okay, she's starting to learn. She's getting smart. You're getting too smart. Time to delete. Okay. Nice ult. I don't know why she keeps ulting before it's time. Nice try. Oh boy. Okay, time to go back. Okay, I can stick around. Damn it, why does she not... She keeps switching up the pattern. I don't know if she's doing it on purpose or she's just not very right. I hate you. Oh, fuck me. I was not paying attention to the brand. God damn this cat. Oh, cat. Oh, you're. Oh, cat. That was a disgusting attempt. I mean, she still got 2 kills, so it was worth it. But that was a horrific, horrendous act of greed on her part, I must say. Not undeserved, but greedy nonetheless. Okay, so Mundo and their jungle are top, I believe. Hi? Can you stop? Boink. I just wanted one. I just wanted one! Chill. Ah. Okay, I guess Brand is just mid now. Okay. She keeps missing cannon. She's not very good at this farming thing. Okay. Alright, it's getting tense. Ah! Oh goodness. There we go. Okay, cool. Good shit. Okay, Mordekaiser's top, so we can push out this mid a little bit. And then I gotta go back, but I want to dump boards first. Hi, can you not? Okay. Shit, we got TP up. We go. TP. Did I TP? Did I TP at all? I don't know. Nice. Okay, I'm TPing here. Good shit. Okay, me and Mundo, unstoppable. That's a good combo right there. Alright, they're all alive. Okay, good shit. Bye. That was very disrespectful. Oh, they're gonna try to steal. Oh shit. Alright, good shit. If you ain't taking it, I'm taking it. Can you not? Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. How many times must I teach you this lesson? Goodness. How dare you? The disrespect is unmatched on this one. Okay. Oh man, they got rift. I'm going B. I got money. Shit. Ride. God damn, cat. Yeah, we're cooking. Boink. Okay, no, we can't have any of that. Goodbye. Boink. Lol. We get dragon. Guess not. Other things are more important, like standing around doing nothing. Oh, here we go. Hecarim's coming. Yeah, I can't do it alone. Teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah, they got Mundo. They got Nami. Going after Cat. Oh my god. Ah! Boink. Diego, my friend, how many times? How many times? Uh-oh. Four, 5, 6, 7. Right on target. Diego, how many times? How many times? Oh, he Angie. Oh, he Angie! Angie. GG, well played. Well, I got a big old stain on my carpet now thanks to a spill. But that was fun. Let's say you're in the chat of the hit new streamer and suddenly your moderator didn't ask for this, you didn't choose this, but here you are, Lamau. Or it's still on a YouTube video. That's funny. Why do I sometimes only get 1 honor and then sometimes I get like 2 or 3? I don't understand. No S for me. I have to call it. Okay. Oh, I see, James. Yeah, I don't know that reference. Okay, I do need to start chilling out. So I'm gonna find somebody to raid into. Not on Twitter, on Twitch. Extra credits, got it. Hassan still live? Oh, he's doing Among Us? That's crazy. Let's go with Daharamba, why not? If you're on YouTube, you will have to go to twitch.tv/Daharamba. Okay. You guys go enjoy Daharumba's stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I love you all very much. Had a fun time debating some peoples, talking about some Christianity and such, you know, all that good stuff. And I will be back probably on Friday. So until then. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and I hope you all have a wonderful whatever you're celebrating. Good night, y'all.